The Life and Death of Capitalism. Robert Kurz. Contents. Part I. The negative socio-historical quality of the abstraction labor. 1. Abstract labor as the real metaphysics of society and the absolute intrinsic limits to valorization. 8. 2. The philosophical concept of substance and the real metaphysics of capitalism. 14. 3. The negative substance concept of abstract labor in Marx's critique of political economy. 23. 4. The positive concept of abstract labor in Marxist labor ontology. 33. 5. Critique of Moishe Postone's concept of labor. 60. 6. Abstract labor and value as social a priori. 70. 7. What is really abstract about abstract labor. 84. 8. The concrete historical time of capitalism. 112. Part 2. The failure of labor ontological Marxist theory of crisis and the ideological barriers against the further development of the radical critique of capitalism. 9. Breakdown theory as loaded term and counterfeit concept in the history of Marxist theory. 120. 6. Contents. 10. Reductive breakdown theories as Marxist minority position in the era of the World Wars. Part 1, Rosa Luxemburg. 126. 11. Reductive breakdown theories as Marxist minority position in the era of the World Wars. Part 2, Henrik Grossman. 137. 13. From Grossman's demonization to the passing away of the Marxist debate on crisis and breakdown theory. 147. 14. Subject and object in crisis theory. The apparent solution to the problem in mere relations of will and force. 158. 15. Crisis and critique, political illusion and the relation of gender dissociation. 173. 16. The quantitative concept of abstract labor and the accusation of naturalism. 190. The negative socio-historical quality of the abstraction labor. 1. Abstract labor as the real metaphysics of society and the absolute intrinsic limits to valorization. The absolute and relative in history. Towards a critique of the phenomenological simplification of social theory. Looking closely, we can almost always establish the existence of something like correspondences and correlations between quite different historical changes in scientific fields or arenas of life that are apparently far removed from one another. In the commodity-producing system of modernity, even in its original formation, such fields as philosophy, medicine, economics, natural science, language, etc. developed in a common direction, even though not at the same pace, but always objectively referring to each other. Naturally, the reason for this sometimes surprising correspondence or correlation is to be sought in the development of each society, which forms the common inner bond of the different areas of life, fields of knowledge and perceptions. This implies that there can be no absolute knowledge in the realm of temporal existence. All knowledge, even in the seemingly purely objective, transhistorical and hard sciences, is socio-historically conditioned and thereby in a certain way relative. This awareness of relativity seems to constitute progress in the sciences of the 19th and 20th centuries, ranging from the study of history, political economy, natural science, linguistics and philosophy, and flows into the general postmodern anti-essentialism and relativism. But it only seems to be so. For precisely because science and knowledge are always socio-historically determinate, they are subject to conditioning by social forms that imply relations of fetishism, power and force, and also always in the wake of apologetic thinking. It could not be otherwise where knowledge is innately knowledge for the benefit of power. In the commodity-producing system of modernity, these apologetics take on the form of ideology. 4. 9. This reason it is not enough just to see science and knowledge simply in relative terms, but rather to go further and subject this relativity itself to a critique of ideology, which must then be related to the relevant real socio-historical process. This is in any case necessary if the reflection is to be placed within the context of an emancipatory requirement critical of power relations. but should this ideology critical level of reflection be embraced, then the awareness of relativity itself must be tested for its ideological and apologetic potential. Postmodern thinking attempts to make itself impregnable in this respect by casting suspicion of metaphysics and essentialism on the critique of ideology as such. It is as if the standpoint or measure of the critique of ideology were always a totalitarian, ontological, or metaphysical one. In this way, however, the perception is displaced in a direction that is itself metaphysical by paradoxically raising the relativity of everything to an absolute. Falls by the wayside is the concept of critique in the strict sense, since the referential level of relativity is not elucidated. In fact, this relativity can only refer to the tie that science and knowledge have to a particular historical place, not in the sense of an immediate contemporaneity, but rather in the sense of a comprehensive, determinate social formation. This may either be affirmative in a positive way, or critical in a negative way. So the critique cannot detach itself from its historical location, since it has made the social formation belonging to this location and its corresponding power relations into the object that it negates. This also points, by the way, to the possibility of transcendence emerging from immanence as movement. However, this does mean that critique can only be a determinate critique, namely in relation to this historical location understood as an historical social formation, and insofar as an aspect of critique negates absolutely, even if only in respect of this specific aspect, that is to say its radical rejection of the governing social structural form, it still does not cease to be thoroughly relative in respect of the wider context and to reflect this context. Negation must be absolute in respect of its content, which itself is nothing other than a negative social form, and so must itself be negated. This negative form is the destructive, fetishistic reproduction form and subject form from which nothing is to be allowed to remain apart from the associated traumatic experience remaining in the collective memory of humanity. Regarding this fetish form which constitutes the object of 10 Robert Kurz critique, the negation has to be absolute, because if it were not, it would not be any critique at all. The problem with postmodern thought, and with those intellectual movements since the 19th century out of which it has been composed and constructed, consists precisely in the failure to develop any criterion for keeping apart the reference levels of relativity within human history as a history of cultures or social formations on the one hand, and determinateness or the absolute in a limited historical space of determinate formation that is itself relative, on the other. In other words, no essential differentiation has been made between historically distinct social structural forms, and accordingly no fashioning of a specific concept of the modern commodity-producing system and the fundamental categories of its form. In this strict sense, postmodern theories, like their predecessors, reflect precisely their own socio-historical relativity, but therefore not fundamentally relativity itself. Labor, value, commodity, money, market, competition, state, nation, politics, etc. may count as cultural constructs just like all and every other social appearance, but they appear no less ontological than in the usual bourgeois ideology, which was also inherited by labor movement Marxism. Consequently, unreflective relativism also relativizes, in this respect, the difference between the relativity of a determinate historical location on the one hand and determinateness, or absoluteness, within this location on the other hand. It does not interest itself in the total historical space of humanity, within which the various socio-historical constitutions and their forms of knowledge and cognition stand in a relative relationship to one another, and the interior space of a particular formation, in which an internal absoluteness or at least an appropriate real claim exists, namely that of the respective formal constitution of the fetish which needs to be broken. This blurring has consequences for the concept of critique, that also becomes blurred and indeterminate itself. The basic categories of the constitution of society disappear behind their internal movement. Critique becomes phenomenologically simplified, relating only to a particular activity or omission in the occluded categories. For the most part these are not positively affirmed in an unmediated way, but only because they are not even made into an object of reflection. Where everything is equally a construct, there is no longer any different degree of hardness and dimension of depth, the difference between ideological apparent explanations and the 11. Real appearances of the fetish form are leveled down. The categorial essence or substantiality of the historical social formation remains unreflected and therefore also uncriticized. A paradoxical reversal of the relationship between the real social process and ideology emerges as the result, or more precisely, this relationship is denied in a certain way and because of this relativism itself is made into bad ideology. The negative real substance of the fetish relationship evades radical critique, because substantiality itself appears fundamentally as emerging from nothing more than a totalitarian claim of thought or picture thinking. This stands the matter on its head. Radical critique is made to take the blame for that for which the real social relation should be held guilty. It is the critique of ideology that appears as totalitarian instead of the underlying real relationships. This is therefore the way in which the awareness of relativity transforms itself into apologetic ideology. In relation to the modern commodity-producing system, this means that its concept, that of capital, dissolves itself into a conceptless system of interconnected power relations, which, despite all the postmodern critique of the subject, amounts to a falling back into bourgeois illusions of the will, which has, however, been reduced to the displacement within these relations of social constructs, which have all been mapped on the same surface level. This relativity, which is already ideological, is then further differentiated and run through one after the other the most varied areas of life and social reproduction. In this way the critique remains stuck at the level of particularity of the phenomena, without ever being able to move as a whole to the level of the formal connections in society, which then no longer have any substantial concept. This dissolving of the socio-historical essence into the phenomenological connectedness of the power relations and their construction, or deconstruction, protects, willingly or unwillingly, the negative substantiality of the real categories of capitalism, which cannot even be named. In so doing, however, the critical potential of relativity is lost. For socially this relativity could only manifest itself in an emancipatory movement of transformation through the breaking of the real claim to absoluteness of the ruling fetishistic form, precisely in its substantial content. 12. Robert Kurz. It might be that different fields of being and activity each have their own logic, their own claims, their own sense, etc., and that they are not to be grasped by the claim to absoluteness of one single totalitarian principle, but rather only form a whole in the relativity of their interconnectedness that cannot be reduced to a standard form and its likewise standard substance, is an awareness that must actually first be asserted against the powerful real substantialism of the modern commodity producing system. There is no critique to be had without the concept of a negative substantiality of the value relation and the capital relation. On the other hand, the absoluteness claim of this negative substantiality also fractures on the physically constituted nature of the world itself and makes its appearance as a life-destroying process. Above all, however, this absoluteness claim fractures just as much on the self-contradictory nature of capitalist substantiality as such and makes its appearance at the same time as an endemic crisis of this socio-historical formation. For this reason there can also be no adequate theory of crisis without the concept of negative substantiality. Denial or ignorance in respect of the negative social real substantiality is to a large extent identical to denial or ignorance in respect of the crisis in its purport as absolute inner limit of the modern commodity-producing society. The ideological and apologetic character of a relativistic thought that does not even pose this problematic connection essentially consists in imputing socio-historical relativity and openness where in truth false absoluteness and systematic closedness exists, and for this reason postulates an emancipation utterly independent from a critique of the negative real substance and its formal categories, perhaps by means of the just simply stupid concept of democratization. The negative substantiality of the capital relation is occluded, denied, made invisible and dissolved in an ideological pseudo-relativity. Exactly for this reason the phenomenological reduction and simplification of the critique corresponds to just that reduction and simplification of crisis theory. This relativism, which is ideological rather than emancipatory, is nothing but another camouflage of the bourgeois subjectivity of all classes that does not want to see the truth of its historical obsolescence. It is no coincidence that traditional Marxism to a large extent shares with postmodernist relativism the rejection of radical crisis theory. For a particular kind of ideological relativist reduction and simplification is 13. Also inherent to labor movement Marxist theory in all its variants, as Moishe Postone has shown. At postmodern theory has as an explicit program appears in Marxism as an implicit simplification. It cannot distinguish between an overarching concept of the value relation or of the capital relation based on the historical logic of their formation, and the inner historical states of the aggregation and development of that relation, so that the level of abstraction of the essential concepts is fundamentally false. The complete inadequacy of theories of modern capitalism, that take one specific historical configuration of capitalism for the essence of this social formation has become historically manifest. All these critiques are incomplete. As we can now see, none of these configurations exhaust capitalism. An adequate critical theory of the present has to be grounded on a non-reified concept of the relations that constitute the essence of capitalism, and the difference between this essence and the changing historical configurations of capitalism. 1. In this respect the decisive level of the concept of the formation logical substantiality of capital is what matters, and this level cannot be reached either by traditional Marxism, or by postmodern theory, because of their false, ideological relativism. The philosophical concept of substance and the real metaphysics of capitalism. 2. In order to be able to define the ideological character of the supposedly post-metaphysical bourgeois thought, and particularly its pseudo-relativistic upshot, it is necessary to relate the philosophical concept of substance to the capitalist constitution of modernity. As a matter of fact, there is no generally recognized meaning of the concept of substance given in the history of philosophy. Substance in the philosophy of antiquity and the Middle Ages means the essential core as distinct from the mere properties, or the persisting, self-maintaining, and therefore the identity as contrasted with the mere states or developments. Aristotle's concept of substance has the meaning of the material, in the sense of a substrate of things, as well as the form of what is essential about these material things. The different meanings or levels of meaning of most of the pre-modern philosophical concepts of substance have in common, however, is that they do not necessarily postulate a substantial abstract generality or absoluteness, or in any case not in the physical and social world known to us. There is an assumption, explicit or implicit, that there exist qualitatively different substances capable of stepping into relation with one another. Substance would therefore be something relative in a certain way. For the older philosophies and theologies, stars, stones, trees, dogs, human beings, etc. represent different substances, both according to their form and content. And what is identical about a particular substance, for example a human individual, can be regarded as the totality of her or his natural, social, cultural, personal, and other relationships in their unique makeup. Only God appears as the absolute, general, highest substance, but this substance is transcendent with respect to the world. However, one moment of the absolute or abstract general in respect of the substance of the earthly world is already hinted at in the atomistic theories, and that is through the mode of reduction. For Democritus, say, there exists nothing but void and bodies composed of qualitatively largely homogeneous atoms, differing only in form and size, as the smallest. 15. Components. In this way the thought of an absolute substantial unity of the world as immanent principle was anticipated. It is no coincidence that this physical reductionism was again systematically taken up by modern natural science, where it celebrates its real triumph. Newton's mechanical clockwork universe consists, as he himself writes in the Optics, of solid, massy, hard, impenetrable, movable particles one that act externally upon each other through forces. In this homogeneous universe God is merely a sort of watchmaker, but as soon as it has been wound up this mechanical world system runs all by itself. So the Enlightenment does entirely without any transcendent highest and first creative substance. The reductionist physical standardization of the world into dead, homogeneous building blocks or units located in an absolute, uniform space-time continuum that was only hinted at in antiquity, has become to some extent radicalized and generalized to a dogma in modernity. In this way the atomistic concept of substance extends itself beyond physical nature onto every area of determinate being, for instance in Leibniz's concept of windowless monads. This corresponds to a concept of human society that no longer emanates from a commonality, however that is defined, but on the contrary, from the separation of its members, who arrange things among themselves only retrospectively and in an external and mechanical way. It is already clear here that the apparently pure knowledge of nature that modernity has, that is the construct of the Newtonian clockwork universe, reflects in reality a definite social relation, one containing a paradigm of atomistic or abstract individuals, whereby this paradigm in its apparently sheer abstraction of individuality as such includes a thoroughly historical relative particularity, namely that of the white Western male subject. However, with this we are already no longer dealing with a mere idea of presuppositionless actors of knowledge about the world, but rather with a definite socio-historical constitution, namely that of the dawning capitalist one of the modern commodity-producing system. What concerns us here is not, for instance, the overcoming of metaphysics, which is presumed to happen with the progress of the social formation. Both modern natural science as well as the apologetic philosophy and social theory connected with it have quite obvious metaphysical foundations. These foundations could only be gradually denied and finally cast overboard, because they did not represent metaphysics in the sense of mere philosophical or theological reflections, but rather a real social relation, that is to say a real metaphysics that is in a certain sense incarnated or folded into the social reproduction process. To the same extent that this real metaphysics has prevailed and been internalized, it has also been possible to shade its philosophical reflections, because the apparently self-evident, axiomatic, and everyday no longer needed extra thought and no longer appeared as a distinct entity. One might in a certain sense say that all social fetish constitutions, even those in pre-modern times, represent a kind of real metaphysics inasmuch as the respective metaphysics never exhausts itself in mere ideas or images, but moreover and at the same time insofar as real social reproduction, social relations, and the metabolism with nature are being regulated. However, the pre-modern social real metaphysics of social relations, reproduction relations, and power structures is in a certain sense determined by the beyond, that is mediated through the projection of a sheer transcendent absolute substance, an absolute divine being outside the world who is represented in a personalized mythological or religious way. As representations of this projected transcendent being, the real structures of social reproduction and domination present themselves in a personalized way, namely as a system of personal relations of dependence and obligation. However, the concept of personal dependence is usually fundamentally misunderstood, as persons in the sense of pre-modern social fetish constitutions are taken to mean natural persons or even interest groups according to modern linguistic usage. It then appears as if the structure of personal dependence were a matter of direct, unmediated domination in contrast to modern, indirect, and mediated domination. The truth is that pre-modern relations are just as mediated, only in another way, in that the persons themselves become projection screens and therefore representatives of the fetishistic transcendence. Such transcendental persons and personal dependency relations in this sense are kept strictly apart from natural persons and their personal relations, incidentally, even up to bizarre contradictions between the transcendental and natural personality that 17. Are in no way inferior to the absurdities of modern value socialization, for instance in the concept of the two bodies of the king too. The persons are here in the context of their fetishistic constitution not for themselves as people having will and responsibility, but as worldly representatives of the projected transcendental substantial entity. Since the absolute substance always remains transcendent and takes on no immediate earthly form, it cannot also have a totalitarian grasp of the real world. There exists no social abstract universality, but a manifold gradation of personal representatives and relational contexts at all levels. On the other hand, the capitalist real metaphysics of modernity is completely different. Here transcendence has been superseded in a certain way. The projected fetishistic substance or the entity as absolute became in the form of the self-expansion of value immediately earthly and social. It is true that the moment of transcendence insofar as it is maintained as the fetishistic essential form value is not a matter of any directly physical or social entity, but rather of an intangible social abstraction that to a certain extent has incarnated itself in a paradoxical way in the metabolism with nature and in social relations. In this respect, the social relation so constituted represents a real abstraction, not merely an ideological or religious, mythological, or other projected image, and no mere nominal abstraction. The projection has become in a certain sense immediately real and thereby also palpably earthly, even if it continues to be mediated to the extent that it only appears in real social relations and things, while the essence value being an abstraction cannot be immediate and therefore also not tangible. The paradox of real abstraction consists in the fact that the abstraction, in itself not physical, material, or bodily, a thing made of thought, and therefore a socially objectified mental creation as fetishistic projection, but nonetheless appearing as a real social relation and real physical materiality, and indeed in objects that essentially are not abstract, but which have been made into objects of real abstraction by the social projection mechanism. A thing made of thought and mental creation are here not to be misunderstood as something contrived, say in the sense of an social contract in the ideology of the Enlightenment, a problem of willpower, or as ideology. A fetishistic projection mechanism is much more like an objectified form of consciousness and action that must first be decoded and is always already a presupposition of the contrived. In a certain sense we may almost speak of a regression, since the modern projection mechanism is a throwback into a kind of secondary animaism, in that it is no longer the transcendental representative persons, but rather the dead things that appear to have souls, as Marx in his chapter on the fetish showed ironically with his example of the table that falls into metaphysical caprices. To be sure, it is no longer a case of things having souls on an individual basis, but of something identically reproduced in the self-same form of value and price in which the negative sociality of the commodity soul appears, and social relations as reified forms. This secondary animaism does not so much impute a soul to things as it, so to say, makes a thing of, or reifies, the soul. It is to this extent the false immediacy of the real metaphysical projection that no longer makes a detour. Since projection's transcendence has been superseded to the extent that this projection now appears immediately in earthly things and relationships themselves, it can no longer also be personalized, but has to appear in reified, objectified form and moreover to regulate the social reproduction process, social mediation in every respect. Putting it more precisely, projection is this mediation which for this reason requires no more otherworldly transcendent authority and no personal mediator as representative of this absolute authority, for it is itself already established as absolute. Value, the fetish projection, that appears really material in money, constitutes itself as the worldly social absolute through the feedback movement of money as capital into itself, as the valorization process or automatic subject, to which the whole of social reproduction and all worldviews are subjected. Every variegation of natural, cultural, and social complexes of relationship ceases and is replaced by the claim to absoluteness of the one abstract essential principle value and its negative substantiality. Ideologically or philosophically, as form of reflection ex post or in the sense of an accompanying, flanking apologetic, thinking about this real abstract projection mechanism falls back on some definite purport. 19. Of pre-modern religious and philosophical concepts of substance, which however appear in completely new configurations that correspond to the capitalist real metaphysics. In the place of the transcendent absolute divinity steps the immanent absolute essential principle value or the valorization process. Since it is a matter of the projection of a socially objectified process of abstraction, this absolute essential principle can, however, have no immediate material or social determinate being for itself, even though it appears immediately in things and relationships and therefore is immanent. As such it remains intangible, impossible to grasp, non-empirical despite its undoubtable immanence. In this respect the positive, apologetic reflection of capitalist real metaphysics can fall back on the idealist strand of earlier religious and philosophical metaphysics, in particular that of Platonic provenance. The transcendent ideality of the essential form for Plato and his successors now appears as the immanent ideality of the essential principle in modernity, especially in German idealism. On the other hand there is, however, an important difference in the concept of this ideality. With Plato and his successors it is a case of the transcendent ideality of the essential forms in the plural, of the ideal forms of the various things that only appear as shadows in earthly material. In this respect the Platonic idealism of forms remains just as pluralistic and therefore relativistic as the traditional concept of substance, whose component it is. Above the ideality of the world of plural forms there rises, however, the sphere of the good, the highest stage and origin of all being, and all one that is, however, so far removed in its transcendence that it no longer appears as such in its immanence. The immanent form ideality of modernity, on the other hand, knows no pluralism of forms and therefore no corresponding relativity any more. The value form or the automatic subject can tolerate no other God beside itself. The transcendent absolute of the ideal all one has come down to earth as the immanent absolute of the essential principle value. Just as with Plato empirical, earthly things possess no independent existence, but are rather merely an expression of the form ideality, but it is in the first place no longer a transcendent ideality of form, but an immanent one appearing in the value-based organization of society, and secondly it is no longer a plural ideality of forms, but a monistic, absolute, and totalitarian one. Whether as the Kantian form in general or the Hegelian world spirit, as absolute will etc., it is always a matter of a total formal principle. Of immanence in the last instance, and everything and every relation are only to be its mode of appearance. The world does not build itself from the relationality or different entities, but monistically from the earthly alone of the self-expansion of value. It only takes a glance to recognize that Newton's clockwork universe with its uniform atomic building blocks and its uniform absolute continuum of space and time corresponds more or less exactly to this absolute, totalitarian formal idealism. The apparent opposition between the idealism of the form and the materialism of the physical world disappears as soon as both constructs are decoded on the strength of their socio-historical ground. This is in all probability also true of the ancient early forms of the opposition between Platonic formal idealism and atomic substance materialism, insofar as the Western philosophy of antiquity already represented a still incomplete reflection within the context of the immature connection between the form of the commodity and the form of thought. In modernity the complementarity of these constructs has been accomplished, corresponding in socio-historical respect to the emergence of the social formation based on value that is capitalism. The formal idealism of modern philosophy may be decoded as the essential principle of value, of the paradoxically secularis social fetish form, whereas the substance materialism of mechanistic physics may be decoded as the natural world that has been mauled and in a certain sense put to death by this dictate of form. It is a world of uniform elements and mechanical forces that even in their physical and biological quality have been degraded to mere modes of appearance of the social real abstraction. Today's cultural environment and life world of the increasingly standardist global capitalist society approximates in a ghostly way to the Newtonian construct of a monotonous mechanical universe. However, what this means for the planetary biosphere as well as for human culture in the broadest sense is step-by-step destruction. The classical philosophical concept of substance first differentiates itself clearly into form and content in the capitalist real metaphysics of modernity. What however is still missing in this relation of form A and D content in the metaphysical real substance is the social agency of the whole real metaphysical arrangement. 21. The mediating moment of movement. The connection between value form and the mechanistically reduced substance of nature cannot be static, but only a dynamic process in which nature that has essentially not yet been reduced first becomes reduced in reality to the value abstraction by means of the social mediation, through a social force in the specifically capitalist metabolism with nature. This force is itself a material substance, not a natural one, though, but rather a social one. The natural substance of modern real abstraction as the formal abstraction of the essential principle value is the physically and mechanistically reduced abstract matter. The social substance of this real metaphysical formal principle is abstract labor. Labor as a form of activity and at the same time as substance of capital forms the socio-material force and the process whereby the real metaphysical formal principle with its negative, destructive claim to absoluteness can first assert itself in the earthly world. The mediating movement of abstract labor is the self-mediation of substance and consequently the end in itself and self-aggregation in the value form and as permanent objectification in the natural material and in the social relations from their shaping to their destruction, in order to make them into the likeness of the self-moving real abstraction. It has already become clear at this point that traditional Marxism has remained utterly fixed in the real metaphysics of modernity. Its materialism with its eternal celebration of the corresponding line in the history of Western philosophy represents nothing more than the affirmative reflection of one side of the value relation or capital relation, namely the substantial materialism of the physical reduction in which the natural world already appears as fashioned by the capitalist real abstraction. It is the destructive materialism of a fetishistic form of reproduction in which the Earth's biosphere is hacked to pieces and ground down. Logically, the positive substantial materialism of labor corresponds in Marxist thought to the positive physical substantial materialism of a destructively treated nature, with this labor constituting the agent of this treatment. This materialism of the Marxist ontology of labor and the mechanistic belief in natural science that belongs to it far from overcoming the formal idealism of the apparently opposed philosophical tradition, in fact, exactly as in bourgeois thought and as its modified continuation, merely behaves as its complement. In this respect, the Hegel who stands on his head is not turned the right way up and stood on his feet, but rather his feet are always running under the command of his head, the formal ideal capitalist essential principle. If they are decoded socially, fetishistic relationships as real metaphysics are always at the same time real idealisms that have been carried to extremes for the first time by the immanent capitalist real idealism of the automatic subject in the shape of the self-expansion of value, the cybernetic feedback mechanism of the real abstraction value back into itself. In this way the real materialism of labor and capitalist natural science is ironically nothing other than the practical form of appearance of the real idealism of the value form, and not the other way round. The real abstraction of value represents an aggregation or a form of determinate being of the real abstract praxis of labor and also the converse. Just for this reason does abstract labor constitute the mode in which the non-material social essential principle seizes the material world in its ghost-like way. Hegel's objective idealism is closer to the point in a certain respect than the objective materialism of Marxist thought, but Hegel thinks the capitalist real idealism apologetically as a positive movement of self-mediation of the real abstract essence, thus fundamentally missing its negative, destructive, murderous quality. On the other hand, Marxist materialism buys into the transition to the critique so that for its part it misses the character of social real abstraction. As an abstraction, value and abstract labor remain in a certain sense a thing made of thought and consequently a ideality. It is not, however, is a subjective, merely reflexive ideality, not an ideality of mere nominal abstractions, but an ideality objectified by historical processes, an ideality materialist by forced praxis. In order to attain a complete critique of the negative substantiality of the capitalist fetish relationship, it is not Hegel's objective idealism that must be stood on its feet instead of its head, it is rather that the head of real abstraction must be guillotined. Only that would be the liberatory, transcending praxis that no longer forcibly shapes the social and natural world, but itself destroys the essential principle of this destructive praxis. 3. The negative substance concept of abstract labor in Marx's critique of political economy. It is an old, long-established matter that labor movement Marxism largely suppressed or relativized, simplified, and watered down the concept of critique in Marx's critique of political economy in order to arrive at a completely positive political economy upon the uncritically presupposed ground of the modern form of the fetish. For this reason the textbooks of the lost world of real existing socialism always spoke in deadly seriousness of a political economy of capitalism and a political economy of socialism, instead of conceptualizing and developing socialism as the practical critique of political economy as such. It was therefore inevitable that in the understanding of Marxism even Marx's substance concept of abstract labor had to appear in the end totally positive, as the mere definition of an objective, given by a law of nature ontological fact that was not to be transcended. This point of view, however, does not accord at all with the way in which Marx introduces the concept of abstract labor already on the 4th page of the first volume of Capital 1 can read. If we then disregard the use value of commodities, they have only one property left, that of being products of labor. However, the product of labor has already undergone a change in our hands. If we abstract from the use value of the product of labor, then we abstract at the same time from the bodily constituents and forms that make it a use value. It is no longer a table, a house, yarn, or any other useful thing. All its sensual properties are extinguished. It is therefore no longer the product of carpentry, masonry, spinning, or any other specific kind of productive labor. Along with the useful characteristics of the products of labor, the useful characteristics of the various kinds of labor represented in them disappear. Therefore, also the different concrete forms of these labors disappear. They no longer differ from each other, but are altogether reduced to equal human labor in the abstract. Let us consider now what remains of the products of labor. Nothing has remained of them except the same ghost-like material, a mere congelation of undifferentiated human labor, i.e. of the expenditure of labor power without regard to the form of its expenditure. These things represent nothing but that in their production human labor power has been expended, human labor has been accumulated. As crystals of this social substance which they have all in common they are values, commodity values. Point 1. What cannot be overlooked here is that the concept of abstract labor is not at all a matter of a dry, positivistic definition, but of how to approach the conceptual critique of a really negative fact. The abstraction from use value, in which all its sensual properties are extinguished, so as to arrive at a ghost-like material, a mere congelation of undifferentiated human labor, already characterizes a really destructive tendency against the sensual and social world. What is at issue here is precisely the practical, active side of a real social abstraction and not a mere linguistic one expressing things made of thought, without thereby immediately stretching actively out into the natural and social world. The abstraction labor more closely represents an immediate practical dimension, in fact as the a priori of social reproduction, with unpredictable consequences. Here Marx approaches a critique that he himself does not follow through to its conclusion. He does develop a radical critique of the real abstraction contained in the modern concept of labor, but at the same time he remains stuck in the Protestant Enlightenment ontology of labor, as was the labor movement that arose within the same historical context as his theory and which also inscribed it upon its banners. Marx had therefore to attempt to separate the supposedly ontological principle of labor from the specific capitalist real abstraction of which it is an expression. An enterprise that was largely lost on his followers who wholly absorbed the concept of labor in transhistoric ontologization with a few exceptions who stand out as particularly reflective, although they did not go further than the reproduction of Marx's aporia in the concept of labor as being at the same time capitalist real abstraction and also an ontological principle. Marx formulates his aporia quite openly in the Grundriss when he defines his terms in the introduction. Labor seems to be a very simple category. The notion of labor in this universal form, as labor in general, is also extremely old. Nevertheless, labor in this simplicity is economically considered just as modern a category as the relations which give rise to this simple abstraction. It was an immense advance when Adam Smith rejected all restrictions with regard to the activity that produces wealth. For him it was labor as such, neither manufacturing, nor commercial, nor agricultural labor, but all types of labor. The abstract universality which creates wealth implies also the universality of the objects defined as wealth. They are products as such, or once more labor as such, but in this case past, materialized labor. The fact that the specific kind of labor is irrelevant presupposes a highly developed complex of actually existing kinds of labor, none of which is any more the all-important one. The most general abstractions arise on the whole only when concrete development is most profuse, so that a specific quality is seen to be common to many phenomena, or common to all. Then it is no longer perceived solely in a particular form. This abstraction of labor is, on the other hand, by no means simply the conceptual resultant of a variety of concrete types of labor. The fact that the particular kind of labor employed is immaterial is appropriate to a form of society in which individuals easily pass from one type of labor to another, the particular type of labor being accidental to them and therefore irrelevant. Labor, not only as a category but in reality, has become a means to create wealth in general, and has ceased to be tied as an attribute to a particular individual. This state of affairs is most pronounced in the United States, the most modern form of bourgeois society. The abstract category labor, labor as such, labor sans phrase, the point of departure of modern economics, thus becomes a practical fact only there. The simplest abstraction, which plays a decisive role in modern political economy, an abstraction which expresses an ancient relation existing in all social formations, nevertheless appears to be actually true in this abstract form only as a category of the most modern society. The example of labor strikingly demonstrates how even the most abstract categories, despite their validity in all epochs, precisely because they are abstractions, are equally a product of historical conditions even in the specific form of abstractions, and they retain their full validity only for and within the framework of these conditions point to. This reflection on the concept of labor is aporetic in many respects. In the way it is presented, the abstraction as well as its social content, is on the one hand positive, progress, general wealth-creating activity, the development of a diversity, and on the other hand as negative, as irrelevant in relation to its content. Likewise, labor presents itself on the one hand as a rational abstraction, as the merely general term for a profuse concrete development of activities. On the other hand, Marx corrects himself immediately and points out that this abstraction is a matter of by no means simply the conceptual resultant of a variety of concrete types of labor, but rather of the correspondence of a social formation in which this abstraction becomes real and thereby determines actual practice. However, Marx holds firmly above all to the notion that the abstraction labor is ancient and valid for all epochs. On the other hand, though, he clarifies at the same time that it is just as modern a category as the relations which give rise to this simple abstraction, so that this category is in the end indeed the product of historical conditions, and namely modern ones, and it possesses its full validity only for and within the framework of these conditions. This aporetic reasoning can only be resolved by solely identifying the category labor as a real abstraction and so as historical, modern and capitalist, and therefore giving up the ontology of labor altogether. If Marx claims sloppily that this abstraction is an ancient one, then this identification is obviously not based on a historical investigation. In fact, there have been many societies in history, among which are included the so-called high cultures, such as ancient Egypt, in which there is absolutely no abstract universal category of activity. Even in societies in which such a nominal general concept seems to be found, it is a matter of very limited areas of activity and never of a social universality of activity in general. If the modern reading of labor is inserted here, then it leads astray and is an anachronism. Actually, it is a translation error insofar as the abstraction labor as a concept of modern society was adopted from the Indo-Germanic language. It had to be completely redefined, because in these languages the term labor consistently refers to the specific activity of slaves, dependents, minors, etc. That is to say, it is not a mentally constructed general term for various areas of activity, but is a social abstraction, but is exactly for this reason not a social universality, not a category of social synthesis as it is in modernity. Marx's aporia continues in the analysis of capital as he introduces the determinations of abstract labor and concrete labor. Strictly speaking, the term abstract labor is a logical pleonasm, since the attribute is already contained in the concept, labor being already an abstraction. Conversely, the term concrete labor is a contradiction in terms, since the adjective stands in contradiction to the concept, as an abstraction labor cannot per se be concrete in the sense of a definite kind of activity. It could be said that these Marxist determinations reflect the real paradox of the capital relation and its socialization by value, since that really is the way that what is in itself concrete, the diversity of the world, is reduced to an abstraction, standing the relation of universal and particular on its head. The universal is no longer a manifestation of the particular, but on the contrary, the particular is just a manifestation of the totalitarian universal. Consequently, the concrete no longer represents the structured diversity of the particular, but rather it is nothing more than the expression of the real abstraction of the universal substance. Marx, however, is not totally aware of what he is actually reflecting here, because he wants to hold fast to an ontological and transhistorical moment of the abstraction labor. He attempts to fix this moment to a concept of use value. So far as labor forms use values, i.e., as useful labor, it is therefore a necessary condition, independent of all forms of society, for the existence of the human race. It is an eternal nature-imposed necessity, in order to mediate the metabolism between man and nature, and thus human life. 3. The concept of usefulness for specific purposes is, however, not a category of social synthesis, and therefore also not to be equated without further ado with the concept of use value as Marx does throughout. The category of use value is merely abstract usefulness, and insofar itself a component part of modern real abstraction, it is not a concept related to need, but rather a conceptual representation of the value form mediation. The term use value only makes any sense at all in mediation with exchange value, as the polarity of the value relation, and is therefore far from being a necessary condition, independent of all forms of society, for the existence of the human race. 4. Insofar as labor posits use value, this is no transhistorical, ontological determination outside of the value abstraction, but nothing other than the specific way in which the real abstraction takes possession of objects that in themselves are not abstract. At Marx paradoxically calls concrete labor, for this reason does not represent an eternal nature-imposed necessity, but is nothing other than the specific material way that abstract labor accesses the natural or social stuff. Once this has been clarified, it might be possible to make further use of Marx's established concepts with, however, a changed meaning. At this point it is necessary to anticipate a line of argument that will be developed later at greater length. This concerns the material character of the substance of abstract labor that Marx, as is well known, conceived of as expenditure of human brain, nerves, muscles independently of the concrete manner of this expenditure, whether as the labor of the joiner or the weaver, etc. Representatives of a certain line in the post-Marxist debate pride themselves in speaking pejoratively of a false substantialism or physiological naturalism in Marx and the traditional Marxists, and it is through this naturalising that abstract labor is transformed into a transhistorical ontological fact, since after all human beings always have to expend nerve, muscle, brain. Incidentally, Moishe Postone unfortunately also subscribes to this point of view. 5. It is indeed true that traditional Marxism ontologizes abstract labor, as will be shown in detail in the next section. Nonetheless, the critique of substantialism outlined above is quite wrongly applied. At issue, however, is not so much the clarification of the concept of substance and labor as the defense of a substantial theory of crisis which argues for the historical decline of labor substance as value substance of capital. In this sense, abstract labor is understood as a relation of quantity, as a concept of substance in the quantitative sense. For in order for something to be increased or decreased, it has to really be there in the sense of material content. A mere form as substance cannot represent a relation of quantity. For this reason the critique of the materially substantial character of abstract labor serves as a defense against the substantial theory of crisis and thus the denial of any absolute inner limit to the self-expansion of capital. Crisis is then reduced to the superficiality of the market as an operational error of the market mechanism that may be corrected through political regulation, or it disappears entirely from the basic theoretical discussion. Since this line of argument against substantialism belongs more to the abstract labor theory of quantity and crisis, it will be dealt with at length only in the second section of this study. In anticipation, the issue can be briefly addressed here in the sense of the negative quality concept of abstract labor which plays a role in it. The apparently reflective post-Marxist anti-substantialists even fall behind the level of traditional Marxism, because they overlook something quite essential. Marx speaks explicitly of the physiological expenditure of nerve, muscle, brain etc., but by no means at all in an unmediated naturalistic or transhistorical sense. Since the physiological expenditure of human energy is in a purely natural way not separable from the concrete form of this expenditure. However, this is exactly what happens socially in the labor abstraction. And this abstraction from the concrete form of expenditure is neither rational nor transhistorical. If one were to say, for example, to an ancient Egyptian catching fish that he was here not simply catching fish, but essentially expending nerve, muscle, brain in the abstract sense, he would quite rightly shake his head. An abstraction like this only makes sense in the context of the modern real abstraction. However, the abstract substance of labor is not without material or physical content, even if it is not a case of an unmediated natural substance, but of a social substance as abstraction. It is a case of one side of the materialization of the fetishistic form ideality, in that under the dictates of this negative form ideality only the expenditure as such is posited as essential, independently of its concrete determination and also in practice ignoring the concrete manner of its expenditure in a definite social context. In the abstraction as real abstraction there then remains a thoroughly material content as a residue, namely the expenditure of human energy in general. For the automatic subject of the process of self-expanding value it is completely inessential whether trousers or hand grenades are manufactured, all that is essential is that bodily human combustion processes take place that can present themselves as a quantum of value, in itself an utterly absurd procedure. But these combustion processes do indeed take place in reality. What is absurd is only treating and representing them independently of their concrete form and thereby the purpose of their material content, which happens because the social purpose is exactly this fetishistic representation. The reduction to the bodily combustion process is a social abstraction, but 4. 31. This reason is no mere thing made of thought, but it refers to a thoroughly real moment for which reason it is also a real abstraction. Representation here is an essential process Marx characterized as the fetishism of the value form. For the quantum of expended human energy is not only not to be separated from the concrete form of this expenditure, but it is also, as soon as the product has been produced, something past and no longer ready to hand, for which reason it is also, of course, not contained in the products in any natural or physical sense. The representation as an objective process takes place therefore only in the heads of the social subjects constituted in this way, namely as the fetishist practical perception and treatment of their own society. However, this representation refers to something that necessarily does not take place only in the heads of the subjects as form of perception and action, but is physically real, and that is namely the past combustion processes in human bodies, the expenditure of units of energy. Since the quantum of energy consumed in the process of its expenditure cannot really be separated from the concrete form or determination of this expenditure, and since as definitively past expenditure it cannot be literally contained in the objects, the social representation is indeed in this respect unreal in a double sense. However, this quantum of energy must really have been burnt up in the past, so it does represent an actual physical substance. The form of this representation, however, has nothing physical about it, but is a real abstraction, a socially constituted manner of perception and action in which natural materials and produced goods are in fact treated as if they were the physical objects of the pure representation of past combustion processes taken place in human bodies. Abstract labor is therefore a definite aggregated state of the fetishistic modern form ideality which refers completely, however, to an energetic quantum of actually expended labor power, that is to say to a material, quantifiable content. This content is, however, as an abstraction, ghost-like, not only in the result of the value quasi-material, but already in the process of expenditure itself, therefore in practical respect as a determination of an expended mass of nerve, muscle, brain that is separated from its material form. Undertaking definite transformations of natural materials under the a priori essential determination that quanta of abstract human energy are here expended regardless of the concrete form of their expenditure, this determination is substantial in a material sense, though not in a natural one, but rather in a social one, and not in a trans-historical one, but in a historically specific one in the modern constitution of the fetish. The positive concept of abstract labor in Marxist labor ontology. 4. Marx came close to a critique of the concept of labor as the substance of capital, but he was unable to accomplish this critique since he still had one leg on the ground of modern labor ontology. While Marxism completely set its heart on the ontological moment in Marx's presentation and wanted to critique capitalism from the trans-historical standpoint of labor, the concept of abstract labor necessarily had to remain underexposed and thereby the substance of capital also remained unconceptualist. Addressing this theme as a central issue beyond a merely positivist definition is found in a very few theoreticians. In the 1920s, for example, 1.1. Rubin, in his 1924 work Essays on M. Marx's Theory of Value, promptly came to the opinion that when we see the decisive importance which Marx gave to the theory of abstract labor, we must wonder why this theory has received so little attention in Marxist literature. 1. However, Rubin himself in no way goes beyond Marx's aporia in respect of the concept of labor. He gives a positivist rendering of abstract labor in a twofold manner, once as historical progress in the establishment of social universality. Only on the basis of commodity production, characterized by a wide development of exchange, a mass transfer of individuals from one activity to another, and indifference of individuals towards the concrete form of labor, is it possible to develop the homogeneous character of all working operations as forms of human labor in general. We would not be exaggerating if we said that perhaps the concept of man in general and of human labor in general emerged on the basis of the commodity economy. This is precisely what Marx wanted to point out when he indicated that the general human character of labor is expressed in abstract labor. 2. Here Rubin stresses the role of real abstraction in a positively connoted development, although he incidentally also speaks of the indifference of individuals towards the concrete form of labor. Without, however, having Marx's radical critical orientation. Nevertheless, he displays on the other hand a differentiation in order to bridge Marx's aporia somehow, the abstract labor of commodity production, that appears in Rubin without further ado as capitalist, is to disappear along with capitalism. However, a moment it has to remain, but with another character. Although abstract labor is a specific property of a commodity economy, socially equalized labor can be found, for example, in a socialist commune. Every abstract labor is social and socially equalized labor, but not every socially equalized labor can be considered abstract labor. Point 3. Rubin therefore postulates a trans-historical continuity of labor along the horizon of Enlightenment progress, whereby capitalist abstract labor is to be only a special case of labor abstraction in the sense of the abstract and general as socially equalized labor. In truth, however, it is only a matter of paraphrasing abstract labor in a commodity-producing system, as is very clearly shown with the definition of socialist labor. Let us imagine some socialist community where labor is divided among the members of the community. A determined social organ equalizes the labors of various individuals with each other, since without this equalization a more or less extensive social plan cannot be realized. But in such a community, the process of equalization of labor is secondary and supplements the process of socialization and allocation of labor. Labor is first of all socialized and allocated labor. We can also include here the quality of socially equalized labor as a derived and additional characteristic. The basic characteristic of labor is its characteristic of being social and allocated labor, and a supplementary characteristic is its property of being socially equalized labor. Point 4. The only thing that makes a difference between socialist equalized labor and abstract labor in the capitalist sense is the supposedly merely secondary and supplementary character of the abstracting, which, however, is then denied in the same breath as according to Rubin no social plan would be possible without this equalization. However, a plan is defined by being made in advance, otherwise it would not be one, and consequently the process of equalization according to Rubin's own logic cannot be merely secondary and supplementary, but constitutes the presupposition of the whole thing. Furthermore, that which precedes the supposedly merely supplementary equalization process is once again labor, therefore that abstraction is obviously so difficult to think here is the problem of overcoming the destructive real abstraction itself. That is the awareness that this equalization always means subjugating the various fields of reproduction and life with their own different intrinsic logics, time scales, and requirement profiles to a uniform logic of subsumption, but exactly that constitutes the uniform, totalitarian substance logic of abstract labor. That planning in the sense of assigning resources to different areas could not be based on this equalization, which is solely conditioned by the value abstraction and not by some real technical requirement, is not even called into question. That is shown particularly crassly when Rubin speaks without further ado about a total mass of homogeneous social labor under socialism. 5. It matters little that it is the same individual who, for instance, lays electrical wiring, plants an apple tree, writes a letter or looks after children. It still does not mean in the slightest that she or he deals with all these qualitatively quite different objectifications as a homogeneous mass of substantial expenditure of energy on one and the same time scale of an abstract flow of time. Nor, does it mean in the least, that a whole society need behave in this way once it has left the commodity form behind it. A society that has organized itself consciously as a total being of freely associated individuals means precisely that it is no longer subjugated to a fetishistic principle of equalization and also need never suffer because of a lack of time, which represents a specific feature of self-expanding value as an end in itself. Just because there is not an infinite amount of time available by no means implies that it would be lacking in itself and necessitate an equalization process of homogeneous units of expended human energy with the aim of facilitating optimal efficiency. In general, this completely crazy notion could only arise under the dictate of abstract labor in the process of socialization by value. That something else is at issue, other than the material or social necessity of resource allocation, is made clear by Rubin when he attempts to describe the modalities of this ominous equalization. We suppose that the organs of the socialist community equalize labor of different types and of different individuals. For example, one day of simple labor is taken as one unit, and a day of qualified labor as 3 units, a day of the labor of experienced worker A is taken as equal to 2 days of the labor of inexperienced worker B, and so on. On the basis of these general principles, the organs of social accounting know that worker A expended in the social process of production 20 units of labor, and worker B, 10 units of labor. 6. In reality, the problem consists not in a planned resource distribution among qualitatively different areas of reproduction and life, but rather in the cost allocation by the distribution of goods and services. It is the problem of attributing an abstract output that this homogenization is to enforce, in spite of the supposed overcoming of specifically capitalist abstract labor. In this way, a moment of abstract labor under the capitalist logic of valorization is dragged forward. Incidentally, it also manifests itself with Proudhon and generally in all the time-chitting utopias. An element of this illogicality is even found in Marx himself when he speaks of the infamous 2 stages of socialism/communism. At first the abstract work ethic, and so too a moment of valorization logic, still holds, from each according to his ability, to each according to his work. Only in the far distant communism, when, incidentally, labor has also characteristically become life's prime want, is it permitted that, from each according to his ability, to each according to his need. There is, however, no necessity for this. If Marx did not consider the development of productivity under the capitalist form determination in the 19th century sufficient to throw the bourgeois work ethic overboard, then this is the fault of his adhering to elements of the Protestant work ethic. Quite apart from the fact that this abstract work ethic is a specifically modern one, that paradoxically has only arisen with the blind development of capitalist productive forces as destructive forces, and therefore not tied to the pre-modern situation of a relatively minimal development of productive forces. Thereby in Marxism the aporia in Marx's concept of labor was dissolved one-sidedly into the positive ontology of labor, and for this very reason the critical concept of abstract labor had to remain underexposed and reduced to a positivistic definition. Rubin marked out a line of argument for the reflective theoretician that has sufficed until today by his doubling up of this concept into, on the one hand, the definition of a purely capitalist category and, on the other hand, into the definition of an abstract universal social equalization that holds for all forms of society. In this manner the aporia was far from being dissolved, it was only raised to a higher level. However, even that was far too much reflection for Stalinism, and Rubin was sent to the camps in 1931, as were so many disagreeable intellectuals, since when he has counted among the disappeared. Rubin's fate indicates that the socialism that emerged in Russia, following the October Revolution, needed to suppress every theoretical reflection that approached Marx's aporia, because this socialism had no use for even the least differentiation. Theoretical determinations, such as Rubin's, that still tried to grapple with the problem of demarcating the abstract labor from an equalization of labors no longer conceived of as making commodities in a post-capitalist society, were bound to appear in the same measure dangerous and subversive to this socialism. Since, it was quite openly shown in practice how the character of the social synthesis rested on abstract labor, value, commodity, and the money form. Thus was the character of the whole epoch identified, which in retrospect may be decoded as a history of recuperative modernization. The historical movements on the capitalist periphery could not burst the integument of the modern fetish form, but aimed at exactly the opposite by implementing socially the real categories of a modern commodity-producing system. In the industrialist countries of Europe, where this system was already established, the same was also true in another way of the Western labor movement that went to court to attain recognition of citizens and subjects with rights in precisely the form that logically presupposed abstract labor. This historical context is the reason why the critical content of Marx's concept of abstract labor was lost, and both the Western labor movement and Eastern state socialism, as well as the later national liberation movements in the South, were caught within the bourgeois ontology of labor. If in Marx himself the concept of abstract labor still had clearly negative connotations, even if the facts of the matter were presented aporetically, in traditional Marxist theory, and not only there, it was completely obscured. Either, by not understanding the concept of abstract labor as a negative real abstraction, but only as a conceptual and definitional abstraction, or, if understood as real abstraction then not as such a priori, but only as a real abstraction a posteriori, that is to say purely referring to the products of labor as commodities on the market. Consequently, abstract labor was understood as the way in which real, supposedly always concrete and useful, labor is only retrospectively perceived in an abstract form in the finished commodities as objects on the market, to some extent as a socially constructed product quality. In the Eastern state socialist ideology this happened positively, in Western Marxism negatively. In both cases nonetheless the determination of abstract labor limited itself in the same degree to a process of abstraction that would 39. Only be undertaken on the market in the act of exchange. And so it has remained in Marxist literature. In other words, Marxism prides itself on its foundation in production only in the positivistic sense of an ontological dignity of labor, while its critique of capitalism has in truth merely a foundation in circulation and precisely for this reason remains superficial. Since understanding the process of real abstraction as undertaken only in retrospect on the product of labor as commodity on the market, means nothing other than limiting the critique of real abstraction and thereby of the commodity producing system, as far as it is done at all, to the sphere of circulation. The problem of capitalist negativity is thus wholly narrowed down to the sphere of circulation and the mode of distribution linked to it and only perceived from this superficial perspective, as Moishe Postone was the first to establish. The focus of Marx's historical critique, according to this interpretation, is the mode of distribution. This statement may seem paradoxical, because Marxism is generally considered to be a theory of production. Let us, therefore, briefly consider the role of production in the traditional interpretation. If the forces of production are identified with the industrial mode of producing, then that mode is implicitly understood as a purely technical process, intrinsically independent of capitalism. Capitalism is treated as a set of extrinsic factors impinging on the process of production, private ownership and exogenous conditions of the valorization of capital within a market economy. Relatedly, social domination in capitalism is understood essentially as class domination, which remains external to the process of production. Point 7. The main point of this simplification is the reduction of abstract labor to the sphere of circulation, since this is the only way that distribution mediated by circulation can become the central object of the critique, whereas production, as Postone shows, is only central insofar as it constitutes the standpoint of critique. Point 8. Resulting from this simplified critique comes an equally simplified perspective of a supposed overcoming of capitalism either by means of the paradigm of just exchange or that of state-planned commodity production, while production as such as commodity forming is explicitly or implicitly regarded in a positivist manner as ontologically given. Inasmuch as traditional Marxism misunderstood its critique as one of production, it referred in consequence not to production in the sense of a social form and activity of real abstraction, but solely to the subjectively and sociologically misunderstood rule over production as a legal property definition. That is to say in the sense of a particular Marxist terminology that merely refers to the juridical superstructure of production, and so production as an activity and in its social substance remains unexamined. Consequently it also refers only to relations of circulation, since only within these do the owners of commodities come into contact with each other as abstractly free atomic individuals with rights and as keepers of their commodities. If the critique of the fetish form appears here at all, it restricts itself to the sphere of circulation. The fetish form of value overarching the whole process of social reproduction is reduced in this way to the commodity form in the sense of the mere materiality of circulation. Paradoxically therefore, abstract labor does not appear as the determining moment of production, it does not even appear in production, but in complete reversal as a mere moment of circulation, as a process of abstraction ex post only occurring on the market in exchange. Consequently, the double character of the labor represented in commodities, one that Marx identified, is split between two different spheres instead of determining the character of reproduction as a whole. In production there is nothing other than concrete or useful labor, while the product that constitutes the commodity presents itself only in circulation as the representative of abstract labor. The theory of Alfred Sohn-Rethel, who was the first to introduce the concept of real abstraction into the Marxist debate, is prototypical in this regard. However, according to him, socially objectified abstraction is real only as an exchange abstraction. It is only on the market that abstract labor appears as the common substance of commodities, making them compatible at all. The abstraction that takes place in exchange arises from the relation of exchange itself. It does not arise from the thing-like nature of commodities, neither their nature as use values nor as products of labor. 11. The vulgar materialist misunderstanding that determines the value abstraction and thereby the logic of abstract labor as a thing-like quasi-natural property of production, is here advanced in order to deny every relation of value abstraction to the concrete labor process at all, even in the sense of a social rather than a natural determination, and to condemn it with the same verdict, whereby production is quietly removed from real abstraction. There is, however, nothing natural about labor itself, and precisely in their form as the products of labor things are already commodities or products of real abstraction, and do not become such only through exchange on the market. Sohn-Rethel has indeed earned the merit of setting down a milestone by developing awareness of the concept of real abstraction as a theoretical problem, but he remains totally and utterly a labor ontologist, and for that reason is caught up in circulation with his concept of real abstraction, even more so because of his splitting of the concept of labor into a bad, purely circulatory abstraction a posteriori on the one hand and a good, supposedly ontologically productive concreteness on the other. He asserts therefore two forms of social synthesis, one effected by means of exchange, and one by means of labor. 12. Mainstream labor movement Marxism did not even reach that far, and so in its simplification at least remained consistent as the problem of real abstraction fell by the wayside, and production and circulation were both affirmed as forms. Critique referred merely to class-based appropriation in the sense of the juridical power of control and to the anarchy of the market. As far as overcoming capitalism was concerned, it appeared on the one hand as the purely external planning of the total commodity-forming reproduction process, and on the other hand through the appointment of political representatives of the proletariat to the nerve center of planning. In this simplified understanding there was no place at all for the concepts either of real abstraction or of fetishism. In a quite naive way the works of academic political economy produced under real existing socialism maintained a grossly positivist and completely unreflective concept of abstract labor that fell far behind the awareness of the problems involved shown by Rubin. To take one example at random, a fat tome put together by an authors collective under the direction of Günter Mittag, The Political Economy of Socialism and Its Application in the German Democratic Republic, states: commodity-producing labor of socialist producers is on the one hand the planned expenditure of labor in its useful, concrete, or use-value-creating form. On the other hand it also acts at the same time as abstract, value-forming labor, in its generalist form, abstracted from concrete particularities, that is to say in the value form, through the overall context of the socialist mode of production. Commodity-producing labor has therefore a double character, being at the same time concrete and abstract labor. The concrete labor used in the factory according to plan for the production of material goods always needs to realize itself as abstract, value-forming labor so that it may function as social labor. The double character of commodity-producing labor under socialism is fundamentally different from that under capitalism. On the one hand, the commodity-producing labor of socialist producers is the planned expenditure of labor in its useful, concrete, or use-value-creating form, while on 43. The other hand it appears at the same time in a general form due to the overall conditions of the socialist mode of production, abstracted from its concrete particularities, as abstract value-creating labor, that is to say, in the value form. Therefore commodity-producing labor has a double character, being at the same time concrete and abstract labor. The concrete labor employed in the factories producing material goods according to plan must always realize itself as abstract value-creating labor, in order to function as social labor. The double character of commodity-producing labor under socialism differs fundamentally from that under capitalism. While value-creating labor under capitalist commodity production mediates exploitation and so is a link in the system of capitalist appropriation, the planned process of social appropriation on the part of socialist producers liberated from exploitation expresses itself in value-creating labor under socialism. Consequently, socialist society puts the labor expended by each production unit engaged in the social division of labor into a relation where socially equal amounts of labor are employed. In this way socialist society reduces that part of total labor to socially necessary labor, or value. Concrete labor is reduced to abstract, socially determined, labor by the realization of the product of concrete labor, the use value. Point 13. This misses the whole point of the problem of the concept of abstract labor and Marx's critique of it, since right from the beginning what we have is an ideological representation linked to an apology for an unreflected historical process. Marx presented as an unequivocally negative analysis of the abstraction process here appears merely as a helpful means of optimally measuring social resource outlay in a purely technocratic sense, therefore as a simple material aid to realizing use value. That usefulness in general first has to be socially realized through a particular process, causes this ideological thinking no perplexity. Basically, it is nothing other than Adam Smith's mechanism of the invisible hand that is exerting itself, only, paradoxically, this invisible hand which is supposed to steer resource allocation as abstract operation of market processes, is postulated as the visible hand of state socialist planning. Expressed here is a completely uncritical, positivist, and technocratic instrumentalization of Marx's concept of abstract labor, a transparent legitimation of pre-existing and objectified praxis that remains unreflected in its historical constitution, which in the theoretically more demanding Western literature of traditional Marxist origin underwent a secondary ontological grounding. George Lukács even managed to formulate an ontology of social being 14 founded on labor in which the concept of labor in the sense of a teleological positing of activity in relation to nature and society is granted the usual trans-historical quality. Now it may be said, and has been since Aristotle, that humanity stepped out of the natural world and animal realm with the relation of teleological positing as, for instance, in the well-known sentence from Marx concerning the difference between the worst architect and the best bee, namely that with the former the whole process has to pass through consciousness. Lukács formulates it ontologically in this way. For this lies in a mental plan achieving material realization, in the positing of a desired goal bringing about a change in material reality, in producing a material change in reality which represents something qualitatively and radically new in relation to nature. Aristotle's example of the building of a house shows this very concretely. The house is just as material an existence as the stone, wood, etc., of which it is constructed. Yet the teleological positing gives rise to an objectivity which is completely different from that of its elements. The house, of course, cannot be derived from the mere being in itself of the stone or wood, not from any kind of further development of their properties, the regularities and powers effective in them. What is necessary for the house is the power of human thought and will. 15. However, it is not at all imperative and not justified by Lukács that the relation of teleological positing as praxis should be identical with the abstraction labor, but just axiomatically presupposed. This is the way in which the specific historical form of praxis in modernity becomes ontologist. For this reason Lukács extends the concept of substance as labor substance, which Marx clearly designated as the substance of capital, to an ontological transhistorical category that just needs to be made more dynamic. Recent insights into being have destroyed the static and unchanging conception of substance, yet this does not mean that it can be dispensed with in ontology, simply that its essentially dynamic character should be recognized. Substance is that which in the perpetual changing of things, while itself changing, is able to maintain itself in its continuity. The being of social being is maintained as substance in the reproduction process. 16. And this substance is defined as labor. Thus labor can be viewed as the original phenomenon, as the model for social being. 17. The specification of the abstraction labor as a real abstraction is obscured through ontologization. It only appears as a rational abstraction in the sense used by Marx. 18. Lukács does not even leave out the, in parts unwittingly comic, idea of Engels about the part played by labor in the transition from ape to man. Labor as original phenomenon comes ontologically straight after the preceding forms of being, the inorganic and organic. 19. Constitutes language, etc., so that the becoming human being enjoys both upright gait and aptitude for labor. 20. The realization of this aptitude for labor is the starting point for the extension of his abilities, among which self-mastery is something that can never be forgotten. 21. That sounds a lot more Protestant than an original phenomenon, and one cannot help being reminded of the tale told by Locke and Kant with bourgeois ingenuousness, whereby the only reason why orangutans stubbornly refuse to speak is that they do not want to work. It was inevitable that Lukács would have to ontologize not only labor, but also value. In the end the one draws the other after it. The value category is extended and loses focus just like the labor category, while the definition of value found in Adam Smith and other Enlightenment theoreticians of the 18th century is blurred with ethical standards of value, as well as with the concept of usefulness. So the social value abstraction appears to be nested in an ontological process of a labor substance that always maintains itself while in transformation and is likewise an original phenomenon. First and foremost, the social category of value presents straight away the basic foundation of social existence, i.e. labor. Labor's connection with the social functions of value similarly reveals the fundamental structuring principles of social being that derive from the natural existence of human beings, and also from their metabolism with nature. 22. It depends on trends historically determining the ultimately unitary character of value as a real factor of social being, irrespective of the very major qualitative changes of structure that it undergoes in the course of social development. 23. Economic value in the narrower sense also receives its ontological consecration as the labor theory of value. All other laws that are situated within social being are thus already of a historical character. Marx demonstrated the genesis of the most general of these, the law of value, in the introductory chapter of his masterwork. This is indeed immanent to labor itself, insofar as it is linked by labor time with labor itself as the development of human abilities, and is already implicitly present when man has only reached the stage of useful labor. When his products have not yet become values, it remains just as implicitly valid after the sale and purchase of commodities have come to an end. 24. Lukács shows particularly clearly here that in its historical transformation the understanding of labor movement Marxism relates exclusively to circulation and distribution. Sale and purchase may not yet be present or may have come to an end, but abstract labor and value remain from eternity to eternity. Under socialism, according to Lukács, the structure of commodity exchange, the effectiveness of the law of value for individual men as consumers, now ceases. It is evident of course that in production itself, socially necessary labor time and hence the law of value as regulator of production must remain unchanged in their validity even with the growth of the productive forces. 25. Ontologizing the law of value simply as the economy of time simply in production forgets, however, that the quality of time as such differs historically and only becomes destructively economist in the modern sense in the functional space of capital. Socialism in this simplified sense, limiting itself to changing the regulatory relations in law and distribution, but not transcending capitalist ontology, is then forced explicitly, even if unwillingly, to confirm an identical social quality. The peculiarity of capitalism is that it produces a social production spontaneously. In the true sense of this term, socialism transforms this spontaneity into conscious regulation. 26. The qualitative difference, which in the strict sense is none at all, limits itself to the supposed transition from spontaneous regulation to conscious regulation, while the what of this spontaneity or regulation, the basic social content, the social production, is ontologically shifted into the continuity of human development as the real substantiality of the process in its continuity. Point 27 Exactly what needs to be rigorously suppressed in order to rupture the false capitalist ontology ends up being declared to be the human condition, which, like the idea of a human condition in general, that is of an anthropological authenticity to be summoned up and established in its rights, is characteristic of all fundamentally affirmative thought. By ontologizing abstract labor into a human condition linked to the constitution of a second nature which is represented as insurmountable, Lukács integrates himself into the Enlightenment tradition of a metaphysics of history and ideology of progress, in which the unfolding of the value abstraction is laid down as a meta-historical necessity at the level of a Hegelian necessity. Socially necessary labor is also a reality, an aspect of the ontology of social being. Point 28. At the same time, Lukács knows very well that this history as dynamized ontology was a history of sacrifice. In the 19th century, millions of independent artisans experienced the effects of this abstraction of socially necessary labor as their own ruin, i.e. they experienced in practice the concrete consequences, without having any suspicion that what they were facing was an achieved abstraction of the social process. This abstraction has the same ontological rigor of facticity as a car that runs you over. Point 29. This insight does not lead the labor ontologist towards a radical critique and break with this false ontology, but just to an insight into necessity. That rigor of facticity conceals within itself the ontological establishment of progress, in which connection it clearly emerges that the essence of the ontological development consists in the economic progress, and that the ontologically necessary and objective contradictions involved in this are its forms of appearance. 30 Now go ahead and sacrifice yourself nicely to the ontological establishment of progress in the economy of labor and value together with its little risks and side effects. Moishe Postone does not discuss the central and late works of Lukács concerning ontology, but what he says about the ultimate inconsistency of his early works that argue rather from the epistemological form of thought, also applies to the ontology of social being. The identification of the proletariat with the historical subject rests ultimately on the same historically undifferentiated notion of labor as does Ricardian Marxism. Labor is posited as the trans-historical source of social wealth and, as the substance of the subject, is presumed to be that which constitutes society. 31. Lukács therefore belongs to that Western Marxism that did indeed scratch the surface of the labor movement Marxist paradigm, but never decisively overcame it. Real existing socialism as historical praxis of recuperative modernization, was still totally stuck within the horizons of a capitalist ontology of modernity, and was supported philosophically rather than being critically decoded. By way of extenuation, we can nonetheless give Lukács credit for writing at a time in which this historical praxis of recuperative modernization had not yet exhausted itself and only appeared to aspire to its high point as the Russian-Soviet model for a second wave of national liberation movements and development regimes in the global south. However, the unbelievable inertia of ideological patterns of interpretation beyond their real historical basis is shown in the construction of legitimatory theories of an ontologization of abstract labor that carries on even after the demise of real existing socialism and recuperative modernization. Just as the toenails of corpses carry on growing for a while, even though the body as a whole is already dead. In a similar manner, the weaving of labor ontology by the obsolete and demoralized traditional Western left is not even taking place any longer in the brain-dead skulls of an already dead history, but only still in the extremities of discontinued models. If these ideological toenails the news of the end of their world has not yet arrived. Historically speaking, this toenail literature of a labor Marxism has already passed away as an epical formation but will continue to haunt us for a long time and often appears with high theoretical claims. It can nevertheless also bring to bear the whole theoretical wealth of earlier labor ontological Marx exegesis against the new, embryonic development of value-critical theory with its critique of labor ontology, only that this once great wealth has now just taken the form of a beautiful funeral. This type of Marxist labor ontology has a great deal of background and is probably a global phenomenon, but there is no longer any social or historical place for it. In Germany, the work of the Marxist Hegel interpreter Dieter Wolff, with whom value-critical theory has to some extent clashed several times in its evolution since the late 1980s, belongs to this school. It is no accident that W. Wolff's 1985 book based on labor ontology, Commodity and Money, was reissued in 2002 with the title The Dialectical Contradiction in Capital. A contribution to Marx's value theory. This new edition should be seen within the context of what is probably the final attempt on the part of a traditional academic Marxism now ripe for retirement in emeritus status to launch a counter-offensive against the new value critique of capitalism. Even the way W. Wolff wants to classify Marx's critique of political economy in terms of the history of theory is already characteristic. Marx does not occupy any standpoint independent of the history of theories from which he could turn his predecessors on their heads. As any glance at the genesis of scientific socialism shows, it is rather from within a socio-historical movement that Marx, in discussion with previous theories and developing socio-economic relations, advances through these theories to social labor as their common but also unconscious foundation. Marx becomes classified in a total movement of the history of theory which remains within the limits of capitalist ontology. It is a typical example of a false concept of immanence as it is mostly implied in the pretensions of so-called immanent critique. The movement out of immanence towards transcendence is bent backwards. Transcendence either disappears or a standpoint that essentially remains immanent is passed off as transcending. Had already shown itself in labor movement Marxism as a whole, in respect of the philosophy of the Enlightenment, is repeated in a narrower sense in respect of economic theory. Marx's theory appears as a mere extension to a building, some kind of hall of fame for the history of modern thought, in the construction of which even his predecessors participated and found a place within. Marx's critique thus appears not from the perspective of a break with all previous theory, a break which his critique effected in a rudimentary way out of the immanent conflict, but from the perspective of continuity, in which it supposedly stands together with the previous theory. From this point of view Marx does not break, rather he develops further. It is then axiomatic that the essential concept of this false continuity is grasped as social labor, as the common yet unconscious foundation not only of the modern continuous history, but also of a trans-historical sociality in general. From the ideological premise of this false continuous history there now unfolds the legitimate argumentation of labor ontology. W. Wolff has higher standards than the ironclad technocratic positivist literature of the dead and forgotten academic activities of real existing socialism, in that he does attempt to differentiate the concept of the abstraction labor or abstract labor historically, similarly to Rubin, but in order to save it as trans-historical. To do this he distinguishes three levels of abstraction. The usual circulatory level of the specific labor abstraction of the commodity form derived from the mere exchange abstraction is first of all differentiated from the merely conceptual abstraction labor as being supposedly rational. To make this clear, let us consider a number of stools that are different from one another. The quality of being a stool can be mentally adhered to as their common general quality. In so doing the real facts are taken into account, that each stool, be it a kitchen stool, a living room stool, a garden stool, etc. is accorded the quality of being a stool in general independently of its concrete form aligned to a specific use. Each definite kind of stool, just like each definite kind of labor can, on the one hand, be looked at from the aspect of its particular content, and on the other hand from the aspect of a universal quality abstracted from this particularity. 35. There is something very odd about equating the labor abstraction with that of the stool. However, precisely because of this the nonsensical aspect is so striking. For with the stools it is obvious what the common quality is that the abstraction refers to and because of which it is actually rational. That is not so with the labor. the completely different qualities of the various fields of human reproduction and life or of the human possibilities of an active alienation can certainly not be merged at the same level in the same way that the stools are rationally merged under a common qualitative generic term. On the contrary, this merging is in itself quite irrational. Neither does W. Wolf save the day when he reduces the question to the transformation of natural materials. It only depends on seeing in concrete useful labor a transformation process of nature which is objectified in a piece of formed matter. 36. High common quality of the various concrete useful kinds of labor, however, is here quite simplistically determined and ignores the metabolic processes of human beings with each other, that is their activities in social relations, that are not represented in a piece of formed matter. If, however, the socially interactive areas of activity are included, then there remains nothing of the abstraction labor, apart from the fact that it is a manner of human alienation. However, this quality is so general that it no longer makes any sense at all to say it. Above all, at this meaningless height of abstraction it cannot be demarcated any more from such manner of human alienation as play, dream, contemplation, sexuality, promenading, pleasure, etc. Exactly for that reason the concept of abstract labor did not come about as a rational generic term, but originally as a negative social abstraction. Since, however, precisely no social universality of the concept of labor can be made through this manner of social abstraction, this belongs as an abstract concept of labor solely to the modern commodity-producing system. The universal quality of the alienation of human energy, calling it labor, is not due to any rational abstraction, but only makes sense if this universality consists in the potential to posit value. Solely by means of this social common feature can the various activities be subsumed in this way under the concept of labor. The nominal abstraction is therefore merely a consequence of the real abstraction and is not in itself rational. The situation is no better with the second level of abstraction of the concept of labor, where W. Wolf endeavors to ontologise abstract labor. This is supposed not just to be a rational generic term along the lines of the stool, but to represent a social concept of praxis. To do this, Wolf reaches back to the ontologising line of argument that Marx himself uses, as Lukács and the whole tradition of Marxist labor ontology endeavors to do. Here it is no longer a matter of a mere generic term to designate the abstract human labor as universal quality of concrete useful labor. 37 but of the practical social relationship of the various different areas of activity and the single individual alienations to one another. In this sense of social regulation and mutual recognition, a second concept of abstract human labor in a social sense is now introduced. Is there, within the social context in which people expend their concrete useful kinds of labor, a process in which these kinds of labor, abstracting from their concrete useful character, are also related to each other as human, i.e. as abstract universal? Such a process does exist. It consists in the already mentioned distribution of social labor in definite proportions which all societies have in common. If the reason why the kinds of concrete useful labor are also related to each other as abstract human can be explained from this distribution, then it is also a case of an ahistorical fact that is attributable to all communities. 38. That, however, is precisely the question that was not posed in pre-modern societies. Wolf confuses here two completely different things. The only self-evident point is that every society implies both a relation to nature and human relationships, that humans effect their reproduction through interaction in order to eat, drink, clothe and house themselves, keep each other company, play, construct a worldview, etc. It in no way follows from this, however, that there is an abstracting process of the expenditure of human energy in the sense of a process of overall regulation. That people know, for instance, that they must sow so that they can reap does not imply any social universal accounting system of energy expenditure or a corresponding abstract universality. So far as such bookkeeperish regulation occurs in agrarian societies, it only ever relates just to the social abstraction of a particular activity, namely that of the socially dependent persons and precisely not to any social universality, and in certain societies either not at all or not in the first instance to reproductive activities, but to transcendent aims. The whole thing could also be formulated like this: all pre-modern societies implicitly start from the position that there is in any case always enough time available so that everyone has time, and this does not have to be put additionally into some shortage relation of various human activities or alienation generally. Any idea like this would simply appear as quite absurd. Here a particular aspect of the different historical qualities of time becomes clear. Marx pointed out several times what absurdity it is that the use of time-saving means in modern capitalism is linked to an eternal lack of time and simultaneously with the conversion of lifetime into labor time. The reason for this is that the merely technical time-saving is posited through a social relation, that is based on the excess of capital, namely the excessive incorporation of human energy expenditure in units of abstract time. So if W. Wolf maintains that the social relation of concrete useful kinds of labor to each other as abstract human 39 is a trans-historical determination, incidentally directly following Rubin and his concept of social equalization, and insofar as this relation is enclosed within the proportional distribution of the total labor available to a community 40, then he commits an anachronism. The system of tribute, forced payments, etc. in the ancient agrarian societies as expressions of social domination in their determinate fetish constitutions was precisely not based of such a kind of absolute, totalitarian accountancy. Elements of this are found solely in periods of forced labor, for example in the building of pyramids, the Great Wall of China, etc. However, this was in each case a limited affair, and one that in no way covered total social reproduction. Just the thought of laying hold of the total labor available to a community already contains unconsciously capitalist excessiveness and the totalitarianism of the value form as it was historically prefigured for the first time by Protestantism. That societies based on recuperative modernization with their logic of state planning always undertook exactly this kind of laying hold and thereby defining the population in general as only an abstract total labor power, was only a repetition of the history of how capitalism constituted its sovereignty, which had completed the same process with other ideological clothing. Although Wolff, contrary to the state socialist ideologues, casually distances himself from transforming value into an ahistorically valid category 41, he has to seek to rescue the value determination as trans-historical in a definite sense, very much in the same vein as the labor ontological passages in Marx or the labor ontology of Lukács by means of the concept of the proportional distribution of different kinds of labor. If the value of the commodity is not an ahistorically valid category and has also not existed in all social formations, it is therefore for this reason not excluded that whatever is at stake here, it is something that all social formations have in common. If this something the issue is, the distribution of the total labor time available to a society among the individual concrete useful kinds of labor. This distribution is always executed in a historically determinate social context, which at the same time decides on the social recognition of the individual labors, i.e. on their historically specific form. 42. Labor for Wolff, therefore, only differs historically in the sense of the different forms of recognition, whereby the modern, capitalist form is just conditioned by the market, that is to say by the exchange of labor products as commodities. The concept of a form of recognition already includes the possibility of non-recognition, which is likewise ontologist. A relation of recognition and non-recognition, that needs extra regulation by means of social mediation is, though, a basic element of relations of domination and therefore the fetish. Wolff ontologizes the basic relations of reproduction and subjection involved in abstract labor, but wants to detach the market as means of mediation from these relations and declare it alone as what is historically specific to the capitalist mode of production. In this way the concrete useful kinds of labor in a non-capitalist community are to be related to one another in the course of the proportional distribution of the total labor also as abstract human, but their universal social character considers precisely not in the abstract human, but rather in the concrete useful labor in a way that is to be explained from the nature of the social context. As in non-capitalist communities, so also in a capitalist community, the concrete useful kinds of labor are related to each other in the proportional distribution of total labor as abstract human. In this question, however, the issue is an exceptional social role which the abstract human labor only plays in a single social state. 43. What is going on here is nothing other than conceptual sophistry. If in a non-capitalist community the socially universal character of different kinds of labor already consists of the concrete useful labor, then there is simply no longer any place for the concept of abstract human labor, and the concept of labor as such, which in any case represents in itself an abstraction, is no longer applicable in the modern sense, or insofar as there is an abstract concept of activity in general. This is precisely not related to the society as a whole, that in all forms of alienation in society the issue is something human or social, requires no extra abstract concepts, because it is in any case self-evident. Therefore, if Wolf operates with a double status of abstract human labor, in which it is to play merely an exceptional role in capitalism as supposedly ontological and transhistorical, while it can specify no meaningful role at all in non-capitalist relations, then this only proves that he is frantically attempting to smuggle the specifically modern labor abstraction into both history and the future. His separation of abstract labor into supposedly ontological facts on the one hand, and specifically capitalist facts on the other, just like similar efforts on the part of Lukács, are nothing other than hair-splitting. Western labor movement Marxists can afford such sophistical juggling of concepts, since they are not committed to defend a real social reproduction process based on abstract labor and the value form, while thinkers living under real existing socialism, operating in a context of planned commodity production and under the pressure of the contradictions grounded in it, had to affirm the category of abstract labor with no ifs and buts quite brutally and openly. The ideologues of real existing socialism with their affirmative ways of thinking were not more stupid, but in a certain sense cleverer than Western Marxists like Wolff, when from the ontologizing of abstract labor they drew the consequence of just such an ontologizing of the value form and mediation by the market. For both of them also belong together in reality. The market is nothing other than the indispensable sphere of realization of the overarching valorization process. If Wolff is only asserting that mediation by the market is the specifically capitalist role of abstract human labor, but on the other hand ontologizing the basic relation of labor abstraction, then it throws a harsh light on his understanding of a post-capitalist, supposedly emancipated, society. Any system based on abstract labor without the market mediation that goes with it could only be a monstrously repressive dictatorship of recognition/non-recognition, allocation and rationing, registration and administration of people in the manner of Stalin or even Pol Pot, in other words exactly what traditional Marxists have again and again conjured up as the consequences of value critique, in order to denounce and guard against it. However, the only thing that is emancipatory is the total overcoming of the system of abstract labor, including mediation by the market, but not just the overcoming of the blind operation of market mediation alone. However, it is precisely the supposedly better theorized, Western, critique of abstract labor and fetishism that completely limits its grasp to the sphere of circulation, and this critique is therefore the one that deserves to incur the allegation of implying a system of the Pol Pot kind and not value critique, that precisely sets itself apart as a radical critique of labor. 59. By examining the underlying reproduction relation as a whole and from its roots. Only if the concept of abstract human labor, that haunts Wolff and not only him, is utterly destroyed is an emancipatory perspective to be one that points beyond the capitalist mode of production as a whole and also beyond the paradigm of recuperative modernization that weighs like a nightmare on the brain of the left in particular. Critique of Moishe Postone's concept of labor. 5. Without a doubt Moishe Postone deserves credit for being the first to have deconstructed bourgeois labor ontology, transhistorical labor concepts and the positivity of abstract labor in traditional Marxism, and to have made a beginning at overcoming them, and in fact doing this to some extent long before the critique of labor developed by the German language approaches to value critique since the end of the 1980s. Postone similarly argued theory has its roots in the 1970s, had its elaboration in the course of the 1980s and has been presented in advanced form since the beginning of the 1990s. In Germany, the critique of value and labor largely emerged independently of any Postone reception, which may be taken as an indication of the fact that further development and transcendence of Marx's theory in the direction of a radical critique of labor to some extent was in the air as a response to the categorially conceptless bourgeois debate on the crisis of the working society, which had already been opened theoretically at the end of the 1950s by Hannah Arendt and had achieved unimagined topicality and urgency in the course of the world crisis of the Third Industrial Revolution. According to Postone, he meaning the category labor in mature works is different from what traditionally has been assumed, it is historically specific rather than transhistorical. In Marx's mature critique, the notion that labor constitutes the social world and is the source of all wealth does not refer to society in general, but to capitalist, or modern, society alone. 1. In this respect, Postone breaks definitively with the labor positivism of all previous schools of Marxism and makes the differentiation that this approach to Marx's mature critical theory has important implications which I shall attempt to unfold in the course of this work. I shall begin to do so by distinguishing between two fundamentally different modes of critical analysis, a critique of capitalism from the standpoint of labor, on the one hand, and a critique of labor in capitalism, on the other. The first, which is based upon a transhistorical understanding of labor, presupposes that a structural tension exists between the aspects of social life that characterize capitalism and the social sphere constituted by labor. Labor, therefore, forms the basis of the critique of capitalism, the standpoint from which that critique is undertaken. According to the second mode of analysis, labor in capitalism is historically specific and constitutes the essential structures of that society. Thus labor is the object of the critique of capitalist society. 2. Work as the standpoint of critique or work as the object of critique, put like this, the contrast is brought to a head, as has already been indicated above. Whereby in point of fact the issue is labor as a category or essential determination and not as a mere accidental, categorical, but nonetheless affirmative critique of labor, as for example in autonomism. From this new, negative essential determination of labor, Postone is then able to roll out the circulatory or distributional shortcomings of the hitherto Marxist critique of capitalism, and so unfold the critiques of the corresponding theories of Lukács, Sohn-Rethel, et al. Estimation of Postone's achievement increases even more given he has been condemned for over a decade to being a completely solitary figure. Publications in which his approach has been further developed have largely gone without comment. Even in diverse collections of articles he has remained an unexpected foreign body who is denied any adequate discussion in the academic community, since that would go way beyond the ingrained patterns of thought. Is even more admirable is the tenacity with which Postone has followed his theoretical path and further developed his approach. It is this isolation from any discourse over such a long period of time that might be responsible for Postone not having thought through his critique of labor, in the sense of the abstraction labor, to its logical conclusion. When he speaks, as in the quote above, of labor in capitalism, this way of expressing it also implies labor outside of capitalism. The problem of abstraction with respect to a concept of activity in general as human alienation and of real abstraction as its unconscious activity is in this way inadequately illuminated, and the critique remains incomplete. Postone's analysis encounters this dilemma every step of the way. He would like to cordon off labor in capitalism from a supposedly unproblematic, self-evidently presupposed category of labor that is no longer a theme for discussion by postulating that only in capitalism are the fundamental categories of social life, categories of labor. This is by no means self-evident, and it cannot be justified merely by pointing to the obvious importance of labor to human social life in general. 3. Postone therefore accepts without further examination the reference to an allegedly obvious importance of labor for social life as such, but does not want to content himself with this, in that he emphasizes that only in capitalism does labor have its specific role as principle of social synthesis. He does not even pose the question whether or not an abstract universal concept of labor makes any sense at all outside of this modern constitution of society, or even if it has ever existed. Postone even has a double concept of the labor abstraction, inasmuch as this supposedly unproblematic concept remains much as ever as a trans-historical category. Accordingly, Postone maintains that the form of labor and the very fabric of social relations differ in various social formations, for capitalism therefore differentiates itself from other formations not in being the only one to have produced the form of labor, but solely through the form of labor. It is therefore only a difference in form in respect of a trans-historical and thereby ontological issue once again, just as in the aporetic argumentation from Marx. Specifically, capitalist, according to Postone, would therefore be the socially synthesizing function of labor understood only as the expenditure of direct labor time 5 in the production process. This social quality, which is historically unique, distinguishes labor in capitalism from labor in other societies. 6. Naturally, this creates a certain confusion in respect of the trans-historical or specifically historical validity of the concept of abstract labor. Postone has an uneasy sense of this when he formulates from time to time the apparently unproblematic ontological transhistorical concept of labor that now haunts him in ways that nonetheless involuntarily express its problematic nature. Various sorts of what we would consider labor exist in all societies. 7. This formulation already implies that we normally also consider labor as something existing in other societies that really does not correspond to this abstraction. This becomes clearer when Postone speaks of laboring activities 8 in non-capitalist societies. This curious expression clarifies the implicit scruple Postone has in respect of the trans-historical category of labor that has been in a certain sense carried over secondarily, without, however, being made explicit. In this connection, Postone returns again to the relation of abstraction to real abstraction in respect of the concept of labor, namely on the basis of Marx's formulation of the double character of labor as concrete and abstract. This initial determination of the double character of labor in capitalism should not be understood out of context as implying simply that all the various forms of concrete labor are forms of labor in general. Such a statement is analytically useless inasmuch as it could be made of laboring activities in all societies, even those in which commodity production is only of marginal significance. After all forms of labor have in common that they are labor. But such an indeterminate interpretation does not and cannot contribute to an understanding of capitalism, precisely because abstract labor and value, according to Marx, are specific to that social formation. What makes labor general in capitalism is not simply the truism that it is the common denominator of all various specific sorts of labor, rather, it is the social function of labor which makes it general. As a socially mediating activity, labor is abstracted from the specificity of its product, hence, from the specificity of its own concrete form. In Marx's analysis, the category of abstract labor expresses this real social process of abstraction. It is not simply based on a conceptual process of abstraction. 9. Although Postone stresses here the specific way in which labor in capitalism is general, which alone makes sense of such a concept of the general, he nevertheless admits that in itself the purely conceptual abstraction labor in the sense of an apparently straightforward general term is rational, but he then conceives of this abstraction as being analytically useless and a truism, in order to set it against the incompatible capitalist labor abstraction as the social synthesis. What Postone overlooks is that the mere general term labor is analytically useless precisely because it quite simply represents something other than a truism. As such a truism, it can only manifest itself within capitalist relations, because the merely conceptually understood abstraction is nothing other than a mental reflex of the real abstraction belonging to modernity alone, and as such not even existing historically in this manner. Postone's final lack of clarity regarding the abstract concept of labor continues with reference to those statements of Marx concerning A supposedly trans-historical economy of time involving a moment of value determination going beyond capitalism, upon which Rubin, Lukács, Wolff, etc. have emphatically based themselves. Postone takes up this argument as well, assessing it, however, noticeably differently and less affirmatively. Marx's statement that considerations of labor time would remain important in a post-capitalist society does not, therefore, mean that the form of wealth itself would be temporal rather than material. Although an economy of time would remain important, this time presumably would be descriptive. Marx's notion of a possible post-capitalist economy of time, therefore, and his analysis of capitalism in terms of a temporal form of wealth are not identical and should be distinguished. Point 10. However, it is true that Marx himself quite simply did not make this distinction, but rather explicitly characterized the continued effect of an economy of time as the continued effect of a moment of the value form having beyond that an ontological transhistorical character. In other words, Marx does not see the difference sketched out above between historical time concepts and time form. What counts for him is just the abstract flow time of Newton, Kant, and modern business management. The difference that Postone quite rightly opens up actually forbids us to speak of the economy of time remaining important. Postone wisely speaks of an rather than the economy of time, but a qualitatively different way of telling the time would simply no longer be abstractly economic, as if saving time were a value in itself regardless of the content. Postone's insight clashes with his clinging to the letter of the concept in respect to both the abstract concept of time and the abstract concept of labor. This dilemma is repeated once again in the discussion of the so-called necessity in the sense of necessary labor. As is well known, Marx introduced this determination in two ways, on the one hand as the socially average necessary labor relative to the expenditure of human energy in capitalism on the basis of a given standard of productivity, and on the other hand as the trans-historical necessity of labor as such, as the realm of necessity, a residual element of which has to remain even after capitalism, beyond which the realm of freedom could arise. Postone does not criticize the latter determination, although he really ought to given his own argument, but instead doubles the concept of the necessity of labor in a similar way to that of the economy of time by postulating that NE must also, in considering the relation between labor and social necessity, distinguish between trans-historical social necessity and historically determinate social necessity. An example of the former sort of necessity, for Marx, is that some form of concrete labor, however determined, is necessary to mediate the material interactions of humans and nature and, hence, to maintain human social life. Some such activity, according to Marx, is a necessary condition of human existence in all forms of society. As a result of its dual character, then, commodity-determined labor, in Marx's analysis, is bound to two different forms of necessity, one trans-historical, and one specific to capitalism. And the back of the concept of necessity in respect of use value yet another explicitly ontological concept of labor smuggles itself into the otherwise completely incompatible line of argument. It might be that the blame lies with Postone's attempt to present the critique of labor and value as a new way of reading an intrinsically closed, so to say contradiction-free and whole Marx, which can only lead to inconsistencies. What is much more reasonable is to open up the contradiction in Marx between the ontology of labor on the one side, and the critique of labor and value on the other, corresponding to his historical situation. The relapse into the ontology of labor becomes quite clear as soon as Postone speaks about the perspectives of a post-capitalist society. For him this implies the possibility of a different process of production, one based upon a newer, emancipatory structure of social labor. Point 12 The issue of non-alienated labor is that it is free of relations of direct and of abstract social domination. Point 13 This is the way Postone lapses, in this respect, into the jargon of the old labor movement, even if with a paradoxical twist. The emancipation of labor requires the emancipation from labor. Point 14. Significantly, the adjective that is supposed to solve the paradox stands in brackets and contributes nothing to the explanation. Leave it out and the paradox stands there in its pure form, uniting only externally the two opposed paradigms. The emancipation of labor cannot have the same meaning as the emancipation from labor. The very thing that human beings have to emancipate themselves from is already stuck in the abstraction labor as such, as an essential concept of negative social organization. It is not a matter of a real paradox conceptually reproduced, but of a conceptual contradiction of Postone himself. This contradiction in Postone's line of argument continues in respect of the totality of capitalist sociability as well. On the one hand he emphasizes that it is abstract labor that creates this totality and therefore both of them are to be abolished together. However, at the same time he extends certain moments of this totality beyond capitalism, in the bad Hegelian sense of an affirmative sublation, and indeed this is particularly clear in respect of the political sphere, which he obviously does not understand as historically specific, but as ontological. Instead of formulating the critique of labor consistently also as a critique of democracy, Postone would like to carry out a renewed democratic critique of capitalism 15 and preaches a post-capitalist democracy, 16 a contradiction in terms which toes the line of the affirmative concept of democracy within traditional Marxism which precisely at this point corresponds to that circulatory and distributive limitation on the concept of capital. These criticisms should not and cannot, however, detract from Postone's merit as the first to have made the breakthrough to overcoming the modern ontology of labor that is also present in traditional Marxism as self-evidently valid. This groundbreaking achievement cannot be honored highly enough. Despite the baggage of moments of ontologization, Postone's decisive difference from labor movement Marxism consists in denying labor under capitalism, including that engaged in the material production process, any trans-historical character whatsoever. He states quite clearly that labor which constitutes value should not be identified with labor as it may exist trans-historically. Rather, it is a historically specific form that would be abolished, not realized, with the overcoming of capitalism. 17. The ontological and trans-historical concept of labor that nonetheless remains over in Postone is only an empty embarrassment, the ghost of an actually already overcome understanding, and, by the way, one that is also inconsistent since if there really were labor in a trans-historical sense, it would also have to exist in capitalism which after all does not exist outside of history. Either there exists an ontology of labor, or there does not, but what cannot be is that it exists before and after capitalism, but not in capitalism. That would be too much of the historically specific. If the labor in capitalism represents a purely historical, negative relation, there cannot be any other trans-historical labor. Rather this abstraction belongs as a socially universal relation solely to commodity-producing modernity and its historical formation. Even the mere conceptual abstraction labor is as a concept of social universality bound to this relation. The concept as a concept is a product of the foregoing real abstraction and is not to be understood apart from this as trans-historical. Abstract labor and value as social a priori. 6. W hat appears in the value-critical discussion around the value abstraction and is also an issue for Postone, is the problem of the real a priori in the constitution of society. Or put more accurately, is abstract labor a concept of production or merely of circulation, the starting point or merely a transit point? This problem, already sketched out above in the curtailment of the concept of abstract labor to circulation in traditional Marxism, is to be taken up in more detail again here to cast some light on its implications. It is rather odd that classical labor movement Marxism never conceived of this problem, although essentially attributable to its function as an ideology of modernization. Abstract labor then becomes on the one hand a positivistic, unreflective definition, on the other hand it is taken implicitly as a concept of circulation, which becomes explicit, as has been shown, in the more reflective Western theoreticians such as Sohnrethel in the concept of abstract labor as exchange abstraction beyond the sphere of production. Likewise, self-evidently, with Dieter Wolff. Only in abstraction are the individual labors related to each other as abstract human labor so that it becomes labor in an historically specific form. 1. Naturally, this corresponds completely to the division of the capitalist reproduction process into an ontological and trans-historical sphere of concrete labor and the material production process on the one hand, and a specifically capitalist sphere of exchange or markets, the anarchy of regulation through markets, on the other, in which the ontologous sphere of production is to be liberated from the specifically capitalist sphere of circulation. In this paradoxical way, labor does not at all become labor in historically specific form in laboring itself, and therefore also not as the actual expenditure of labor power in the real production process, but exclusively outside of labor in its social beyond as the exchange process or market activities, where it is no longer a matter of active labor, but only of its fetishistic reflex in the products as commodities. Postone has broken out of this pattern by explicitly taking abstract labor out of its mere circulatory determination, thereby deontologizing capitalist reproduction as a whole. As it is not difficult to see, such an approach was able to emerge not only within the context of a regeneration of the history of Marxist theory, but also had as a field of reference the social and ecological debates of the 1980s. At that time, the destruction of the natural basis of life through the economic externalization of costs was foreground in the debates criticizing society, and slogans such as "work differently, live differently" were in favor. These debates remained quite unreflective in respect of the social form determination by abstract labor and the logic of value, Postone being the first to make a claim for a further development of Marxist theory transformed by the critique of labor and value. This problem is today even more topical and urgent than ever before. If traditional Marxism had derived the social dimension of the real capitalist production process, the characteristic social subjugation of the functional sphere of business management, from the legal property relations understood as merely external, subjective, and a question of the will in a way that was always simplified, and not from the essence of the concrete abstract logic of production itself as valorization process, corresponding to the rendering of the supposedly merely concrete sphere of production into something positive and ontological, then it accordingly had to either completely deny the ecologically destructive character of the capitalist production process, or to simplify this problem in the same way as a legal property question as traditionally understood. In this way, the idea that actually suggests itself of harnessing the Marxist concept of abstract labor in the sense of a socio-economic critique of the capitalist production process itself in its material logic of production remained closed. Marxism, with its traditional fixation on circulation, distribution, and therefore on the externally understood political and juridical dimension, was bound to bypass thinking about socio-ecological problems that had opened up in society. While the socio-ecological movement itself remained conceptless and concretistic, and so quite incapable of any critique of the substance of capital, a state of affairs that only became fixed rather than overcome because the Marxists completely missed the point. The crucial point is whether the labor abstraction, or real abstraction, can be thought through logically as the logic of production, or whether it remains simplified as circulatory. The question of the priority of abstract labor is therefore equally significant. Does abstract labor constitute the a priori of capitalist reproduction as a totality whose validity is therefore already located in the concrete production process itself, or is it merely a matter of a secondary exchange abstraction? Traditional Marxism implicitly accepted the latter for the most part, since it could only conceive externally of the capitalist form of the production process, and the logic of abstraction as totalitarian force of destruction had not yet ripened in history, and where the formulation was explicit, as with Sohnrethel, a definitional determination was without discursive reference. Abstract labor as social a priori, or just an exchange abstraction and so a secondary product of circulation. This alternative, however, is identical with that of whether the value of commodities is produced in the production process, or only emerges in the sphere of circulation. For abstract labor as the substance of capital is indeed nothing other than the value constituting substance, that is to say, it is what constitutes value. At first glance the whole problem looks irritating. Naturally, value is produced by labor, is it not? Is this not the grave credo of labor movement Marxism, its standpoint of labor, its glorification of the value-creating proletariat? Is ironical is that traditional Marxism in its own standpoint is to some extent standing on its head, for although it affirms the value-creating class as productive, it reduces value abstraction at the same time to the sphere of circulation. On the one hand, production is to be determined only by concrete labor and thus through the manufacture of use values, while supposedly the process of abstraction takes place only secondarily in the sphere of circulation. On the other, the production of value by labor is spoken of completely positively. On the one hand then, the pride of the producers. 73. In their sense of how contemptible exchange value is compared to a would-be exalted creation of use value that is only externally reshaped by the capitalist value logic. On the other hand, there is the same pride of the producers in terms of value creation itself, whereby it is of all things the capitalist abstract universality that appears as the dignity of labor. It is characteristic that this, its own, hair-raising contradiction no longer caught the attention of Marxism. By moving in such a contradiction, this thinking, it could be said, reflects the negative totality or unity of abstract and concrete labor, but quite unconsciously and without any critical concept of this totality. In the meantime, the problem has ripened so far, both objectively in the historical unfolding of the destructive forces of capitalism as well as discursively in the rise of the value-critical approach, that it now has to be explicitly formulated by the traditional Marxist apologetics. For example, the Berlin political scientist Michael Heinrich, who represents some kind of value theoretical mishmash of half traditional Marxism and half postmodern positions, has titled the relevant section of his recently published An Introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl M. Marx's Capital II, dealing with the spectral objectivity of the commodity form with the question, a production or circulation theory of value, point 3, and he self-evidently decides for the circulation theory. Accordingly, it is exchange that consummates the abstraction that underlies abstract labor for value objectivity. Then value also first exists in exchange. Point 5. Heinrich is thus completely in line with traditional Marxism, since for him abstract labor is not a relation of production, but only a secondary relation of circulation or relation of social validation. Which implies that the actual real productive activities in capitalism are determined as only concrete, and that the relations of production are capitalist solely because of the purely externally superimposed juridical property question. In the face of a sophisticated complex of problems, Heinrich does not even hit the bar, instead he leaps far below it. However, in demarcating himself from the value-critical approach, he does do something beneficial in presenting the supposedly authentic and whole Marx in opposition to the value-critical historization of a double Marx. But it is exactly on this point that Heinrich refutes the authentic Marx. For a line of argument such as that from Heinrich, value or value objectivity is identical to exchange value, meaning to the relationship of commodities one to another in the relation of relative value form and equivalent form, whereby in the latter the exchange value of the former represents the former in its natural form, right up to the constitution of money as the universal equivalent form. If, however, value objectivity or the form of value are identical with exchange value, value does in fact become constituted only in circulation as the value form in terms of the relationship of commodities to each other. Then value is nothing other than this relationship, and an individual commodity cannot exist as such. The products at the end of the production process, for example in the factory warehouse, would not yet even be commodities in terms of the value form, but just simply useful goods that could actually take on the value form and therefore also the commodity form only by sale on the market. Heinrich states this quite explicitly. 11 Forms of appearance and their hidden background. The forms of appearance are reproduced directly and spontaneously, as current and usual modes of thought. The essential relation must first be discovered by science. Point 8. Heinrich is quite obviously content to collapse essence and appearance, value and value objectivity and exchange value into one, along with that which is reproduced spontaneously and with the current and usual modes of thought. He sticks to the form's of appearance and misses their hidden background, and consequently outs himself in this point to some extent as a Marxist vulgar economist. Marx in contrast reflects clearly in respect of abstract labor and value their difference from the form of appearance of exchange value. By initially proceeding from the latter, he shows precisely the impossibility of explaining the form of appearance for itself. Hence exchange value appears to be something accidental and purely relative, and consequently an intrinsic value, i.e. an exchange value that is inseparably connected with the commodity, inherent in it, seems a contradiction in terms. Point 9. However, setting the different commodities on the market equal to one another implicitly points to their common substance, that means to their mutual and therefore each for itself common element that must already be there before the commodities are set in relationship to each other. What does this equation signify? It signifies that a common element of identical magnitude exists in two different things. Both are therefore equal to a third thing, which in itself is neither the one nor the other. Each of them, so far as it is exchange value, must therefore be reducible to this third thing. Point 10. This is why the commodities are as value objectivities already a congealed mass of human labor power expended without regard to the form of its expenditure. All these things now tell us is that human labor power has been expended to produce them, human labor is accumulated in them. As crystals of this social substance, which is common to them all, they are values, commodity values. Point 1. This they are already as values, and not only as exchange values, already as the objects and results of production, not only of circulation. For this reason value and exchange value are not directly identical, value is the essential determination, exchange value its form of appearance. The common factor in the exchange relation, or in the exchange value of the commodity, is therefore its value. The progress of the investigation will lead us back to exchange value as the necessary mode of expression, or form of appearance, of value. For the present, however, we must consider the nature of value independently of its form of appearance. Point 12. Considering the nature of value for the present independently of its form of appearance as exchange value, is, however, precisely what is just as impossible for Michael Heinrich as for the whole of traditional Marxism and all bourgeois vulgar economics. They consider value only as exchange value, only as the appearing in the relationship of different commodities to each other. Marx, on the contrary, states expressly that considering things in this way is superficial and downright false. At the beginning of this chapter, we said in the customary manner that a commodity is both a use value and an exchange value. This was, strictly speaking, wrong. A commodity is a use value or object of utility, and a value. It appears as the twofold thing it really is as soon as its value possesses its own particular form of manifestation, which is distinct from its natural form. This form of manifestation is exchange value, and the commodity never has this form when looked at in isolation, but only when it is in a value relation or an exchange relation with a second commodity of a different kind. Once we know this, our manner of speaking does no harm, it serves, rather, as an abbreviation. Point 13. In itself the commodity, even an individual one, is therefore both a use objectivity and a value objectivity, however, the latter appears only in the exchange relation. Yet, so that something can appear or present itself, it must already be there in itself. This is why Marx states once again as reinforcement: the internal opposition between use value and value, hidden within the commodity, is therefore represented on the surface by an external opposition, i.e. by a relation between two commodities. 14. Every single commodity already contains the internal opposition of use value and value, but this can be represented only in the exchange relationship through an external opposition in the relation of the relative and equivalent forms of value. With Heinrich, on the contrary, there is no internal opposition, but only an external one. He mistakes the representation of the thing for the thing itself, the essence for the form of appearance. So he does not know, or does not want to know, what Marx presupposes as known, so that this manner of speaking about exchange value does no harm, so Heinrich's manner of speaking does indeed do harm, namely the corruption of Marx's conceptual analysis. Value is the social objectivity of the commodity, even the single individual commodity, the commodity before and independently of the secondary relation of exchange where, under capitalist conditions, the appearance of exchange value in the form of the universal equivalent money is identical with the realization of surplus value, i.e. the return of capital into its quantitatively expanded money shape. However, value and surplus value are already essential determinations of the commodity as a value objectivity before this realization, and nothing changes here if this realization fails to take place. The value character of the commodity then expresses itself in its senseless disposal instead of consumption, something that is only even possible because its social essence consists a priori in value objectivity and not in any objectivity of need. The individual commodity is a value objectivity, not in an individually attributable quantitative sense which, as shall be shown later, is only determined in the social average, but in the qualitative sense as an individual social thing, a value thing. That is not a juridical, political, or any other external determination of domination, but an internal essential determination of the commodity itself regardless of whether or not it succeeds in being exchanged. It is precisely for this reason that value objectivity is the spectral, the hidden, the not directly visible thing in the body of the commodity, as Marx clearly states at the beginning of his value form analysis. The objectivity of commodities as values differs from Dame quickly in the sense that a man knows not where to have it. Not an atom of matter enters into the objectivity of commodities as values. In this it is the direct opposite of the coarsely sensuous objectivity of commodities as physical objects. We may twist and turn a single commodity as we wish, it remains impossible to grasp it as a thing possessing value. However, let us remember that commodities possess an objective character as values only insofar as they are all expressions of an identical social substance, human labor, that their objective character as values is therefore purely social. From this it follows self-evidently that it can only appear in the social relation between commodity and commodity. Point 15. Qualitatively, the individual commodity is essentially a value thing, but as such sensuously intangible. By simplifying the problem of value objectivity in a vulgar economic way to the apparent tangibility of the social relation between commodity and commodity, Heinrich skirts the ghost-like character of value objectivity and flees to the apparent plausibility of the sphere of circulation. He does indeed suspect a hiatus emerges in his line of argument, namely in relation to production, and seeks rather lamely in this respect to withdraw himself from the whole affair after quickly pointing out that according to Marx the value character of things has already to be taken into consideration during production. Heinrich interprets this in the following way. The fact that value is taken into consideration, the future value of a commodity estimated by the producers, is something different than if this value were something pre-existing. Point 16. Like this, though, value, or value objectivity, is located as totally external to production as a merely subjective concern about something future that is to take place solely in the sphere of circulation. The authentic Marx again says the exact opposite. He divides his analysis of the production process into two subchapters, namely into the production process as labor process 17 and as valorization process. Point 18. In the introduction to the latter it states, it must be borne in mind that we are now dealing with the production of commodities, and that up to this point we have considered only one aspect of the process. Just as the commodity itself is a unity formed of use value and value, so the process of production must be a unity, composed of the labor process and the process of creating value. Concrete time is characterized 99. Less by its direction than the fact that it is a dependent variable. Point 15. The current idea of pre-modern time as merely cyclical, seemingly limited to the agrarian mode of reproduction and its fetish forms, offers something to a critique of commodity-producing modernity only in a reactionary sense for the most part. On the contrary, Postone's broader concept of concrete time as a task-oriented notation of time 16 dependent upon events and not separate from what are finite processes in time. Over against this stands the other, negative time quality of modernity, namely the disembedded economic functional space. Abstract time, on the other hand, by which I mean uniform, continuous, homogeneous, empty time, is independent of events. The conception of abstract time, which became increasingly dominant in Western Europe between the 14th and 17th centuries, was expressed most emphatically in Newton's formulation of absolute, true, and mathematical time flows equably without relation to anything external. Abstract time is an independent variable. It constitutes an independent framework within which motion, events, and action occur. Such time is divisible into equal, constant, non-qualitative units. 17. The independent framework of this time of which Postone speaks here, can also be understood as an independent space, precisely as the disembedded economic functional space. The abstract, astronomical flow of time of the valorization process constitutes this ghost-like space, just as this flow of time is conversely constituted as ghost-like time by this space. Postone indicates that his form of temporal alienation involves a transformation of the nature of time itself. Not only is socially necessary labor time constituted as an objective temporal norm, which exerts an external compulsion on the producers, but time itself has been constituted as absolute and abstract. The amount of time that determines a single commodity's magnitude of value is a dependent variable. The time itself, however, has become independent of activity, whether individual, social, or natural. It has become an independent variable, measured in constant, continuous, commensurable, and interchangeable conventional units, which serves as an absolute measure of motion and of labor qua expenditure. Events and action in general, labor and production in particular, now take place within and are determined by time, a time that has become abstract, absolute, and homogeneous. 18. However, time initially only became abstract, independent, and absolute in a determinate social space, precisely that disembedded economic functional space in which it no longer depends on the time for something, but on time plain and simple in the sense of labor or the expenditure of human energy plain and simple. The disembedded space and the time within it that has become absolute together constitute a specific social space-time, a space-time continuum beyond all human needs and the whole social life world. In the historical process where capital enforces itself, space-time rubs off onto the derived spheres and finally even on the world of everyday life itself. It is the usurpatory space-time grasp of the alien god, of the automatic subject. That totalitarian demand for valorization as it emerged from the hunger for money of the early modern firearms economy and military revolution, and further developed itself into a social machine. However, the origin and center is and remains the specific space-time of the economic valorization process, of abstract labor, allowing it to extend itself over the whole life process at the cost of total social self-destruction. It is increasingly clear that the process of the current global crisis of the Third Industrial Revolution is approaching the state of disintegration. Once the character of the abstract social space-time of the economy has been elaborated, it becomes clear how crude the idea is that this whole relation could be reducible to the juridical power of disposal in the hands of mere volitional subjects of exploitation. It is not the case that private property in the means of production constitutes the system of abstract labor and its space-time constitution, but precisely the reverse. It is the mode of production of abstract labor, the self-sufficient purpose of the automatic subject through which the juridical form of private property in the means of production is constituted. Merely posing the property question is therefore anything but radical. Instead it puts the cart before the horse. It touches neither the space-time character of the social reproduction process, nor the subject form of its bearers. If, for instance, subjects of abstract labor, that is subjects of the economic space-time, democratically vote on questions of reproduction, they can in this way only reproduce, express and bring into play the contradictions of their social way of life, but not emancipate themselves from the functional laws of this abstract space-time, that is from the fundamental fetish relations. Emancipatory intervention must delve deeper and burst open and destroy the space-time of abstract labor itself, while the elimination of private property in the means of production would merely be a logical consequence of this revolution, but not the revolution itself. The opposite conception, held by traditional Marxism, can only ever lead to the reproduction of the juridical form of private property, something that is in no way bound to individuals or families. In some sort of institutional form, private property in the means of production is not a subjective or even arbitrary power of disposal in the sense of mere enrichment, but nothing other than the juridical form of the system of abstract labor and its specific abstract space-time. More exactly, it is the necessary juridical form of the functional subjects of this space-time, but not the social ground of the whole performance. A threefold real, practical process of abstraction takes place paradoxically in the abstract space-time of the economy. Firstly, although it is they themselves that labor, the functional subjects must first abstract from themselves, extinguishing themselves in a certain way as human beings, to obey the imperatives of abstract labor. This does not follow from the material character in itself, for instance from production for others rather than for one's own needs, but from the fundamentally alien fact of the capitalist's self-sufficient purpose, the valorization of value. The point is not to produce useful objects, either for oneself or for others, but it is essentially to produce value and surplus value, that is to burn up a maximum of one's own abstract human energy within the functional space of economic space-time, to turn oneself as a human being into a social combustion engine. It is for this reason that the subjects of abstract labor as functionaries of the automatic subject have neither any influence on the concrete content of production whose meaningfulness or meaninglessness is outside of their authority, nor are they able to plan the course of the production process or its ambience according to their wishes and needs. The abstract space-time of the economy does not allow its activities to be made nice. It is not a matter of our own lifetime and our own living environment in which we set up our lives, but of an alien space-time, not alien in the sense of the alien private property of another volitional subject, but alien in the sense of the functional logic of abstract labor as such. The abstract flow of time should be interrupted as little as possible, precisely because the whole purpose is the maximum human expenditure of energy per unit of time, not consumer articles, and not the needs of the producers. For instance, rules on work break times are not at the discretion of the producers themselves and tend to be minimized. Producers can just as little use the means of production, tools, etc. for their own purposes on the side, as they remain reserved by strict rules for the purpose of valorization. Here, too, the reference to juridical private property falls way short, since the absence of a power of disposal on the part of the producers does not follow an external relation of personal wills, but the inner logic of economic space-time itself. Where this logic is violated, for instance by the incompleteness and slackness of the economic regime in the state socialist bureaucracies, this is always punished by loss of function. As long as the logic of abstract labor and 103. Its specific space-time itself is not consciously abolished, it can only lead to functional defects and setbacks if the producers assert themselves in the production process as having human needs. Secondly, the functional subjects of abstract labor must also abstract themselves from each other in practice, even though at the same time they have to cooperate with each other in the concrete production process. However, this cooperation, as Marx described it many times, is not their own, and nor is it merely under the external command of the private owner/capitalist as volitional subject, rather it is structured by the abstract space-time of the valorization process itself. The producers cannot do as individuals, they can also not do when cooperating, and that is to determine the content and course of the production process. Throughout their cooperation they remain isolated from each other as units of the expenditure of abstract human energy, since although their cooperation follows the demands of the concrete material transformation of natural products, this is merely the expression of something else, namely the valorization process. And the capitalist production process is essentially the valorization process, to which concrete labor remains subordinated. Therefore, the cooperative aspect at the level of concrete labor is inessential. What is essential is the non-cooperative aspect of the quasi-autistic expenditure of abstract human energy at the level of abstract labor. In this sense, the producers are posited even in the production process itself as monadic competitors and not only in circulation on the labor market as competing sellers of the commodity labor power. Abstract economic space-time reduces the cooperative moment strictly to the instrumental character of the technical processes, while all social cooperation is presented as systematically dysfunctional and dangerous. The basic logic of abstract labor tends towards the elimination of every moment of non-functional cooperation. Time and again even the corners for coffee and chatting are presented as distracting and are torn out. This also fractures the oft-praised teamwork and social competence that themselves can only lead to their functionalist reduction to the absurd. It is economic space-time itself, where the producers remain separated by glass walls from each other, that paralyses every kind of horizontal communication and as if by itself repeatedly reproduces vertical structures of command. The same is true of the architectonic structure of the functional buildings of abstract labor, their spatial divisions and the connections between them. The abstraction of working individuals and their cooperation then becomes quite plain. The de-aestheticized functionalism of buildings, industrial estates, and business parks hurts the eye as well as spatial feelings and follows just as little from any objective requirements of concrete labor as do all the other moments of economic space-time, but results solely from the character of the production process as a valorization process. That the producers must disregard themselves as human beings, that economic functional space is not their own living space and that economic functional time is not their own living time, is also reflected in the ambience of their activity that is as little subject to their self-determination as the sense, purpose, and course of production itself. Thirdly, in the end producers under the spell of economic space-time must in a certain way also disregard the concrete material objects of their activity, even though it is just these things that have been shaped in a technical sense by concrete labor. However, in the operation of production itself the producer's concrete activity counts only as abstract, indifferent combustion of their energy. Accordingly, the material to be worked on as well as its concrete modification remains for them essentially indifferent and alien so that they can no longer identify with it in economic space-time as pre-modern handicraft workers could identify with their object. Identification with the activity follows only secondarily, for the most part as merely socially competitive points of view detached from their object. For example, one's position in the militaristic management hierarchy, the command over others, or sales success, abstract pride in performance counted in units of time/quantity, the purely functionalistic, materially detached know-how qualification and its recognition, the aura of a logo, etc. Only in remote branches not dominated through and through by economic space-time, such as art, are there still to be found elements of identification with the material and its qualitative modification, despite mediation by money and therefore at least circulatory real abstraction, but even here the indifference of abstract labor rubs off in the process of commercialization. The productive real abstraction of the objects of apparently mere concrete labor is in no way only conditioned by the largely subjective indifference of individual producers towards the matter they act upon, activity that represents for those engaged in the production process itself. 105. Essentially an abstract combustion process of their energy. The production process itself, in its inner logic as real abstract labor, is much more what posits this indifference a priori. It is therefore social objectivity that enforces the character of the abstract combustion of human energy on subjects indifferent to content as bearers of the processes, and not the other way round. This social objectivity of the indifference to material content follows from the essential character of the production process as valorization process. It occurs in a curious inversion of the relation of value abstraction and so-called use value. Put more precisely, the famous use value exposes itself, as already indicated, as a mere form determination of value objectivity itself and its realization as exchange value. The inversion where use value presents itself directly as a function of the constitution of value and exchange value is initially determined by the specific character of the commodity labor power. It is the commodity character of labor power that makes possible the generalization of commodity production into the social form of reproduction by capitalism. If this commodity, being both constitutive as well as specific, however, the determinations of the commodity form stand to some extent upside down. If all other commodities the so-called use value consists at least at first glance in its material usefulness. Not so with the commodity labor power. Its use value for the capitalist production process is precisely not its ability to manufacture certain material or immaterial articles of need. Quite the opposite. In order to extract value out of the consumption of a commodity, our friend the money owner must be lucky enough to find within the sphere of circulation, on the market, a commodity whose use value possesses the peculiar property of being a source of value, whose actual consumption is therefore itself an objectification of labor, hence a creation of value. The possessor of money does find such a special commodity on the market, the capacity for labor, in other words labor power. 19. It is therefore decisive is the specific use value which this commodity possesses of being a source not only of value, but of more value than it has itself. 20. Production and its result do not depend on the apparent use value of the products, but on this specific social use value of the commodity labor power, consisting solely in the positing of value and surplus value. However, the use value of the commodity labor power actually constitutes the concept of use value in the formal interrelationship of universal capitalist commodity production. Marx himself thereby repudiated his ontological and anthropological determination of a trans-historical use value production which should also eternalize the abstraction labor. Just as the use value of the commodity labor power consists in socially producing value over and above its own reproduction costs, so the social use value of the products consists in representing the surplus value as a self-moving end in itself and then realizing it through sale. The one is not to be separated from the other. The social use value in this sense dissociates itself from the material or immaterial concrete usefulness. That this usefulness in the concrete, tangible sense of an object of need also represents for capitalist production a necessary evil and a kind of residual condition, does not grant it, however, any trans-historical and ontological character as such, not even in this dissociation from the social use value. To a greater extent the abstract, destructive, negative qualitative determination of the social use value as the end in itself of valorization affects the dissociated object of need and its production initially. This concerns the what of production, its objective content. As is well known, both owners of capital and management, as well as wage laborers must be indifferent, for reasons of competition and the constraints of profitability, towards what they produce, regardless of whether it is apples or parts for an atom bomb. The main thing about the negative social use value of abstract wealth, of surplus value as an end in itself, is that it be produced and realized. There is absolutely no social entity that could consciously determine, according to some criteria of the reasonableness of needs, the objective content of production. Pointing to the supposed consumer power is nothing but ideology. In truth, the a priori of abstract labor and value also determine the structure of social needs, subordinating them to the constraints of their specific abstract use value logic of surplus value production. Subject to the dictates of this production and realization of abstract wealth, production facilities even for elementary needs are closed down every day as unprofitable and insolvent, while pushing ahead with the production of destructive products for destructive needs. But not only in this sense does the abstraction from the needs-based content assert itself massively in the production process. Even the apparently non-destructive contents of production are destructively mangled by abstract labor. Whether it is tomatoes being grown without regard for taste to meet the packaging norms for continental distribution, apples being irradiated for longer shelf life or groceries more generally being denatured for valorization purposes and the loss of a whole historically accumulated wealth of diversity in useful plants and farm animals in favor of a stripped-down range aimed at economic rationalization, whether in housing construction where the dictates of cost reduction lead to using building materials dangerous to health and where a dysfunctional layout of the rooms and an aesthetic outrage arises, the material content is aligned to the determinations of valorization, and not the other way round, and indeed to an historically growing extent with advancing capitalist development. The automatic subject of valorization virtually breeds human material for abstract labor also in the sense of shaping their needs. The logics of production and consumption intertwine under the dictates of the social a priori of abstract labor. While on the one hand elementary needs are brutally neglected, the same real abstraction awakens destructive, purely compensatory, aggressive, or simply stupid and childish needs even deep into everyday life. The system of abstract labor virtually inverts the relation of needs and production. It is no longer the needs that generate production as its purpose, but the end in itself of a disembedded production increasingly generates negative needs as its mere means. Even in the wealthiest capitalist countries ever more people have to go hungry while at the same time the barely imaginable need should be aroused for watching a film on a postage stamp-sized display while jogging. The social a priori of abstract labor as the logic of production itself therefore implies the neglect of elementary needs, the production of purely destructive goods and the qualitative reduction of all goods, in the end the shaping of needs generally to the imperative of the valorization process up to and including the reduction or even destruction of their ability to bring us pleasure. Shaping production to the logic of abstract labor concerns not merely the what, the determination of the content of goods whose material character is subjugated to and adapted to a ghost-like value objectivity, but also the how of the labor process itself, the approach to the activities modifying natural materials or their human counterparts. The abstract economic space-time demands, through the optimization of valorization logic, an adaptation of concrete labor to the abstract space and time of the endless flow of the production line. Time is money. This means that everything in the concrete labor process as a flow process of economic space-time must be negated and eliminated that in any way bars this flow of optimal combustion of human energy and causes frictional losses. The flow process runs at its smoothest, however, with objects of dead, physical matter. The economic space-time implies thereby a specific reductionism, very similar to the one corresponding to modern natural science. We can speak of a physical reductionism of modern natural science that strives for a monistic explanation of the world from the elementary particles of the mechanistic Newtonian universe. That necessarily means a twofold reduction. In the first step the social, cultural, and historical human must be reduced to its biological functional mechanisms, a commonplace of bourgeois ideology since the 18th century. This biological reductionism spans the range from the pseudo-naturalness of the capitalist relations of production and distribution in economics since Adam Smith through the biologization of the social and up to the supposed genetic programming and determination of human nature. In a second step the biological world must then be reduced to chemical and physical functional mechanisms, reducing living matter to dead. The hubris of searching for a total world formula from which all being could be monistically derived is still today based on this reductionist way of thinking and therefore in a mechanistic worldview. 109. Although quantum mechanics seems actually to stand in contradiction to it, the physical reductionism of modern natural science in theory is, however, represented in economic space-time as abstract universal praxis, as the actual treatment of the world of objects in the sense of a reductionism of this kind. This approach makes possible in the first place an abstract universal access logic, independent of its object, of the labor process as a valorization process. The negation of the inner logic and inner time of qualitatively different universes of discourse and areas of life is only traversed along the route of physical reduction. Human beings are treated like animals and plants, but then animals and plants are treated like stone and metal. In economic praxis, this takes place as a comprehensive reduction of social matters and living matter in general to dead physical objectivity. The ghost-like value objectivity of the commodity appears in its process of production as the physical reduction of its materiality. The production process as valorization process is essentially the process of killing off its objects. The most outward consequences of this reductive logic have become visible for a long time, for instance in the monistic agro-industries, in the brutal continental transport of animals for slaughter, but also in the practices of social care businesses, for instance when elderly and ill people are treated according to the pattern of car wash facilities, or the tender loving care for the dying is subordinated to the time management of economic rationalization. In the practices of such like agro-industrial factories, hospitals, and care gulags, as they have become known worldwide in rapid succession, in the meantime only leading to scandals everyone is weary of, but which show themselves to be no more than the tip of the iceberg of the logic of physical reduction as it dominates the whole economic space-time through and through, right into the pores of the social reproduction process. Also belonging to this reductionism is the secondary destruction of the planetary biosphere by the physical refuse of production, and the quite similar secondary destruction of the social relationships by to some extent mental refuse of production. Indifference towards the directly qualitative content of labor implies a similar such indifference to the environment of the valorization process, both in respect of the biological as well as the social. The disembedded space-time of the economy only knows and tolerates its own intrinsic logic. It has no feelings for anything outside of its own field that is subordinate to another quality of space and time. This is the reason for the failure of all the climate treaties and other attempts made by a helpless ecologism to some extent to price in the external least costs of the economy again according to its own logic and without breaking with this logic as such. Just as helpless remains the appeal to compassion, social responsibility, civil society, etc. that calls for non-reductionist behavior in social relationships without fundamentally questioning economic space-time as the core of reductionism. As in a war of annihilation where utterly brutalist people are no longer able to reintegrate into civil life, individuals conditioned to a reductionist pattern of behavior inside economic space-time are just as little able to behave socio-ecologically outside of it. This is quite apart from the fact that this outside or beyond of economic space-time is increasingly being chewed up and absorbed. Not that economic space-time could really totalize itself and incorporate the dissociated moments, in fact these are neglected. It is just absurd when the official authorities of global crisis capitalism on the one hand invoke a socio-ecological ethics, while on the other hand in the same breath they push for the extension of economic space-time and its reductionist logic to all areas of life. Reason as respect for the intrinsic logic of the biosphere and social relationships is situated in a non-committal way like a Sunday sermon in the personal responsibility of atomized individuals and to some extent in their free time activities, while at the same time the negative social reason of abstract economic space-time determines the real social reproduction process in all its breadth and depth, even accelerating thereby the associated reductionist intervention. The foreseeable result consists in the transformation of the mundane world of the biosphere and human social culture into a physical desert. Science fiction in popular literature has long anticipated this result in the topos of the robot world, where a self-replicating mechanical intelligence of dead machines rules over a chemically and physically reduced world. This love of physical reduction, both theoretical and practical, might also explain why the capitalist anti-culture is so fascinated by the planet Mars that it forms the favorite goal of space exploration by means of rockets and robot vehicles. Mars is precisely the physical desert into which the Earth still has to be made by abstract labor and its space-time. Poking around in this desert for at least bacterial life symbolizes unwittingly the desperate self-destructive logic of a humanity ruled by the social a priori of abstract labor. 111. The concrete historical time of capitalism. 8. It is evident is the real destruction of the world by abstract labor as a process of production. If traditional Marxism as the immanent ideology of modernization wants to limit the concepts of abstract labor and real abstraction to the sphere of circulation, This does not only show its contamination by the Protestant ethic, capitalist productivism and a false historical ontology of labor, but overall its limitation to the inner space of the modern commodity-producing system and its abstract space-time. However, it also completely misses the concept of capitalist historicity. For capitalism is indeed on the one hand the return of the eternal, the ahistorical abstract time of the disembedded economic continuum. On the other hand, however, it is a blind concrete historical process, an irreversible history of its own constitution, enforcement, and crises represented in qualitatively different stages of development. Moishe Postone consequently distinguishes two different, in a certain sense contrary kinds of time determination in the capitalist reproduction process. According to Postone, this means that the dialectic of capitalist development is, on one level, a dialectic of the two sorts of time constituted in capitalist society and, therefore, cannot be understood adequately in terms of the supersession by abstract time of all forms of concrete time. 1. The replacement of the earlier concrete time of the everyday as an always conditioned, limited time of something or for something, as a task-oriented idea of time, by the abstract, disembedded space-time of economics is one kind. This metamorphosis, however, generates at the same time a new type of concrete historical time at another, second level, a blind, historical dynamic of development and crisis. Alongside the abstract, homogeneous, ahistorical space-time of economics, and emerging from it, capitalism as value socialization also posits therefore a completely determined concrete historical time. Postone derives the relation of both these time forms in a quite straightforward way from the relation of the two dimensions of materiality and value objectivity of the commodity. The interaction between the two dimensions of the commodity form can also be analyzed in temporal terms, with reference to an opposition between abstract time and a form of concrete time peculiar to capitalism. 2. It could also be put like this: the abstract, ahistorical time of value socialization is the temporal logic of the valorization process, the concrete historical time of value socialization, on the contrary, is the temporal logic of the materiality mobilized by this valorization process, both in the sense of modified natural materials as well as in that of the connected social development. The problem that appears here is once again the use-value dimension of abstract labor, now regarded from the standpoint of the time form. The determination of the use value of the commodity labor power as the production of surplus value posits a social determination of use value as merely materialization of value/surplus value and its realization, while the material concreteness, and with it the material quality, is dissociated and remains secondary, a mere appendage to valorization. Nevertheless, capitalism cannot free itself from this concrete materiality. The social use value of surplus value production and its realization must incarnate itself at ever higher levels of productivity, as is forced upon it by universal competition, ever renewed and in ever new, further developed concrete forms of the transformation of nature and sociality. Precisely within this tension between indifference of content and abstractness of labor and value on the one hand, and the material content development driven by the valorization process itself on the other, is the dialectic of the two time forms grounded. The abstract space-time of the economy knows no development. 1 hour here is always 1 hr of homogeneous, autonomous time, without quality or content. This time corresponds to the value dimension of reproduction, abstract time, and with it the value objectivity of matter, that is the social fetish use value of production and the realization of surplus value. The indifferent, material content transported by this does undergo change, on the other hand, and is continually redetermined, and not just simply in ever-changing randomness, but with advances in the application of science and productivity in a concrete historical process. In this relation, in terms of a content to which valorization as an end in itself is indifferent, but which nonetheless asserts itself in practice, an hour is not always the same hour, but is increasingly filled anew, becoming the time of something else, development time. Postone indicated the logical level of opposition and intertwining of these two time forms. The abstract temporal constant, then, is both constant and non-constant. In abstract temporal terms, the social labor hour remains constant as a measure of the total value produced. In concrete terms, it changes as productivity does. Yet because the measure of value remains the abstract temporal unit, its concrete redetermination is not expressed in this unit as such. That the abstract time frame remains constant despite being redetermined substantively is an apparent paradox. This paradox cannot be resolved within the framework of abstract Newtonian time. Rather, it implies another sort of time as a superordinate frame of reference. This movement resulting from the substantive redetermination of abstract time cannot be expressed in abstract temporal terms, it requires another frame of reference. That frame can be conceived as a mode of concrete time. Hence, this movement of time is a function of the use-value dimension of labor as it interacts with the value frame, and can be understood as a sort of concrete time. Point 3. The meaning of the use-value dimension here is the dissociated, concrete materiality that, incidentally, does not have to be useful in any strong sense, but above all contains the development of the forces of production as forces of destruction. On the one hand, that is, we are dealing with an abstract, homogeneous, temporal frame that is unchanging and serves as the measure of motion. For on the other hand, the concrete historical time of a dynamic, irreversible process of social development is being driven by just this economic space-time at the concrete material level of the development of the forces of production and destruction. It involves ongoing changes in the nature of work, production, technology, and the accumulation of related forms of knowledge. More generally, the historical movement of the social totality entails ongoing, massive transformations in the mode of social life of the majority of the population in social patterns of work and living, in the structure and distribution of classes, the nature of the state and politics, the form of the family, the nature of learning and education, the modes of transportation and communication, and so on. Historical time in capitalism, then, can be considered as a form of concrete time that is socially constituted and expresses an ongoing qualitative transformation of work and production, of social life more generally, and of forms of consciousness, values, and needs. Unlike the flow of abstract time, this movement of time is not equable, but changes and can even accelerate. Point 5. Abstract, homogeneous, autonomous time as the measure of what claims to be the infinite combustion of human energy corresponds to and collides with the concrete historical time of development made blindly dynamic and autonomous, in which not only is the face of the world changed historically, but also where the real categories of value socialization qualitatively mutate. Not only is it the development from the stagecoach by way of the railway to the automobilization of society, but also from the traditional family structure of production by way of the concentration of labor armies up to abstract individualization. At the same time it is the development of the connected relations of gender dissociation, it is the process of moving from the formal subsumption of structures of production already existing to the real subsumption of the processes of life and production under capital standing on its own foundations. Again it is the history of modern science intertwined with the dynamic of capitalism, the relations of industrial accumulation and a growing demand for an overall social framework, etc. Regarding the two time forms as concerns the social consciousness of subjects, individuals, and institutions, the abstract economic space-time could be identified as the subjectively determining time form and the concrete historical time of capitalist development as the time form that manifests itself objectively. This is because the intrinsic social activity of subjects only takes place in the abstract, homogeneous time frame of the disembedded economy and under the pressure of its imperatives, or in relation to this pre-given time frame. This time is autonomous, but it posits the direct conditions of the subject's activity. Concrete historical time, on the contrary, is a blind result, the objectified dynamic of a history of the automatic subject and only indirectly made by human beings themselves, that is absolutely not under their collective control. It is a paradoxical time relation, subjective, conscious time is empty and abstract, the combustion time of human energy indifferent to every content. On the other hand, the concrete historical time the development the real material content is unconscious, objective time and therefore historical destiny. What follows from this is that social emancipation can only consist in the collective control over concrete historical time to win the conscious destruction and abolition of the disembedded economic space-time, and thereby overcoming the logic of valorization. Only the inclusion of reproduction in the life world, the dissolution of abstract time and therefore gender dissociation, can also end dissociation and increasing indifference towards the material content the production process. This would be the end the division between life and production, content and form, production and circulation, economics and politics. The capitalist process of world destruction may only be stopped, that is, if social integration is brought about in which members of society for the first time in history consciously organize the use of their common resources and in this way for the first time determine their own concrete historical time. Social development thus ceases to be a blind process of destiny. Traditional Marxism cannot even think this task, let alone fight for a way to solve it. If the concrete historical time of capitalism did not appear to past theoreticians of labor movement Marxism according to its concept, it did at least indirectly appear in the more or less positivist discussions about stages of development in capitalism, and in this way today's remaining representatives of this thinking have completely 117. Banished from their reflection the problem of concrete historical time and therefore the historicity of capitalism. The reason for this is that the intrinsic history of capitalism, the history of its development and crises is today hitting at its limits. Therefore, concrete historical time as the result of abstract economic space-time is also no longer categorially immanent in the sense of a critical interpretation of the next push for development. Concrete historical time can now only be thought in the sense of a categorical critique of the disembedded space-time of abstract labor itself. The remnants of traditional Marxism, being totally and utterly incapable of this categorical critique, withdraw in respect of the concept of capital into an idea of the eternal recurrence of the same, turning into some kind of Buddhist Marxism. This characterization is not even polemically over-exaggerated. Just to take one significant example, in what is for good measure a particularly demanding treatise that nevertheless cannot hide the ass's ears of obsolete old Marxist thinking, it states that it shows how difficult it is to come across something substantially new, even original, in capitalist reality above and beyond what Marx had already thought long ago. This is not to pay homage to Marx, the issue is nothing other than the ascertaining that, at its core capital represents the eternal return of the same. 6. Explicitly or implicitly this hostile thinking towards an historical development in the value relation is found today almost without exception in the stranded survivors of a bygone era of categorical immanent critique of capitalism. In other words, this thinking now limits itself completely to the time frame of abstract and homogeneous economic flow time. In this time frame there occur changing events, but no development and no history. This corresponds to the structural reduction of the concept of capital to the level of individual capital and its supposedly eternal capacity to reproduce itself. The total social dimension of value socialization disappears together with concrete historical time from the field of vision. In this way traditional Marxism in its own final stages fuses with the bourgeois historical and economic approach. Since traditional Marxism cannot think of any new developmental stage of capitalism that the left can occupy, because it no longer exists, it ceases to think about concrete historical time at all. Traditional Marxism proves in this way only its own categorical immanence in the value socialization that it has specified as the ontologization of abstract labor. Thus it, together with its object, comes unavoidably up against an historical limit. This already indicates the problem of the categorical crisis. The concrete historical time of capitalism, set free as a blind process from the results of abstract economic space-time onto the concrete material and social level, does not just constitute a developmental, but also a crisis history. The irreversibility of this process flows into a stage of development that already no longer exists, but by which an absolute historical limit manifests itself. Categorical critique and categorical crisis are mutually conditioning. Grounding this connection at the level of concrete historical time requires an analysis of abstract labor in respect of its quantitative relations. The historical desubstantialization of value, or devaluation of value, presents itself as a quantitative problem of abstract labor, forming the core of Marx's crisis theory. This quantitative relation of abstract labor in the sense of an inner limit to disembedded economic space-time is to be discussed in Part 2 of this study. Part 2. The failure of labor ontological. Marxist theory of crisis and the ideological harriers against the further development of the radical critique of capitalism. Breakdown theory as loaded term and counterfeit concept in the history of Marxist theory. 9. There is just one thing that might raise the hackles of traditional Marxism more than the critique of labor, and that is breakdown theory. There is a direct connection between the two. A radical critique of the labor abstraction and a radical theory of crisis condition each other. If abstract labor forms the substance of capital, excluding thereby every ontology of labor, because the labor abstraction as a social universal is only valid in this way for the one historically specific social formation, then crisis and an absolute historical limit to capital can only consist of a contradictory inner mechanism of the process of capitalist valorization within which removes labor from itself, making it superfluous. In this way capital desubstantializes itself, value is devalued, positing thereby an absolute inner limit not only logically, but also as a necessary historical empirical appearance. However, before the problem of desubstantialization as such can be developed, firstly the ideological barriers must be broken down that commonplace Marxism in all its variants has erected against the theory of such an objective and inner limit to the self-expansion of capital. Hat is the bone of contention that leads again and again to hefty defensive reactions against this thinking, even though today this defensiveness amounts at the same time to a rejection of reality. A rumor going about says that the old orthodox Marxism either of social democratic or of Leninist stamp has itself fallen victim to an objectivist breakdown theory and one that has been refuted both theoretically and also historically empirically. So it is no longer necessary to seriously concern oneself with it, and anyone professing such a thing today must expect to be accused of untenable speculation, being esoteric and downright dubious. Typical of this are the omissions made by Michael Heinrich in his introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl M. Marx's Capital. 121. There he maintains without evidence or even indications. In the history of the workers' movement, the notion that economic crises would ultimately lead to the collapse of capitalism, that capitalism was marching toward its final crisis, was widespread. Capital was interpreted as providing a Marxian theory of collapse. 1. This claim is simply false and there is no evidence for it from the history of the old labor movement. The positivistically misunderstood concept of the natural laws of the capitalist mode of production and the movement or development of the categories does indeed always form a general background to traditional Marxist notions, but the idea of an objective economic breakdown plays no role, in any case not a theoretical one in the sense of a systematic justification. The objectivity of the crisis only appeared at all at the historical empirical level, but not at the categorial, at the most, that is, in the sense of a background experience, connected to Marx's critique of political economy only in the form of vague, rather associative metaphors. A significant role was played by the experience of the Long Depression from 1873 to 1879 that petered out into a long period of stagnation until about 1895. However, nowhere did the connected labor movement Marxist debate and imagery solidify into a decided breakdown theory that capital was interpreted as providing. This is also confirmed by the investigation of Rudolf Walther, despite its limitations, of the relevant ideas in social democracy at that time. The often relatively clear distancing of the theoreticians from breakdown theories does not lead to the obvious conclusion that these theories played absolutely no role at all. For the theoreticians there definitely did exist the temptation to freeze the fluctuating development of capitalism between 1890 and 1914 once and for all into a breakdown theory, and this is why breakdown theory forms a permanent problem that the theoreticians of the labor movement consciously or unconsciously attempted to handle. That only very few of them fell for a breakdown theory and that their conceptions can be explained without reference to them is the main result of this study. Point 2. Walther's way of expressing himself is indeed somewhat inexact, since here he equates the concept of a breakdown theory as synonymous with vague notions and even unconscious and unresolved problems, etc. But the conclusion is unambiguous: a fully worked-out breakdown theory did not exist in the classical Marxist labor movement before the turn of the 20th century. It remained in the virtual status of an unclear temptation as it resulted from the contradictions in the history of Marx's theoretical reception, but it did not come to the realization that Heinrich maintains. The term breakdown theory as such never had any positive status, but from the beginning a negative one. It was introduced in fact with polemical intent by Edward Bernstein, the promoter of so-called revisionism, to discredit the opposed positions of the orthodox. In his series of articles that appeared in 1896 to 1898 in Die Neue Zeit under the heading Problems of Socialism, there is also an essay The Struggle of Social Democracy and the Social Revolution with the subheading Breakdown Theory and Decolonial Policy. Point 3. But there is nothing that could even distantly be referred to as a theory that would be an interpretation of Marx's works, but just a single resolution from the International Socialist Workers' and Trade Union Congress in London 1896. There it states: economic development is currently so far advanced that a crisis can soon set in. Congress therefore calls on workers of all countries to learn the command of production in order to be able to take over the command of production as class-conscious workers to the common good of all. Point 4. It was from these two sentences that Bernstein derived the claim. This means that the conviction had established itself in social democracy that this course of development was an unavoidable law of nature, the great, comprehensive, economic crisis of the inevitable road to the socialist society. Point 5. Bernstein, however, disavows the concept of breakdown theory itself when he wants to demarcate it from the generally accepted concept of crisis and exaggerate it. It could now be replied that, when speaking of the breakdown of the existing society, more is meant than a generalist crisis of society, even deeper than before, that is a total breakdown of the capitalist system from its own contradictions. But this idea is utterly misty and totally ignores the great differences in the nature and course of development of different industries and their very different capabilities of taking on the stature of public servants. Any nearly simultaneous total breakdown of the current system of production, given the advancing development of society, is becoming less not more likely. 6. By criticizing this position as utterly misty, Bernstein unwillingly denies its character as justified, and in its justification, refutable, theory. In fact, since then those having recourse to the supposed breakdown theory of traditional Marxism have only ever uttered catchphrases, to which from time to time the term breakdown belongs as well, but in no other way than in academic theory and in the press, that is, always. And only with reference to temporary commercial crises as cyclical sales crises or individual banking crashes, etc., but not with reference to an objective and absolute inner limit to the mode of production as such. The term theory was only stuck on by Bernstein, because he needed a straw man. Karl Koski, the representative of the then orthodoxy, rubbed his nose in it. A particular breakdown theory was never constructed by Marx and Engels. The word comes from Bernstein. 7. Its attribution to the Marxism of social democracy was likewise rejected. Bernstein will look in vain in the official statements of German social democracy for a claim that in some way expresses what he means by breakdown theory. In the passage from the Erfurt program that deals with crises there is no word about breakdown. However, there are probably hardly any speeches or newspaper articles by German party comrades to be found in which it would be maintained that a commercial crisis will initiate the social revolution, or the proletariat could only seize political power during a commercial crisis. 8. The matter is clear, there had been absolutely no breakdown theory interpreted from the works of Marx and Engels in the whole of Marxism before 1900, neither in speeches nor in newspaper articles was such a theory maintained. It was certainly not formulated and justified as such by anyone at all. The result is intriguing. The phantom of breakdown theory, concocted by Bernstein for the purposes of denunciation, has been mobilized for more than a century of Marxist theoretical history by the most diverse positions for the same purposes of denunciation against whoever is the current enemy, from revisionists just as much as from orthodox, from Leninists, ultra-lefts, spontaneists, etc. right up the postmodern left. The corner that Michael Heinrich has installed on this ghost train is relatively modest and only one of many. The left, however, feels spooked by it, even though the ghost has worn so thin already that it is just a joke. It is obvious that there can be no labor movement Marxist breakdown theory. For such a theory would have to be substantial, and according to Marx the substance of capital is as a matter of fact labor. For traditional Marxism, founded on an ontology of labor, labor does not represent the substance of capital, but the basis of emancipation. The inconsistency resulting from this can only be ostensibly overcome with much hair-splitting by differentiating Marx's term abstract labor from labor in general, even though this term only contains the nominal reappearance of the modern real abstraction of labor. Nonetheless, the terrain is enough of a conceptual swamp for traditional Marxism to want to walk around it, preferring to avoid the problem. This position renders a substantial crisis theory a logical impossibility, and a breakdown theory far-fetched. The concept of crisis is thereby as limited as the concept of critique. Both can only refer in the last instance to the level of circulation. The critique remains stuck at the level of distribution within the form of abstract wealth. The crisis appears merely as a result of the anarchy of the market. And yet, going as far beyond this as may be, these timid efforts draw attention for not stepping over the limits of labor ontology. 10. Reductive breakdown theories as Marxist minority position in the era of the World Wars, Part 1, Rosa Luxemburg. Elaborated breakdown theories only emerged on the horizon of labor movement Marxism very late, that is within the context of the era of the World Wars and Great Depression in the 20th century, and even then only from an extremely small minority against the mainstream of Marxist thought. In fact, the sole issue was the approach to crisis theory of Rosa Luxemburg and Henrik Grossman, which was thoroughly dismissed by the overwhelming majority of their Marxist contemporaries. Neither come close to a substantial crisis theory and therefore offer their detractors ample targets for their critique. With Rosa Luxemburg, it is clear from the beginning that her reflections on the inner limits of the capitalist mode of production only refer to the capitalist mode of circulation. What she puts forward is a crisis theory not of production, but of the realization of surplus value, which indeed has to happen in circulation. Luxemburg takes up an argument that Heinrich Kuhnau briefly and vaguely sketched out in 1898 in the context of the Bernstein debate, without, however, constructing a breakdown theory. The production of surplus value was even expressly described in her book The Accumulation of Capital as unproblematic. With the development of the process, which expresses itself through a falling tendency of the rate of profit, the mass of surplus value thus produced is swelled to immense dimensions. The limits of capital, as she continues, lie at another level. Now comes the second act of the process. The entire mass of commodities, the total product, which contains a portion which is to reproduce the constant and variable capital as well as a portion representing surplus value, must be sold. If this is not done, or only partly accomplished, or only at prices which are below the prices of production, the laborer has been none the less exploited, but his exploitation does not realize as much for the capitalist. It may yield no surplus value at all for him, or only realize a portion of the produced surplus value, or it may even mean a partial or complete loss of his capital. The conditions of direct exploitation and those of the realization of surplus value are not identical. They are separated logically as well as by time and space. The first are only limited by the productive power of society, the last by the proportional relations of the various lines of production and by the consuming power of society. This last named power is not determined either by the absolute productive power or by the absolute consuming power, but by the consuming power based on antagonistic conditions of distribution, which reduces the consumption of the great mass of the population to a variable minimum within more or less narrow limits. Point 2. Just like the rest of traditional Marxism, then, Rosa Luxemburg sees the evil not in the form of abstract wealth itself, in the commodity form or value socialization, but only in the antagonistic distribution within this form that is not explicitly questioned. In the light of crisis theory, this emerges as the problem of the realization of the apparently inexhaustible surplus value that comes from production into circulation, because the capitalist relations of distribution systematically limit the purchasing power of the masses. Capital's self-contradiction, according to Luxemburg, was to lead in the end to a tendency to break down, and therefore for her was to be found not within the production of value and surplus value, but in the disproportion between the unlimited production of surplus value on the one hand, and limited possibilities for realization in circulation on the other. This argument becomes more sophisticated by linking it to the connected disproportionality in the relation between the two major departments of capitalist reproduction, that is Department I, and Department II. Here, Luxemburg picks up the analysis by Marx in Capital III, where the application of science to industry and permanent raising of productivity dislocates the relation between capital equipment and labor power, the so-called organic composition of capital. To the benefit of the former, it is clear that a quicker growth of constant as compared with variable capital, i.e. the progressive metamorphosis of the organic composition of capital, must take the material form of faster expansion of production in Department I as against production in Department II. 3. However, ultimately both departments depend upon the social capacity for consumption and purchasing power, according to Luxemburg, because the means of production have in the end to be deployed in the production of means of subsistence whose sale, though, is limited by this limited social purchasing power. This means that the realization of the total mass of surplus value fails not only because of weak purchasing power as such, but also due to the linked disproportionality between the two departments of capitalist reproduction. Therefore, she criticized Marx's reproduction schemas in Capital II in which the reproduction of the relation between the two departments comes into equilibrium and adds up, by opposing it to the development of Marx's own analysis in Capital II where, this eternal contradiction seeks to balance itself by an expansion of the outlying fields of production. But to the extent that the productive power develops, it finds itself at variance with the narrow basis on which the conditions of consumption rest. For it must, therefore, reach the point where the production of surplus value, swelled to immense dimensions, can no longer be realized, because circulation in relation to production has become the IOFA too narrow needle. Luxemburg asks why it is that this point has not yet been reached until now. The reason, she maintains, is that capitalism can for the time being compensate for the limits of its inner capacities to realize surplus value with external expansion, by, to a certain extent tapping into and overrunning the non-capitalist layers within the capitalist countries and the regions of the world not organized by capital. In other words, capitalism needs money coming in from external, non-capitalist simple commodity production. Rosa Luxemburg, that is, begins with a global social empirical analysis in which global reproduction has not yet been made thoroughly capitalist. However, in the same way that capital uses its superior productivity to siphon off the money incomes of non-capitalist simple commodity production in order to realize surplus value, it also at the same time destroys this external production and therewith its own condition of existence, as Luxemburg describes in her anti-critique against her Marxian critics. Accumulation is impossible in an exclusively capitalist environment. Therefore, we find that capital has been driven since its very inception to expand into non-capitalist strata and nations, ruin artisans and peasantry, proletarianize the intermediate strata, the politics of colonialism, the politics of opening up and the export of capital. The development of capitalism has been possible only through constant expansion into new domains of production and new countries. But the global drive to expand leads to a collision between capital and pre-capitalist forms of society, resulting in violence, war, revolution, in brief, catastrophes from start to finish, the vital element of capitalism. Capital accumulation progresses and expands at the expense of non-capitalist strata and countries, squeezing them out at an ever faster rate. The general tendency and final result of this process is the exclusive world rule of capitalist production. Once this is reached, Marx's model becomes valid. Accumulation, i.e. further expansion of capital, becomes impossible. Capitalism comes to a dead end. It cannot function anymore as the historical vehicle for the unfolding of the productive forces. It reaches its objective economic limit. Marx's model of accumulation, when properly understood, is precisely in its insolubility the exact prognosis of the economically unavoidable downfall of capitalism as a result of the imperialist process of expansion, whose specific task it is to realize Marx's assumption, the general and undivided rule of capital. 5. An explicit and fully formed breakdown theory had up to then been so unfamiliar that a downright wave of indignation and criticism broke against Rosa Luxemburg's arguments. Against her catastrophe theory, as it was also called, positions were taken up in the course of time by social democratic, Leninist and council communist theoreticians. In his work on the main currents of Marxism, Leszek Kolakowski finds that, it is noteworthy that although Rosa Luxemburg's intention was to establish once and for all the economic inevitability of the collapse of capitalism, none of the Marxist theoreticians who believed in the historical necessity of socialism endorsed her argument, and the most important of them opposed it. 6. From the Social Democratic Party newspapers there were even administrative efforts to make her toe the line, as she complained in her anti-critique. Against those who had published a positive view of the book, a high-handed action was taken by the central organ. A quite unique and somehow funny event. Such a fate had happened to no other party publication as far as I know. 7. Traditional Marxists, both academic and political, as well as the postmodern left, would just love to take this line even today against any kind of breakdown theory. The critique of Rosa Luxemburg's breakdown theory naturally highlighted exactly that point, which was both her weakness and the common reference of the whole of labor movement Marxism, including Luxemburg herself, and that point was the shared idea of a constantly growing working class producing surplus value. Precisely that which Luxemburg criticized in Marx's reproduction tables, that is the thesis that the means of consumption additionally produced by additional means of production would be purchased by the additional workers employed in industries making means of production, so that in respect of realization problems, capitalism, through its own dynamic, could pull itself out of the swamp by the scruff of its neck, was presented as a proven reality and used as a weapon against her line of argument. She was putting forward as an impossibility, according to the Austro-Marxist Gustav Eckstein in one of the first negative reviews of her book, corresponds to Marx's model, but also to reality. 8. Moreover, according to Eckstein, the armaments industry could compensate for weak demand, so that, in Department 2, where means of consumption are manufactured, now more uniforms, barracks, and battle fleets are produced, and fewer workers' clothes, and less means of subsistence and rented accommodation. 9. An argument that Kolakowski also believed valid decades later. According to him, Rosa Luxemburg's theory that compound reproduction depends wholly on non-capitalist markets has been refuted by our experience of the state's power to create, in the form of arms production, a huge market that may have a decisive effect on economic growth. 10. Government spending on the military is logically dependent upon surplus value production can be disregarded since she also considers this to be a virtually limitless possibility. Otto Bauer, similarly from the Austro-Marxist position of Austrian social democracy, argued in the Neue Zeit against Rosa Luxemburg, assuming a constantly growing population from which he derived a suprahistorical natural law of accumulation in material form and identified this with a similarly constant increase in variable capital, that is with the surplus value creating working class. He also sees capitalist reproduction working out by itself even in expanded form. The workers' consuming power grows as quickly as their numbers. The capitalists' consuming power grows first as rapidly, since with the number of workers the mass of surplus value also increases. The consuming power of the whole society thus grows as rapidly as the value product. Accumulation alters nothing in this, it means only that fewer consumer goods and more production goods are required than with simple reproduction. The extension of the domain of production, which is a presupposition of accumulation, is here made possible by the growth of the population. 11. This equilibrium between the production and realization of surplus value, according to Bauer also immanent in a pure capitalist system, asserts itself, however, not directly but mediated by the cyclical movement of prosperity and crisis, overaccumulation and underaccumulation. Prosperity is overaccumulation. It provides its own counteraction in the crisis. The depression that follows is a period of underaccumulation. It resolves itself by creating out of itself the conditions of a return to prosperity. The periodic return of prosperity, crisis, and depression is the empirical expression of the fact that the mechanism of the capitalist mode of production by itself overcomes overaccumulation and underaccumulation, perpetually adapting the accumulation of capital to the growth of the population. 12. Apart from the quasi-biologistic argument about continuous population growth which has nothing to do with the political economic analysis, Bauer's way of reasoning is exactly the topos of crisis theory as it has been picked out again and again by Marxists up to Michael Heinrich and co. The crisis is nothing but the cyclical inner cleaning mechanism of the valorization process, belonging to the functioning of capital and therefore not to be regarded as the inner limit of the production process, but on the contrary as its positive operating mechanism. That there was no difference at all between social democrats and communists on this point, and that the Great Schism played no role here, is shown by the continuation of the outrage debate around Rosa Luxemburg's breakdown theory after the interruption of World War I, when the author herself could no longer express herself having been murdered in the counter-revolution with which her former party comrades were associated. Nikolai Bukharin's critique appearing in the mid-1920s followed wholeheartedly the line of the social democratic reviewers of 1912-13. In his essay Imperialism and the Accumulation of Capital that appeared in the Theoretical Journal under the banner of Marxism, he claimed of the realization problem that, in the last analysis the matter is extremely simple. The employment of additional workers produces an additional demand, which realizes precisely that part of the surplus value which is to be accumulated, to be exact, that part which must of necessity convert itself into functioning, additional variable capital. 13H's explanation of the reproduction tables was just as succinct. The capitalists themselves buy the additional means of production, the additional workers, who receive money from the capitalists who buy the labor power of these additional workers, by the additional means of consumption. 14 In a line of argument analogous to that of Otto Bauer, Bukharin also reduces the crisis problem to mere friction in the process of realization due to ever-returning disproportionalities between the different aggregate states, amounts, and forms of appearance of accumulation that are, however, just as regularly overcome. At issue here is a process, which takes place by stages. 15 All these amounts on no account overlap each other. 6 But realization takes place right through the friction. The accumulated surplus value is obliged to pass through the money phase in its movement, yet it is not realized at once, bit by bit, not as a compact heap of commodities to which is counterposed a compact heap of money, but by way of innumerable commercial operations, in which one and the same money unit successively realizes, out of the amount of commodity proportions, one proportion after the other, each individual portion, according to its value, is equal to this money UN at point 17. Bukharin's line of argument is not totally coherent. One time what enables the expanded realization process is the additional workers realizing the additional surplus value with their additional money, then again it is the increased velocity of circulation of the same sum of money. Nonetheless, the preponderance of reasoning is on the side of the additional workers, since this is a matter, not just of realization, but also of the production of the additional surplus value. In this respect all participants are unanimous. The premise of their entire debate is accumulation as expanded reproduction by means of the employment of additional workers. So it is not just in Bauer that we find the biologistic fall back onto a continuous increase in population as the actual premise of accumulation, out of which a trans-historical law-like regularity of sociality is actually made. Bukharin, in repudiation of Rosa Luxemburg's theory, also arrives at that concept of mere cleansing crises, or the crisis as indispensable condition for the functioning of capital that dances on through his contradictions as the process of accumulation. Indeed, does the possibility of realization mean undisturbed growth of the productive forces? Not at all. In Part 4 we have seen what confusions Rosa Luxemburg has caused. Undisturbed growth means to her growth without contradictions, but even in pure capitalism the whole development is full of contradictions. If there is no continual overproduction, there is a periodic one. If there is no continual impossibility of realization, there are periodic crises instead. If there is no final solution to the contradictions, there is instead temporary postponement, hence a conditioned solution. If there is no continual possibility for capitalism to exist, there is instead expanded reproduction. And so on and so forth. Point 18. As may be seen, the line of argument from Michael Heinrich today, despite its critical claims, can, as regards crisis theory, be classified as belonging to the essentials of traditional Marxism, including its Leninist variant. Reflections on crisis theory from the Council Communist side also belong to this tradition, in which Rosa Luxemburg's breakdown theory is rejected because of its simplification into a theory of circulation. For instance, for Anton Pannekoek it is clear that Rosa Luxemburg has herself made a mistake here. 19. The accumulated surplus value in the shape of additional means of consumption are in fact bought by the additional workers. 20. And thereby realized. This same line of argument has been repeated since World War II by Paul Maddock. And at the turn of the century, the Marxist Rosa Luxemburg saw in the difficulties of surplus value realization the objective reasons for crises and wars and for capitalism's eventual demise. All this has little to do with Marx, who saw that the actual world of capitalism was at once a production and a circulation process, to be sure, but who held nevertheless that nothing circulates unless it is first produced, and for that reason gave priority to the problems of the production process. If the production of surplus value is adequate to assure an accelerated capital expansion, there is little reason to assume that capitalism will falter in the sphere of circulation. Point 21. In general, sporadic engagements with Rosa Luxemburg's theory of the capitalist dynamic have not led to any new insights since World War II. An exception of sorts was the findings of Roman Rostalski in his work The Making of Marx's Capital, which is, however, essentially methodological in nature and does not belong here. As a rule, however, Rosa Luxemburg's breakdown theory, reductive as it was along the lines of circulation theory, was only taken as an occasion to reject any idea at all of an objective and absolute inner limit to the movement of valorization. Ironically, in this way the idea, in itself correct, of returning to the sphere where surplus value is produced, leads completely away from crisis theory. Indeed, in traditional Marxism production is partly determined ontologically and transhistorically in respect of the substance of labor, which is outside of any crisis theory of capital, and partly through a detour by the plain question of distribution and the juridical power of disposition, so that the decisive posing of the question is completely closed off. In the latest approaches, for instance from Michael Heinrich, value and surplus value are even explicitly determined in the manner of circulation theory as mere insubstantial validation relations, so that in struggling against the thought of an absolute inner limit to valorization no recourse has to be taken to giving priority to the production process. 11. Reductive breakdown theories as Marxist minority position in the era of the World Wars, Part 2, Henrik Grossman. In contrast to that of Rosa Luxemburg, the other solitary remaining breakdown theory of the first half of the 20th century, that of Henrik Grossman, came closer to a production theory of crisis. For this reason alone Grossman has been stamped as a theoretical persona non grata, even more than Rosa Luxemburg, by mainstream Marxism right up to postmodernist interpretations. Most of those who pass him by, assuming that they are condemning him, have not even read him. Grossman shares the one common premise of all the variations on traditional or labor movement Marxism, that is the ontology of labor. For him too the abstraction of labor and the substance of labor are eternal conditions for the existence of the human metabolism with nature. Grossman does indeed refer to the production of surplus value in his explication of the of breakdown, and not just to its realization, but he does not base his line of argumentation at the level of the value substance as such. Instead, he superficially follows the complex problem already discussed in the classics of bourgeois political economy of a logically necessary growth in the disproportion between the increasing upfront costs of production, and yields which are decreasing relative to these costs. Marx, as is well known, characterized this as the relation of rising organic composition of capital and tendentially falling rate of profit. Since Grossman cannot decode the historical process of desubstantialization immanent to the logic of capital, that is the obsolescence of labor, because of his premise of an ontology of labor that is in the truest sense of the word the substantial background to this complex of problems, he proceeds blindly from the assumption of a constant increase in the element of capital V, just as did Luxemburg, Bauer, Bukharin, etc., that is from ever more additional human labor being sucked in. A process that at the most could be adversely affected externally by the problem of perhaps not having sufficient available labor power. Since V can increase infinitely and only its relative size in relation to C falls, Grossman's theory of breakdown and crisis can only refer to relative proportions of the value substance that itself is not open to question. With this purpose Grossman insists upon one aspect that seems downright curious. That is, he emphasizes the difference within the concept of surplus value between the portion destined for further accumulation on the one hand, and on the other the portion destined for the personal consumption of the capitalists. Surplus value, then, falls into K and A, the latter further dividing into AC and AV. One may already guess where this argument is leading, from the growing disproportion between C and V, that is the growing organic composition of capital, there follows not the loss of substance and with it the end of any valorization at all, but simply a problem for the proportion K, the capitalist's own consumption, to which falls the burden of this shift within the proportional parts of capitalist reproduction. At first, according to Grossman, this problem of calculation in the model was not visible. The portion of surplus value reserved for the individual consumption of the capitalists represents a continuously declining percentage of surplus value. But it grows absolutely despite increasing accumulation from year to year, thereby providing the motive that drives capitalists to expand production. The motive of capital accumulation is determined here in a way that is at the same time vulgar materialist, subjective and coincidentally psychological, that is the greed of the capitalists for luxury consumption and the like. For Marx, on the contrary, capital accumulation or the valorization of value is an irrational end in itself that has made itself independent, the capitalist only figuring as its functionary. For this reason he is no glutton like the feudal lord, instead, he has to be fanatically bent on making value expand itself. The entire level of the automatic subject is erased in Grossman, as in the rest of traditional Marxism, so that he can arrive at his reductive determination of the inner limits of capital. So at first the portion of surplus value reserved for the capitalist's personal consumption K grows absolutely in the composition of surplus value and diminishes only relatively to A, the accumulation fund, analogous to the organic composition of capital where V grows absolutely and only declines relatively to C. Grossman extends the calculations in Bauer's model in time and establishes that the proportional relations must gradually change. If we follow Bauer's system into year 36, holding firm to all the conditions postulated by him, we see that the portion of surplus value reserved for capitalist consumption, which amounts to 86,213 in the fifth year and grows over the following years, can only expand up to a definite high point. After this it must necessarily decline because it is swallowed up by the portion of surplus value required for capitalization. Point 2. According to Grossman, this reversal is affected by the rapid increase in real capital in the organic composition of total capital, because in the end such an overwhelming portion of surplus value is required for additional machines, etc., that the capitalists themselves have nothing more to eat. The constant capital grows rapidly. It rises from 50% of the total product in the first year to 82.9% of the annual product by year 35. Capitalist consumption reaches a peak in year 20 and from the following year on declines both relatively and absolutely. In year 34 it reaches its lowest level only to disappear completely in year 35.3. This is how Grossman manages the sleight of hand of an objective logic OF breakdown with a well-nigh absurd argument and without having to take recourse to any process OF desubstantialization, or to the reduction of the substance OF labor, or to the devaluation of value. The system breaks down. From year 35 on, any further accumulation of capital under the conditions postulated would be quite meaningless. The capitalist would be wasting effort over the management of a productive system whose fruits are entirely absorbed by the share of workers. If this state persisted, it would mean a destruction of the capitalist mechanism, its economic end. Point 4. Capital accumulation as such could substantially continue infinitely, only the capitalists would be wasting effort. In one of the first critical reviews of Grossman's book, the Social Democrat Alfred Bronthal derided this way of thinking as a theory of the impoverishment of the capitalists. Point 5. Even the material premises of this grotesque construct are incorrect. Grossman makes out as if the equivalent of V were a fixed quantity. But, as is well known, Marx had already indicated that the value of labor power contains a historical and moral element. The value of the means of subsistence that are needed for the reproduction of labor power is not fixed, but actually determines itself through standards of civilization, that is, through the quantity and quality of the means of subsistence considered as the minimum necessary for the reproduction of labor power. Society's own history shows the struggles there have been over determining this amount. The systemic immanence of the labor movement and class struggle consisted precisely in being a struggle for recognition on the ground of abstract labor, something that was not questioned at all. Also belonging to this struggle was the one around reproduction costs at a given level of civilization. However, just as this struggle for recognition is always at the same time a trap of obligation and self-imposed duty towards the systemic laws of the valorization of value. In regard to this self-imposed duty, as happens regularly in times of major crises, it is competition among the workers themselves that ensures a fall in the historical and moral element in the value of labor power and in their average reproduction costs being bombed back to levels below those already reached. In the current world crisis of the Third Industrial Revolution, this appearance is showing itself again, and raised to a higher power. In the USA already the historical and moral element of the reproduction costs of labor power do not include an apartment as a matter of course, and this condition is spreading rapidly throughout the Western world, not to mention the periphery. So there is always enough scope to preserve the darling capitalist class from ignominious starvation because of lack of the portion of surplus value earmarked for capitalist consumption. Grossman needs his seriously flimsy construct to pull off the feat of determining an absolute inner limit to the self-expansion of value from the side of the production of surplus value, without having to start from a desubstantialization in the shape of the obsolescence of labor. Massive redundancy of labor power is, then, for him not, for instance, the decisive cause, but merely a consequence of the inner limit that has been constructed in another way. Accordingly, the failing rate of profit is accompanied by a fall in the surplus value earmarked for capitalist consumption and soon afterwards of the portions of surplus value destined for accumulation. 6. This turns the causal connection on its head. Capital accumulation, according to Grossman, does not break down because the continuous development of productivity brings about an historical situation where it is impossible to take up sufficient living labor at the standard level of productivity and profitability, but solely because supposedly there is not enough surplus value for the consumption of the capitalists. It is only as a secondary appearance of this supposedly real reason and the connected slackening of accumulation that there also arises in the end a continuously growing reserve army of no longer usable labor power. To some extent it is the cunning of labor ontological reason that forces such hair-splitting contortions in this line of argument. Initially, according to Grossman, things are even the other way round. In the beginning the crisis, or inner limit, exists just as Bauer and co. maintain, in a lack of labor power. Imperfect valorization due to overaccumulation is, however, only one side of the accumulation process. We have to look at its second side. Imperfect valorization due to overaccumulation means that capital grows faster than the surplus value extortable from the given population, or that the working population is too small in relation to the swollen capital. 7. Only after the capitalists, for want of their own means of consumption, have lost their zest, does the situation change. From this point onwards valorization no longer suffices to enable accumulation to proceed in step with the growth of population. Accumulation has become too small, which means that a reserve army is inevitably formed and grows larger year by year. 8. Grossman excludes expressly, and not merely implicitly, the obsolescence of labor by development of productivity and thereby the desubstantialization of capital or devaluation of value as the ground of the law of breakdown that he has set up. The displacement of workers by machinery is a technical fact. All technological advance rests on the fact that labor becomes more productive, that it is economized, or set free, in relation to a given product. That machinery sets free labor is an incontrovertible fact that needs no proof. It belongs to the very concept of machinery as a labor-saving means of production. This process of the setting free of workers will occur in any mode of production, including the planned economy of socialism. From this it follows that Marx could not possibly have deduced the breakdown of capitalism from this technical fact. 9. This supporting line of argument is just as hair-splitting as the actual and higher level one about the breakdown in capitalist consumption. That there may also be technical development of productivity independently of capitalism at the purely material, natural level does not mean that such a development of productivity under capitalist conditions could not have an effect on valorization, as Grossman claims. He separates the value, or valorization, level completely from the technical material level and makes out that the one would have nothing to do with the other. In so doing he misses totally the dynamic unique to capitalism that is precisely characterized by the development of productivity and desubstantialization through the dialectic of matter and form or of their substance. The substance of the value form is not transformed natural matter, but rather past abstract labor, the mass of burned up human energy. Since he cannot proceed to this decisive, deeper level of the problem of crisis, because of his labor ontological premises, Grossman must turn the matter on its head by maintaining that in respect of economics. The process of setting free labor that Marx describes in the chapter on accumulation, and which is reflected in the formation of the reserve army, is not rooted in the technical fact of the introduction of machinery, but in the imperfect valorization of capital specific to advanced stages of accumulation. It is a cause that flows strictly from the specifically capitalist form of production. Workers are made redundant not because they are displaced by machinery, but because, at a specific level of the accumulation of capital, profits become too small and consequently it does not pay to purchase new machinery and soon. 10. Grossman's reversal of cause and effect is also crass insofar as with Marx it is precisely the rising organic composition of capital that underlies those internal movements in the value relations of capitalist reproduction, to which Grossman himself lays claim, and from which the material and technical development of productivity is derived, but which suddenly now no longer condition the lack of possibility of capital valorization. Indeed, they play no further economic role whatsoever. It is the horror vacui, abhorrence of emptiness, as in the very thought of the obsolescence of the substance of labor, which causes the whole of labor ontological Marxism to back away. This abhorrence also plagues Grossman and leads his line of argument into hopeless eccentricity. This is why he has to declare an absolute unemployment as absurd, or explain it as an insignificant phenomenon caused by frictional forces connected with changing jobs, even at the height of a boom, and this has nothing to do either with displacement by machinery, or with the accumulation of capital. 11 Reducing the logic of breakdown to the internal movements within substantial surplus value creation, which itself is not open to question, makes Grossman's construction of a theory on the basis of Bauer's Platonist model into a dull, totally conceptless arithmetical calculation. 1. As he says himself, of arithmetical and logical proofs 12 without recourse to the underlying problem of substance. Against this background it is understandable that he should drive his reversal of crisis logic even further, and as regards the development of productivity fall back utterly into social democratic and Leninist thought about a supposed obstacle to the productive forces in the shape of a stagnant, parasitic, etc. capitalism. Grossman even maintains that, under the conditions of the capitalist mode of production at a given level of capital accumulation, technical development must slow down, because the valorization of capital is not sufficient to fulfill this function. 13 Accordingly, there is a senility of capitalism. 14 That proves that in capitalism an unlimited expansion of productive forces is impossible, because it finds a limit precisely in the possibilities for valorization. 15 However, in real crisis capitalism and at the real absolute limit of valorization, it is exactly the opposite that happens. Up to its last historical breath, so to say, capitalism develops the productive forces without limit through universal competition, and exactly by doing so it is brought to its fall, full of a dynamic of destruction and not resting comfortably in senility. The infamous contradiction between the development of the productive forces and the development of the capitalist mode of production 16 is solved exactly the wrong way round by Grossman, who was thinking within the horizon of traditional Marxism. The closer that capitalism approaches to its absolute limit, the more capitalism accelerates technical and scientific development, which then collides with the value form, because it makes the substance of this form, labor, to an ever greater extent obsolete while at the same time destroying the earthly natural foundations of life. The development of a productivity indifferent to content and quality as the blind development of destructive forces must be stopped if society ever wants to be master of its own reproduction. Only to the extent that this is done will that contradiction between productive forces and the capitalist mode of production ripen, not in the way that labor movement Marxism along with Grossman meant it, that is that weak profitability, i.e. stagnation of valorization with low growth rates, would also bring technical innovation to a standstill and the working class would have to take on the job of a further limitless development of the productive forces. This formula, just as ingrained as it is false, only shows how much the underlying thinking itself owes to the logic of capital. Grossman did indeed have the courage to take up in a positive way what was already at that time the pejoratively loaded term breakdown theory, and to take it up seriously, but because his theory worked with essential simplifications, he finally had to take fright at his own courage and grasp at relativizations which all look so similar to the arguments of Bauer, Bukharin, and today's Michael Heinrich that they could be confused. In this sense he emphasizes that, obviously, as Lenin correctly remarks, there are no absolutely hopeless situations. In the description I have proposed, the breakdown does not necessarily have to work itself out directly. Its absolute realization may be interrupted by counteracting tendencies. In that case the absolute breakdown would be converted into a temporary crisis, after which the accumulation process picks up again on a new basis. Point 17. So after all, is it the endless reproduction of contradictions and the eternal recurrence of the same? Then all that effort of more than 600 pages would have been a waste of time. Grossman even relativizes, it is true, his own relativization by remarking somewhat lamely, these solutions would have a purely temporary impact. 18. But in the end he is caught up in the snares of his own line of argument, firstly because he does not begin theoretically from the logic of a desubstantialization of capital and so from a categorical critique of labor, and secondly because simply for this reason he does not reflect the concrete historical process of the contradiction between development of productivity and the value form/valorization. In the manner of Otto Bauer he succumbs to an abstract, ahistorical Platonic model. The arithmetical proof within the framework of this reductive approach remains conceptless, or it makes itself conceptually foolish with its reduction to the supposedly insufficient possibilities for capitalist consumption. From Grossman's demonization to the passing away of the Marxist debate on crisis and breakdown theory. Contrary to Rosa Luxemburg's breakdown theory, Henrik Grossman's contribution did not spark any more wide-ranging Marxist debate. At first glance this is astounding. For the year that Grossman's book was published, 1929, is well known as marking the beginning of the greatest and deepest world crisis of capitalism to date, in the wake of which even many otherwise ignorant and professionally optimistic bourgeois economists such as, for example, Schumpeter began to doubt the further existence of this mode of production. Even theoreticians who engaged more intensively with the Great Depression 1929 to 1933 long after World War II, and who were ill-disposed to breakdown theory, such as Crystal Nyosi in the 1970s, when faced with this tremendous slump had to register quiet doubts about the simple function of crises as an immanent cleansing mechanism aimed at regaining the capacity to accumulate. A function that has once again been generalized by Michael Heinrich today. The Great Depression, according to Nyosi, contrary to the superficial world market crises of the 19th century, was not subsumed into this cleansing function. If these crises had in fact the junction of bringing pent-up contradictions to a temporary resolution, so as to drive forward the accumulation process on an expanded scale, then the Great Depression in the years after 1929 had initially no function at all for capital, namely in the sense of cleansing. The result was much more of an open backsliding into barbarity in one of the most developed capitalist countries, a long-lasting stagnation in the other capitalist countries and finally World War II, which dwarfed by far the barbarity of World War I. Only after a 20-year phase of crisis, war and post-war crisis did capital renew the accumulation process on the world market. Point 1. This insight should serve as a reminder of how frivolous it is to subsume the destructive dynamic of capitalism under the bourgeois concept of cleansing function. The Great Depression of 1929 to 1933 may have been the harbinger of a far greater historical disaster in the wake of the Third Industrial Revolution, whereas the phase of prosperity after World War II seems today to have only been a short-lived intermezzo. But insight is at the same time a warning, and the fate of Grossman's theory is implied in that warning. It is characteristic, how, for instance in the 1950s, Martin Trotman in his dissertation on Grossman formulated this fate bluntly. Grossman's work forms the final and most extensive, but not crowning contribution to the controversies over breakdown theory which Marxist theory, German above all, dominated over 3 decades, without finding a conclusive solution to the problem. The discussion cannot be considered as concluded. It was only broken off in the 1930s by the disfavorable times that struck the Marxist theory native to Germany particularly hard. Point 2. Disfavorable times, one could not redefine the catastrophe with greater understatement. According to the laws of the market in opinions in the bourgeois circulation of ideas, Grossman's book ought to have been a bestseller that heated up the debate. The opposite was the case. That did not lie so much on the weaknesses of Grossman's line of argument as on the eruption of barbarity in which critical reflection was completely absorbed by the struggle for immediate existence, Critique was generally pluralist and the sphere of theory was subjected to the same brutal restrictions as the sphere of socio-economic reproduction. This fate, not only of Grossman's theory, but of a whole historical debate could be the writing on the wall for today's situation. The dramatic aggravation of crisis phenomena, although they are a strong indication for the correctness of the radical crisis theory critique of labor and value, could at first lead to the opposite of an adequate debate, that is to another thinning out and minoritization of theoretical reflection generally, and what follows is flight into neo-utopian constructs, subjectivisms, and ideologies of immediacy. As far as Grossman's breakdown theory is concerned, it only found relatively weak critical resonance in the whirlpool of events of the early 1930s. Standing in the tradition of Rosa Luxemburg, Fritz Sternberg, who further developed her theory of the realization problem, turned to a polemic against Grossman III in which, however, he again essentially only defends the complex problem of realization as being decisive. The polemic of Leninist Eugene Varga against Grossman turned out to be even more furious. In his essay Accumulation and Breakdown of Capitalism, appearing in the journal under the banner of Marxism, the theoretical organ of the Third International, he attempted to give Grossman a downright chastising, as Bukharin had previously done to Luxemburg. His critical economic and crisis theoretical arguments remain, however, just as weak. For example, he accuses Grossman, because of his Platonic model building, of following Otto Bauer in assuming quite arbitrarily a population increase of 5% for, and just as unreal is the presupposition of an annual increase in the constant capital of the whole capitalist society as the Bauer-Grossman schema assumes. This leads the schema's fantastic result, that constant capital has increased 25-fold in 35 years. Only need remember the numbers in the business census from various countries to see that such a rise in constant capital stands in blatant contradiction to reality. 5. There is certainly something crude about wanting a theoretically constructed model to answer directly to the empirical world of the business census. Varga's assignment would have been to criticize the Platonic model construction at its own theoretical level, instead of locating reality with false immediacy in the empirical. Had he done that, he would have uncovered Grossman's merely internal movements within surplus value production which make the crude Platonic model construction explicable at all. But Varga shared with all other Marxists at the time the same labor ontological limitations as Grossman that made impossible right from the beginning any adequate theoretical determination either of temporary crises, or of the absolute inner limit of capital's underlying complex of desubstantialization problems. Varga did no better with Grossman's false argument that the displacement of workers had nothing to do with the supposedly merely technical development of productivity. Therefore it is not the machines that supplant workers, making them unemployed, but the low rate of profit at a given level of accumulation. But why has the profit rate fallen? Because someone had put machines in the place of workers. High organic composition of capital, low rate of profit and replacement of workers by machines are different sides of one and the same process that in Marx is already contained in the definition of the concept of organic composition. 6. Varga, nevertheless, stalls at this correct discovery, which in respect of Marxist theory is little more than a philological point, and does not even engage with a theoretical discussion of the underlying complex of problems, for this would surely lead to the taboo zone of a concept of desubstantialization. In crisis theory, Varga largely retreats to the problem of realization. Grossman only knows the failure of valorization by overaccumulation that he himself has constructed, only the value form exists for him. He wants to explain crises given the premise that there is no problem of realization, no problem of exchange between departments I and II. That the overaccumulation process must necessarily create a disproportionality between departments I and II, forming the basis for periodic crises, that the masses' limited ability to consume forms an element of this disproportion. All this is rejected by Grossman as false or incidental, in flagrant contradiction to the views of Marx and Lenin. 7. Now it is Varga who himself falls back upon the mere internal movements within capitalist value relations that, if in another way, had led Grossman precisely to his Platonic model building. By reducing everything to the realization question and the disproportionality between departments I and II, he takes a step back from Grossman's move to a theory of production, and not merely of circulation, to explain crises and the absolute limit. That at this level, to which Varga has stepped back, no breakdown at all can be derived, was indeed fortunately the result of the sweeping criticism made of Rosa Luxemburg. Varga believed himself to have finished not only with Grossman, but with every breakdown theory as well. Just as inadequate is the critique of Grossman that Anton Pannekoek published in 1934 in the same article in the journal Council Communist, where he had also rejected Rosa Luxemburg's theory of breakdown. In a similar manner to Varga, Pannekoek complains about the Platonic model building based on Bauer's reproduction schemas, so that Grossman sees his schema as a correct representation of capitalist development. Point 8 here, the critics indeed sensed a weakness of Grossman's. Alfred Bronthal had already spoken of the method of that schema fetishism. But it always stayed at that same unclear sensing. Even Pannekoek does not make the least attempt to look into the theoretical approach laid out by Marx into this complex of problems with the aid of the relation between the development of productivity and the substance of value. For him, too, there is no approach, but nothing other than a smooth impenetrable wall made out of the labor ontological theoretical basis of traditional Marxism in all its variants. W.H. at Pannekoek has still to say about the problem of the relation between technical progress and the reproduction of capital rivals Grossman's own argument about the breakdown in capitalist consumption in its scurrilousness. Let us consider a little closer the basis of this collapse. On what is the necessary growth of constant capital by 10% or each time based? In the quotation given above it was stated that technical progress prescribes a given annual growth of constant capital. So it could then be said, without the detour of the production schema, when the rate of profit becomes less than the rate of growth demanded by technical progress, then capitalism must break down. Leaving aside the fact that this has nothing to do with Marx, what is this growth of capital demanded by technology? Technical improvements are introduced, in the context of mutual competition, in order to obtain an extra profit. The introduction of technical improvements is however limited by the financial resources available. And everybody knows that dozens of inventions and technical improvements are not introduced and are often deliberately suppressed by the entrepreneurs so as not to devalue the existing technical apparatus. The necessity of technical progress does not act as an external force, it works through men, and for them necessity is not valid beyond possibility. Point 9. It really is a paradox. Grossman, along with Bauer, allows constant capital to grow every time by 10%, without reflecting upon the development of productivity that underlies this growth, and if he adds to this a purely technical process having absolutely nothing to do with the value relations, then Pannekoek introduces the development of productivity in turn only to retract it immediately as the foundation of the value problem. This same supposed stagnation in the development of productivity that Grossman himself, quite without reflection, sneaks into the internal movements of value relations, should, independently of this, come up against an absolute limit, and in Pannekoek it becomes the argument against every imminent tendency to breakdown. If, for Grossman, capitalism breaks down because the capitalists have nothing left to eat, for Pannekoek it does not break down, just because the capitalists no longer have enough money to finance the development of productivity. It is enough to drive one to despair. The labor ontological basis shared by both sides distorts their vision of the decisive connection, so that the one-line of argument is just as confused as its contrary. It cannot be denied, the offshoots of the Marxist debate on theories of crisis and breakdown since the turn of the 20th century have involuntarily gone beyond an imminent tendency for capitalism to eternalize itself, and have become more Catholic than the Pope, since in the face of the Great Depression bourgeois economists doubt it is possible that the system of valorization could be maintained. Even the economist Natalie Moskowska, to whom we shall return in the context of the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall, rejects the thought of any absolute inner limit to the capitalist dynamic, even though she does take recourse to a production theory of crisis. Point 10. For her, the production of relative surplus value and the linked increase in the rate of surplus value cancels out every tendency to breakdown. The whole debate ran into the sand, because Marxist reflections upon the critique of political economy were largely paralysed as a result of the victory of National Socialist barbarity, the historical consequences of World War II and the subsequent era of post-war prosperity. In this context, no stringent further development of the disputes of the first half of the century could be generated. With Grossman's student Paul Maddock, just to quote one example of post-war Marxist thinking, nothing remains but helpless perplexity. The interpretation of the Great Crisis between the two world wars as a possible final crisis of capital made the wish the father to the thought. But this could only be known afterwards. In principle, in developed capitalism, any great crisis can become the final crisis. If it does not, it remains a presupposition of further accumulation. This is not to say that there cannot arise a situation of permanent crisis, since this concept must also be construed not as referring to eternity but only in contrast to temporary, quickly surmounted crises. In this sense, the permanent crisis is just as conceivable within the Marxian system as surmountable crises. When Marx denied that there are permanent crises, he was referring only to the business cycle of the previous century and to Adam Smith's theory of accumulation, in which the profit rate must always fall. That under the present-day conditions of world capital a state of persistent economic and political crisis can arise is just as possible as that the crisis will give capital a chance to begin a new expansion. Point 12. The line of argument crumbles completely here and can only say that in principle everything is possible, but we can never exactly know. As little as theoreticians need be prophets, just as little can they forego clear conceptual and analytical determinations that permit general predictions, i.e. predictions not about concrete processes and events, but about the inner logic and results of a development. Maddock's helplessness, his obvious wavering about, indicates the definitive end of the Marxist debate on crisis and breakdown, which seemed in any case to have become irrelevant along with the economic miracle of post-war prosperity. Rosa Luxemburg was made into the icon of a traditional Marxism whose social democratic strand had even assisted in her murder, while her breakdown theory tended to be regarded as a lapse and a forgivable theoretical sin. Grossman, a figure hard to make into an icon, was, on the contrary, positively demonized and treated as a prime example of a totally and utterly failed theoretical approach. He appeared more and more only as a theoretical phantom, usually being slapped down, without anyone still making the effort of a closer theoretical dispute, a kind of gymnastics for Marxist beginners and wiseacres of polished reasoning. Only with the occurrence of a new, at first still undetermined, cycle of crises at the end of the 1960s whose quality differed from all earlier ones and that has led since the 1980s to a new type of world crisis of the Third Industrial Revolution, brought Marxist crisis theory to life once again in the New Left after the movement of 1968. But the Marxism of the 1970s, which had a short lifespan and whose academic luminaries are today's emeritus professors, was still in no position to come up with any decisive innovation. The theoretical debate on crisis and breakdown in labor movement Marxism was dead, and it was not remolded or overcome, but merely reproduced. It was just the same with the debates on reform and revolution. It was the era of reprints and excavations, restagings, and revivals, while personal theoretical efforts were rather more broad than deep, i.e. mostly imitative, at least as concerns the completely overflowing politico-economic literature, which today is being gradually sorted and removed from libraries by the yard, just as those who had delivered it are being sent to the retirement home. While this was occurring, the question of desubstantialization was posed again and again that could have illuminated a new horizon of the problem. This is how it is put by Christoph Deutschmann. The Marxist theory of history finds its greatest concreteness in the law of the tendency of the rate of profit to fall as developed in Capital 3. Here unfolds the fundamental Marxist thought of the historical, i.e. trans-historical character of capitalist form of production. Precisely in order to realize its immanent principle, the production of surplus value, capital is forced to raise continuously the productivity of social labor and the organic composition of capital, whereby it undermines its own foundations in abstract labor. Point 13. This example may stand for many. But the flash of thought was not held tight and formulated to the point where it could break the dead discourse open, mainly for the reason that the concept of abstract labor was not developed into a radical critique of the Marxist ontology of labor. The failure of the New Left and the Marxism of the 1970s was due to the critique of labor ontology and value form. So Deutschmann can only fall back on the immanence of the old debate on crisis theory, by once again invoking Rosa Luxemburg against Grossman. If Grossman had endeavored to achieve an adequate reception of the realization problem that she had highlighted in his dispute with Rosa Luxemburg, instead of engaging in a largely irrelevant polemic that missed her arguments, he might have come a step closer to the theoretical elucidation of the problem of crisis. Point 14. This means that Deutschmann is criticizing precisely the progress Grossman made over Rosa Luxemburg's breakdown theory, limited as it was to circulation, with the recourse he made to the production of surplus value. This turning back does not, however, lead to a reconstruction of Luxemburg's version of a reductive breakdown theory, but to something quite different. The problem of realization already appears in the context of his handling of economic policy. A reanimation of Marxism as a theory of capitalist development presupposes proof of how precisely the success of Keynesian remedies can be integrated into Marx's crisis theory. As long as this success is minimized or flatly denied, the crisis of Marxist theory cannot be overcome. Point 15. This shows the weight that the experience of the historically short period of prosperity after World War II still has, an experience that still limits discourse on crisis theory, and a short period that is falsely attributed to the success of Keynesian policies. Naturally, the result was not the integration of Keynesian concepts into Marxist crisis theory, but exactly the opposite, the silent integration of large parts of leftover 1970s Marxism into the Keynesian world of discourse. It is not even necessary to scratch the surface today to see the still merely unhappy consciousness of a Keynesian nostalgia peeping through under the anyway peeling varnish of Marxism, a nostalgia that labors away with fatigue at the neoliberal paradigm. It is to Grossman's credit that he was not just the only one apart from Rosa Luxemburg to have the courage to develop a theory of the absolute inner limit of capitalist valorization, but that he went beyond the reductive circulation theory of Luxemburg's breakdown theory to open a way to a production theory reformulating the problem of crisis and breakdown. If he fails due to an unresolved labor ontology and has to take refuge in a somewhat grotesque set of arguments, this certainly remains a reason to subject him to unrelenting criticism. However, Grossman must be defended against his demonization by those who imagine themselves superior, because unlike him, they have never advanced onto dangerous terrain. Far more stupid than Grossman's fall is the complacency of a kind of Marxist reasoning that never even reaches high enough to fall, and from this frog's eye view believes itself capable of disqualifying every breakdown theory without making any effort of its own. Subject and object in crisis theory. The apparent solution to the problem in mere relations of will and force. Summarizing the whole historical dispute, two things stand out. One is that the phobia of the idea of an absolute inner limit to valorization is not really linked to the social cycles of economy and politics, crisis and prosperity. The scandal of so-called breakdown theory enraged just as much during the sedate times of Marxist notability in the Wilhelmine German Empire as in the catastrophic era of the World Wars and Great Depression, and even more so in the era of post-war prosperity, and finally today too in the world crisis of the Third Industrial Revolution. The scandal existed, and still exists, independently of any specific historical experience. Even in the middle of the worst catastrophe in world history, the thought of an imminent absolute limit could not become hegemonic in mainstream Marxist discourse. The other thing that stands out is how shallow theoretical reflection is in the whole debate, How quickly the conceptual question of the capitalist dynamic comes to be disregarded, and how little is seen in this of the whole conceptual array of instruments laid out by Marx. Critique is not so much developed of the object itself, that is the inner contradictions of capitalist reproduction in a dynamic historical process, but in fact the object is bypassed as fast as possible to come to a quite different matter. The great scandal is not even the threatened break with Marxist labor ontology, from which there is in any case nothing to be seen far and wide, since Luxemburg and Bukharin never left this territory in their breakdown theories. At best this problem may be vaguely intuited, and that horror vacui, abhorrence of emptiness, that labor movement Marxism has in the face of the loss of substance, made into the ulterior motive. To begin with, there is quite obviously something else going on, and it occupies a broad space in the debate, and that something is felt as a threat and an impertinence, namely that an objective breakdown in valorization from its own inner contradictions could remove from the proletariat, the wonderful working class, its vocation, making it unemployed not only in the sense of direct reproduction, but also as the subject of history. 159. That is the deeper reason for the phobia against thoughts of breakdown. Essentially, it is not a question of critical economic reflection in the context of Marxist crisis theory, but on a fundamental ideological connection that has to be understood through the critique of ideology and not through crisis theory. Otto Bauer had, in fact, to some extent used the proletarian subject as principal witness against the logic of breakdown in the debate over Rosa Luxemburg's theory of accumulation. Capitalism will not collapse from the mechanical impossibility of realizing surplus value. It will be defeated by the rebellion to which it drives the masses. Not only then, when the last peasant and the last petty bourgeois change into wage workers, thus no longer providing a surplus market, will capitalism disintegrate. It will be cut down much earlier by the growing rebellion of the ever-rising working class, educated, united and organized by the mechanism of the capitalist mode of production itself. 1. The argument about the proletarian will, as deus ex machina, is supposed to decide the dispute over crisis theory, which it does by denouncing as objectivist and deterministic the culmination of the theory in breakdown. Making this accusation against Rosa Luxemburg of all people really is a tasteless joke, for at the same time she is the one who stepped forward as theoretician of proletarian spontaneity, of the mass strike and revolutionary activism against the reformist inertia of social democracy. Rosa Luxemburg then at the same time threw Otto Bauer's opportunism in the catastrophe of the World War directly in his face. Exactly a theoretician like that who made the vilest affirmation of capitalist rule had to bother the revolutionary class subject. Nonetheless, there is hidden here an unresolved problem of the subject-object relation in modern bourgeois society. Rosa Luxemburg clearly makes rather defensive arguments as soon as she comes to speak of this problem in her anti-critique. Marx's model of accumulation, when properly understood, is precisely in its insolubility the exact prognosis of the economically unavoidable downfall of capitalism as a result of the imperialist process of expansion whose specific task it is to realize Marx's assumption, the general and undivided rule of capital. Can this ever really happen? That is, of course, theoretical fiction, precisely because capital accumulation is not just an economic but also a political process. Here, as elsewhere in history, theory is performing its duty if it shows us the tendency of development, the logical conclusion to which it is objectively heading. There is as little chance of this conclusion being reached as there was for any other previous period of social development to unfold itself completely. The need for it to be reached becomes less as social consciousness, embodied this time in the socialist proletariat, becomes more involved as an active factor in the blind game of forces. In this case, too, a correct conception of Marx's theory offers the most fruitful suggestions and the most powerful stimulus for this consciousness. 2. Naturally, this clue does not solve the problem. Might not the tendency to break down anticipate the proletariat, taking away its task, before it was able to realize its active intervention? On the other hand, can the proletariat only intervene, because this objective tendency has its back. Could it not also achieve social emancipation quite independently of this kind of tendency? The relation of subject and object remains unexplained. All that is clear is that some such relation has to exist, and that it is precisely due to its unexplained nature that it can be instrumentalist against breakdown theory. This also has something to do with the often discussed slight to human self-confidence occasioned by the great scientific and social theories of modernity. If, on the one hand, the Enlightenment raised the autonomous subject onto the throne as creator of its own self, then, on the other, critical reflection cast it down once again, and even more painfully. Copernicus, as is well known, had 2 Ibid pl 46 l 47. 161. Already banished humanity from the center of the world. Freud denied it full psychic consciousness of itself, and with Marx it is the fetishism of the commodity-producing system that cancels out even politico-economic subjectivity as the final reason for socio-economic development. These references has long become a topos of discourse in social theory. It is well known how this yarn was spun further and affirmatively in structuralism and systems theory, where the subject is but a shadow of itself, or merely the environment of a self-referential systemic context. Coming down from this level, which could not yet play any role in the Marxist debate on breakdown theory, the problem seems at first to be of somewhat smaller dimensions. For its own action of the subject, social democracy certainly did not need a breakdown, a social cataclysm. The idea was just that the continually higher level of organization of capital itself only needed to be carried over into state hands, and these in turn into proletarian hands, in order to arrive serenely at socialism through parliamentary channels. The reformist wish as father of the idea was peeping around the corner, when Gustav Eckstein concludes with clear relief his polemic against Rosa Luxemburg. The practical conclusion which Comrade Luxemburg constructs on the theory of necessity of non-capitalist consumers, especially the catastrophe theory, falls with the theoretical assumption. Point 3. Rosa Luxemburg's reaction was all the more fierce in her anti-critique after the veritable catastrophe of the World War had already broken out. Now she spoke of catastrophe as a mode of existence of imperialist capitalism. Point 4. But the dispute was not taken up entirely by the opposition of reformist and revolutionary theories of subjective activity. Even the communist and other revolutionary activist positions that did not actually need to fear a cataclysm, attacked the theory of breakdown even more strongly because of its objectivism and determinism. Bukharin, for example, accuses Rosa Luxemburg of economic determinism, while he himself seems to lapse into it only 2 pages further on, when he says, however, concerning the periodic, eternally recurring instabilities and crises, and their conditioned solution, its increasing size and growing intensity will unavoidably lead to the collapse of capitalist rule. 5. The notion of unavoidability is naturally itself deterministic, but this is meant paradoxically in a purely subjective sense, when Bukharin reveals in what follows what he understands by it as opposed to economic determinism. Today we are able to watch the process of capitalist collapse not merely on the basis of abstract constructions and theoretical perspectives. The collapse of capitalism has started. The October Revolution is the most convincing and living expression of that. The revolutionization of the proletariat was doubtless connected to the economic decline, this to the war to the struggle for markets, raw materials, and spheres of investment, in short with imperialist politics in general. Point 6. It is clear-cut that Bukharin has turned the problem on its head. The objective inner limit that valorization has because of its own contradictions is transformed into a purely subjective, political limit, into the limit of a mere relation of wills. Crisis comes from politics, and emancipation or revolution also come from politics, while the so-called economy, which in reality is the basic logic of valorization, overarching over all official spheres, only forms a low background noise and as a matter of fact remains more or less irrelevant for the course of events. In this context the concept of breakdown is a sham. For a breakdown is, in its very essence, something objective, suffered passively, contingent on the laws of nature or of the system, and not an act of will or relation between wills. It is a breakdown when someone faints or suffers a heart attack, or when an overladen bridge collapses, an engine seizes up, a star collapses into itself forming a black hole, or just when an entire system becomes unstable and crashes, etc. The concept is inappropriate if it is used for an act of will in a conscious conflict. Even more important, though, is that in his misrepresentation Bukharin makes yet another leap and unwillingly makes a revelation. For, even though he turns the objectivity of breakdown into something subjective, dissolving it into politics, in the same breath he does the reverse and turns the subject itself into something objective, by declaring its actions to be unavoidable, that is to say, determined. Once again we here come up against the unsolved subject-object problem of modernity. And this problem repeats itself and is dragged right through the whole debate on crisis and breakdown. It may also be found in the sorties Varga launched against Grossman some years later. Varga likewise pulls the subject out of the box as deus ex machina. He divides the economy from the class struggle, that is why his breakdown is not the collapse of the capitalist social order, but a purely economic fantasy. 7. And just as with Bukharin this determinate will condenses into a Soviet power that makes redundant all crisis theory in the sense of blind systemic mechanisms. Whoever has the courage in 1929 to publish a 600-page book on the law of breakdown of capitalism, without saying a word about the already successful breakdown of capitalism in Russia, may pile up as many quotes from Marx and make as many scholarly explanations of Marx's method as he wants, but he has not comprehended the alphabet of the Marxist research method. He keeps his silence about the collapse of capitalism in Russia so obstinately because it is blatantly obvious that the cause which is supposed to lead to the breakdown of capitalism, according to Grossman, played absolutely no role in the actually successful breakdown of capitalism in Russia. The fact is that it would be ridiculous to claim that capitalism in Russia, known as a country very poor in capital, which constantly imported large sums of foreign capital, broke down from the overaccumulation of capital. For us, fighting communists, it is of great reassurance the real breakdown of capitalism is not connected to the causal mechanism that Herr Grossman has proclaimed with much publicity. 8. Consequently, just 3 years before the National Socialist seizure of power, the reassured Varga looked forward to the worldwide collapse of capitalism, long before a worldwide overaccumulation of capital could succeed. 9 Looked at from the standpoint of today, the grandiose blunder of this line of argument can be grasped tangibly. What Varga, like the majority of people at this time, thinks he understands by the breakdown of capitalism in Russia was in reality a recuperative modernization, a social and historical implementation of the abstract labor system under state communist direction in a zone at the periphery of the world market left underdeveloped by capital. It was a regime of primitive accumulation out of its time historically that broke down by itself after 70 years under the conditions of the Third Industrial Revolution. But Varga's line of argument does not just go nowhere historically and in terms of political economy, in the sense of the limit to capitalist socialization on the basis of abstract labor and its value form. He also unwillingly throws a harsh light, similar to Bukharin, on the subject-object structure of modernity that is connected to the problem of crisis and breakdown, and that can only be paradoxically dissolved into the subjectivity of the political, and just for that reason brings forth temper tantrums against the economic determinism of breakdown theories. It is no surprise that, just as the lines of argument from the Social Democrat Otto Bauer and the Bolshevik Nikolai Bukharin against Rosa Luxemburg's economic determinism are confusingly similar, so are the respective arguments of the communist Eugene Varga and the Social Democrat Alfred Bronthal against Henrik Grossman, even if Bronthal straight away wants to give the communists a good whacking in the process. But not only in this are communists and breakdown theorists unrealistic, or rather estranged from reality, that their theories are not taken from living reality, and they also neglect the real data inasmuch as they close their eyes to transformational powers of society already operating today. Putting these powers into the calculation makes one conscious of the importance of the growing organizational tendencies in industry, the growing influence of the working class and the growing pressure coming from it for democratization of the economy so that society may be reshaped from capitalist to socialist. It becomes clear from this that the working class does not need to wait in dull resignation for a distant future in which, after a terrible transitional period filled with misery and poverty, the breakdown tendencies of capitalism automatically assert themselves, but through this awareness the working class will be fired into mobilizing all its powers, not indeed to force the breakdown of capitalism, but rather its reshaping into a socialist system of society. 10. It is impossible to ward off the feeling of dread in the face of such naivete directly on the eve of the Great Depression, National Socialist barbarity and consequently World War II. However, at the same time it becomes clear how little separates reform and revolution in their defense against breakdown theory when it comes to the problem of the subject. What is actually at issue is an historically disjointed situation, where the difference is between an already developed Western capitalism and a capitalistically still underdeveloped society undergoing recuperative modernization at the periphery. Now, whether the working class is to exercise a supposed growing pressure coming from it for democratization of the economy, or the proletarian revolution is to bring about the supposed breakdown of capitalism in the shape of a state communist dictatorship of abstract labor, the subject-object structure and its apparent dissolution in the direction of political subjectivity against economic determinism remains the same. That there is an unresolved problem hidden here, and one that cannot be resolved on the ground of value socialization, might be shown at its clearest if the left and council communist positions are included, for, compared to Social Democrats and Communist Party members, they only sharpen and radicalize that apparent resolution into subjective relations between wills. In his polemic against Grossman, Pannekoek rages. Capitalism is for him a mechanical system in which men participate as economic persons, capitalists, buyers, sellers, wage workers, etc., but otherwise must submit in a purely passive way to what this mechanism imposes on them in view of its internal structure. The mechanism determines economic quantities while struggling and acting men stand outside this relation. 11. It is an old tune that must sound familiar, but nonetheless is played periodically in radical left debates to this day. Pannekoek abstracts completely from the social form of consciousness and of the will itself. He would like to attribute a transcending potency of the will to struggling and acting men that is independently of whether or not this form and its substance are addressed as topics. This means acting with false immediacy to impute to subjects as they are in everyday life, constituted by capital, something that they could attain only through a radical critique of this form. All this struggling and acting remains under the spell of false objectivity as long as it has not gone through a critique of the form and substance of abstract labor. And if that does not happen, then people will just suffer through their own struggling and acting exactly what this mechanism imposes on them, simply because they do not stand outside this relation. This connection is for Pannekoek utterly incomprehensible, and he too ends up exactly opposite of where he intended, in the same place as Bukharin with the objectivity of the subject and the determinateness of the will itself. The collapse of capitalism in Marx does depend on the active will of the working class, but this will is not a free choice, but is itself determined by economic development. The contradictions of the capitalist economy, which repeatedly emerge in unemployment, crises, wars, class struggles, repeatedly determine the will to revolution of the proletariat. Socialism comes not because capitalism collapses economically and men, workers, and others, are forced by necessity to create a new organization, but because capitalism, as it lives and grows, becomes more and more unbearable for the workers and repeatedly pushes them to struggle until the will and strength to overthrow the domination of capitalism and establish a new organization grows in them, and then capitalism collapses. 12. Pannekoek does not even notice that it is 6 of 1/2 dozen of the other, whether the will of the working class determined by economic development then brings capitalism subjectively to breakdown, or whether capitalism breaks down by itself, thus objectively forcing the working class to establish a new organization. He unwillingly makes clear the exchangeability of subject and object in the fetishistic structure of reproduction, something that in the end is even raised to a metaphysics of history. For Marx, all social necessity is accomplished by men. This means that a man's thinking, wanting and acting, although appearing as a free choice in his consciousness, are completely determined by the action of the environment. It is only through the totality of these human acts, determined mainly by social forces, that conformity to laws is achieved in social development. The accumulation of capital, crises, pauperization, the proletarian revolution, the seizure of power by the working class form together, acting like a natural law, an indivisible unity, the collapse of capitalism. Point 13. This is really grotesque. The subjective determination appears directly as objective, without the context of mediation being reflected. Like this, the emancipatory will itself appears as a component of exactly that pseudo-law-like nature that actually represents the scandal of false objectification. What shines forth here is a conceptualization of the capital relation itself that falls far too short, for it is missing the decisive moments of the critique of the fetish form and of the substance of labor. The structuralism of an Althusser, for whom even the revolution will be a process without a subject, already sends its love, even though Pannekoek is seemingly settled in at the other end of the Marxian and radical left subject-object scale. The price for keeping the working class as the subject of history, and not letting the butter be taken from its bread by the economic determinism of an objective breakdown, is paid by the class itself only being able to act as enforcer of supposed social laws of nature. This is an unmistakable indication that in reality this construct is imprisoned under the spell of capitalist categories, and that the notion of proletarian revolution is nothing more than the developmental ideology of abstract labor and an extension of the valorization system. It was, naturally, not hidden from Grossman that there was an ideological metacritique of his work based on the problem of the subject and beyond the imminent determinations of crisis theory. While still in exile in the USA, more than a decade after the debate had been broken off, he attempted to defend himself indirectly against the allegation of economic determinism by protesting similarly to Rosa Luxemburg that the objective tendency to break down in no way made emancipatory activity redundant. An essential moment in Marx's general theory consists in the doctrine that no economic system, no matter how weakened, collapses by itself in automatic fashion. It must be overthrown. The theoretical analysis of the objective trends leading to a paralysis of the system serves to discover the weak links and to fix them in time as a sort of barometer indicating when the system becomes ripe for change. Even when that point is reached, change will come about only through 169. Active operation of the subjective factors. By this activity the objective tendencies can be realized. Point 14. Now Grossman has arrived at the same place as Pannekoek. The objectivity is subjectified, the subjective action therefore contrariwise objectified, the subject itself is only a factor and confusion is complete. Grossman had obviously never occupied himself with this meta-level, and he now belatedly even slips up on it, long after it has become clear that his analytical attempt at the level of the categories and the of crisis theory that draws on them fell flat everywhere. It only requires one little step still to resolve this dilemma completely into the pure subjectivity of relations between wills, and to declare Marx's categories of the critique of political economy to be practically entirely irrelevant. The capital relation as an external relation between wills is then nothing more than will against will. Put more exactly, the unconceptualist objectification of the category of class is transformed down to being a pure question of the will, so that the capitalist fetish objectivity seems to be resolved into a simple relation of forces exercised between mutually opposed wills. It was Karl Korsch who helped prepare this turn in the dispute about the meta-level complex of problems around the subject-object relation in the debate on crises and breakdown. For him every breakdown theory represented an objectivist deformation. Such a theory of all objectively given economic tendency of development whose ultimate goal can be grasped in advance employs pictorial notions rather than unequivocally determined scientific concepts. Furthermore, it is founded inevitably on insufficient induction and appears to me as not suitable for bringing forward that full earnestness of self-disciplined activity of the proletarian class struggling for its own goals, which is as much necessary for the class war of the workers as it is for every other ordinary war. 15. According to his commentator, Giacomo Maremau, Kurz goes so far as to regard the dialectical method of presentation in the mature Marx as mere allegory that should arouse the will to struggle and revolutionary spirit of the proletariat. 16. Giacomo Maremau, who concerned himself with the problem in the context of the Marxism of the New Left in the 1970s, correctly characterized Kurz's thinking as a pragmatic reduction of the dialectical morphological moment of the critique of political economy. 17. Taken to its logical conclusion, this thinking must dissolve the categories of abstract labor, value, commodity, price, surplus value, organic composition, tendency of the rate of profit to fall, etc., that is to say the theoretical determinations both of capitalist reproduction and of its crisis, into mere allegories of the determinations of the wills of classes, thought of as presuppositionless subjects expressing their wills. The level of the fetish constitution and the automatic subject, that had in any case never been understood, was conclusively eliminated without any replacement, and the real objectifications transform themselves into the mere guises taken by purely subjective relations between wills. It is true that Kurz turned against any mere subjectivism of unmediated direct action, but this only relates to the levels of mediation within the assumed pure relations between subjects, not to the negative objectivity of the fetish relation and crisis as objective limit. This position explains the question of the objective necessity or avoidability of capitalist crises as a senseless question in this general form. The materialist stance rather believes that certain, if only always limited, prognostic statements sufficient for practical action can be made on the basis of always, more exact and thorough empirical investigation of the present capitalist mode of production and its recognizable imminent tendencies of development. 18. This shows the consequence of that pragmatic reductionism of the categories of capitalist form and substance. The historical movement no longer appears as that of the categories themselves that would have to be first comprehended by a corresponding theory, but it appears only in its reduction to relations between wills. This is reduced to the empirical level and its investigation, whereby this empirical level is grasped directly as that of the balance of forces between opposed determinations of the will. Thus was the notorious class analysis born, no more investigation into and debate on the movement of the categories and their interconnection, no more debate on theories of crisis and breakdown, tendency of the rate of profit to fall, realization problems and the like, everything written off as a senseless question in this general form. Instead, what we have is only an empirical analysis in the sense of class structures and their changes, therefore also of the changes in relations between wills. It was that then, that autonomism at once placed on its agenda with its theory of the recomposition of the working class as a permanent, reductionist research program. There is, naturally, no escaping the subject-object relation of the modern fetish constitution. It just advances that dilemma that already shines forth in Pannekoek and more generally in the reductive understanding rooted in labor movement Marxism. The more subjective, the more objective, the more the fetish relation is thought of as sheer relation between the wills of presuppositionless subjects expressing their wills, whose real presuppositions remain dark, the more the negative, false objectivity creeps in by the back door. Theoreticians of the direct approach, who no longer reflect upon their own presuppositions, must also completely refee the structure of consciousness of their famous proletarian volitional subject and investigate it as if it were a natural object, and in so doing. 18. Kurz, some fundamental presuppositions for a materialist discussion of crisis theory. See www.marxist.org/archive/ch/1933/crisis-theory.htm. 172. Robert Kurz. They naturally deny meticulously their emphasis on the self-disciplined activity of the proletarian class struggling for its own goals. As the secret history of the crisis and breakdown debate in traditional Marxism beyond the reductive level of political economy consisted in awkwardly addressing the topic of that unexplained subject-object structure of modern socialization in the value form, so, too, did the secret program for its resolution consist in the reduction of the objectified categories of capital to pure relations between wills that can then be regarded and investigated under various aspects. The history of the post-war New Left was shaped by this paradigm. This unresolved, generally unreflected result of the breakdown debate was quite simply adopted, and just for this reason not only did the concept of breakdown become a taboo word, a mere ghost, but the way to any further development towards a critique of labor ontology was blocked, and the concepts of reification and alienation, which were thoroughly addressed, were not formulated beyond a shallow social philosophy. The level at which society is constituted, the problem of the fetish relation and automatic subject, had to remain without further treatment, indeed it was even expressly repudiated. This is also not contradicted by the outer appearance of the line of debate around Althusserian structuralism. Althusser left the proletarian subject quite unreflected. On his emphasis, however, it was stripped down and reduced to being the executor of structural processes. Panicoke, however, as has been indicated, had already arrived at this point, and it was also, implicitly or explicitly, actually the presupposition of the whole of traditional historical materialism. The opposite pole of autonomism just formed the reverse side of the same coin. It is no coincidence that both Louis Althusser and Tony Negri likewise expressly repudiate the concept of the fetish and all of Marx's line of argument that is built on it. In this way, the problem of the objective inner limit to valorization, together with the social form of the subject and its substance, are suppressed once and for all as possible objects for reflection and radical critique. Crisis and critique, political illusion and the relation of gendered association. 15. The reductionist subjectification of the categories was grounded in political economy with the development of capitalism itself to an organized system. In reality, the valorization problems resulting from a secular process of desubstantialization of value itself, which since the late 19th century had exponentially increased state interventions, appeared to be a virtual overthrow of the law of value by the seemingly direct command of policy and company management over capitalist reproduction. This notion haunted the entire realm of interpretation that in the meantime had pigeonholed itself as Western Marxism and claimed to have gone beyond the economism of traditional Marxism, while in reality only representing the subject ideological reverse of the same coin. This is how the political illusion, as the old labor movement Marxism already characterized it from the outset, was continued and raised exponentially. The struggle for recognition on the ground of abstract labor and therefore of socialization in the value form could only be carried on in a political form precisely because of its limitedness, since politics is nothing other than the secondary processing sphere for the area of social problems that permanently grows out of the capital relation. This sphere, by its nature, positively presupposes valorization. It is an immanent component of value as a social form. Every counterposition of economy and politics that stands by this distinction and sets the two spheres as external to one another, without being able to grasp their overarching connection in the value relation and substance of labor, remains crucially reductive and boils down to some variant of the political illusion. Politics, by its very nature, is related to the state, but the state represents both as a category and as a concrete apparatus the political processing mechanism of capitalism that per se cannot go beyond the end in itself of valorization, but is nothing but a function of this compulsion. The insight into the system-linked character of the state and politics does, however, presuppose insight into the false objectification of the capitalist categories in general, and into the character of the automatic subject as an end in itself. A quite different critique of the state results from this than that of traditional Marxism. The way of speaking of the state as a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie, used even by Marx from time to time, and cemented finally in the concept of the class state, is not nearly adequate and is an expression of sociological subjectification. The classes, whose presuppositions have not been determined, are in reality categories derived from the fetish relation and taken for presuppositionless subjects, then seem to subsume all the reproductive categories of capital under this sociological subjectification as their underlying reason. However, it is precisely in this way that the categories of labor, value, state, politics, etc. are ontologist, since they only seem to be attributively determined as objects of critique, as labor exploited by capital, as value appropriated by the rulers, as a state of the bourgeoisie, etc., so that we could imagine a liberated labor, a proletarian state and, note well, an emancipatory politics. In this respect false subjectification already lay in the hypostasis of the sociologically reductive concept of class as supposed starting point for all reflection. In traditional Marxism, however, the categories developed by Marx of the critique of political economy, that express nothing other than the negative objectification of the fetish constitution, of the automatic subject, led for some time still a ghostly life of their own and brought forth those debates about capitalist development, crises and breakdown tendencies, which with the supposedly actual complex problem of classes and their politics remain systemically unmediated. This, therefore, led to the unresolved question of the abstract subject-object structure and to failure in finding its answer. As the labor movement was successful in its struggle for recognition of workers as subjects, legal persons and citizens, a struggle that necessarily took the political form, so it became itself a bourgeois subject in the iron cage of socialization in the value form. This success was at 175. The same time a self-imprisonment within and self-imposed duty to the fetish form, and politics remained the vehicle for this restriction. The rise of the labor movement, whose success in the struggle for recognition, and the rise of state intervention went hand in hand. Could be more reasonable than now consummating the subjectification of the categories, conclusively misunderstanding politics as the form of emancipation and grounding this in the development of capital itself. The theory of organized capitalism, the alleged overcoming of the law of value and of the political command over the real categories of abstract labor and value had two consequences. Firstly, it only continued the classical tendency of social democracy to go for an unbroken growing into the socialism of a self-determined self-immolation in an organized factory society, or total social factory. Secondly, it consummated subjectification and could therefore also be linked to radical left interpretations that, nonetheless, remained rooted in the same logic. This is true for Horkheimer and Adorno's theory of the authoritarian state that supposedly operates beyond the law of value, and it likewise holds for the later positions of autonomism. Whether the supposed political command over abstract labor/value form appears as something positive, whether it is understood as doom, or whether it figured as the sheer determination of the will of the class enemy provoking and mobilizing ever anew the counter-will of the proletariat, an objective inner limit is no longer thinkable against a background like this where everything has dissolved itself into politics. This, however, was the way in which the apparent overcoming of breakdown theory became identical with the consummated political illusion, with the bending back of emancipatory thought to the sphere of political functions in capitalist modernity. Giacomo Maremau correctly indicated in the 1970s that it was precisely the theoreticians of Austro-Marxism who in European Marxism opened that season of subjectivity consisting in a renewed, activist reading of Marx's works through the filter of certain themes from Neo-Kantianism 1. It is no coincidence that the radical left activists of autonomism and related currents in the 1970s relied upon Hilferding's theory of organized capitalism of all things. This overall orientation had as a consequence, however, as Maremau confirms, both with the neo-Kantian Austro-Marxists as well as with the majority of left communists, a gnosiological curtailing of that area which in Marx is determined by the social relations of production. The postulate of the subjective moment stands over against the empirical sociological analysis of the manifold of the real. Instead of making the laws determining the tendencies of the mode of production recognizable, the economic analysis dissolves into an exercise in microsociology. Point 2. However, this critical insight remained undeveloped, a mere trace element, and it could not hinder the mainstream of the New Left from moving to variants of Negri-style false subjectification. That was also down to Maremau's arguments themselves, as they did not push forward to the problem of the constitution of the fetish and the dissolution of the subject-object dilemma, but itself already started a priori from the conceptless reduction to the political. The aim of his essay, as he explains right at the beginning, lay in the perspective of complex new definition of a politics appropriate to the situation in late capitalist countries. Point 3. That brings back fatal memories of Christoph Deutschmann, whose approach towards the problem of the desubstantialization as objective limit straight away reverted to the political paradigm. It appears to Deutschmann at the level of the categories of capital as economic policy, is to Maremau on the meta-level of the subject-object problem the empty abstraction of politics in general. This is how things have remained up to today. Negri's post-autonomism, making a furore for some time, as well as the postmodern left more generally, but also the more traditional Marxist class struggle positions cling to a concept of politics that is just as diffuse as it is inflationary, and which has become debased into a hollow phrase. They have no idea at all of the history of which they themselves are the result. Politics is somehow equated with intervention in general, bypassing the categories that have been degraded more than ever to mere background noises. Panicoke still foresaw indistinctly has reached its consummation in the categorial stupefaction of the left. Subjects, or the subject per se, are invoked, form is nothing and the will is everything. Unconcerned about abstract labor, substance of value and value form, development and crisis, whatever humans have that is not absorbed by valorization is to be mobilized in false immediacy, as if that were possible without mediation by the critique of the subject form and its social substance. Capacity to intervene is everything, and just for that reason it always turns into nothing. In the left milieu, saturated with this inflationary, emptied out and bloated concept of politics, the thought of an objective inner limit can only still bring forth some kind of grunting noises, every few months giving the breakdown theorists their final farewell. In fact, the more hissing and spitting it does, the more embarrassingly political intervention regularly makes a complete fool of itself. There is little sense in wanting the scene or milieu, itself nothing other than the glacial end of Marxist history, to come up with a reformulation of categorical reflection as long as they cannot win access to it by their own efforts by first confronting their own political interventionist lemming-like behavior. Nevertheless, categorical reflection can and must be developed independently of the capacity of those in the final stages of political illusion over social policy to receive it. The dispute may be taken up at that point where the historical debate of the subjectification of the categories was broken off. In what sense is the problem newly posed if the Marxist labor ontology is criticized and overcome, but in such a way that the categorical fabric of abstract labor is also newly determined? Traditional Marxism could live with the objectification of the categories, despite its sociology of class and political reduction by making them positive and turning them into ontological objects of a merely attributive political management, whose result in the end was complete categorical subjectification. The driving force of this subjectification was the controversy over breakdown theory, leading through an unsolvable subject-object aporia to paralysis. The return to the categories after the passage through the radical critique of labor ontology can no longer grasp the categorical connection of abstract labor positively, but only negatively. However, this also poses the subject-object problem in another way within the context of the crisis and breakdown question. Subject and object can no longer be short-circuited as a positive unity, but have to be perceived in their inner conflict. The question of crisis and breakdown is then logically placed purely at the level of the false, negative objectification and of a categorical movement of the capitalist dynamic that has made itself independent. The question of crisis and breakdown has therefore to be strictly separated from the question of emancipation. Initially, both questions diverge conceptually and in reality, as the modern fetish society constitutes itself in the first place by opposing polarities that have become independent. Emancipation can only be conscious activity, whereas crisis and breakdown, according to their concept, can only occur in the unconscious activity of objectified developments, and have nothing directly to do with conscious activity. This means that capitalism can break down without human self-emancipation. The result of that would be the self-destruction of humanity, or the regression into barbarity, as Marx metaphorically characterized this alternative. The concept is problematic and of Eurocentric provenance, but it still describes best the ultimate possibility for negative objectification. This is why we can, indeed, watch social natural disasters on television until they overtake us, but not our own emancipation from the context that creates such catastrophes. Conversely, human beings can emancipate themselves in principle, without capitalism breaking down. This breakdown is not an indispensable social precondition for emancipation, but can become in its blind objectivity the social environmental condition of emancipatory thought and activity, if the emancipatory transformation takes too long to arrive and capitalism is given the opportunity to fully develop its inner contradictions. Critique and crisis are therefore two pairs of boots, and whoever pulls on one boot from each pair, wanting to run in this false unity, must trip over their own feet. Looked at in this way, statements like the one from Paul Maddock are simply impossible in short-circuiting the two poles and abstracting from their inner conflict in favor of an unmediated monism of subject and object, the theoretical awareness that the capitalist system can only 179. And in breakdown because of its driving contradictions, does not in the least bind us to the view that the real breakdown is an automatic process, independent of human beings. For the helpless formula of the real breakdown, as if there were both a real and an unreal one, only indicates that the problem has not been penetrated. Both the secular breakdown tendency as desubstantialization or devaluation of value, as well as a real breakdown process at the close of the capitalist capacity to develop, are in fact as the law-like nature of the system an automatic process, as long as humans act within the form determination of capital, but another, emancipated society can never emerge automatically from this form. Up to this point the problem was already dealt with elsewhere. Point 5. This did not, however, exhaust the question, even if the subject-object problem in the context of themes of crisis and breakdown is at least rectified in this way. It could, nevertheless, be countered that the emphasis on the strict objectivity of tendencies of crisis and breakdown, in contrast to critique and emancipation, would even further refy the problem, since here it is not a matter of the objectivity of processes of real first nature, but of the objectivity of a social pseudo-nature, that must in the end be mediated by human actions. Since it cannot be otherwise, the next question to be posed is obviously the one about subjective mediation of social objectivity. Instead, this objectivity is either subjectified in an unmediated way, or misunderstood as objectivity in the sense of natural science. At root it is the same problem that in bourgeois social science from the beginning has been traded on as the opposition between structure and agency. If all social appearances, categories, and processes are not, in the last instance, brought forth and controlled by some kind of thing there, but are traced back to human actions and decisions, then there cannot actually be any determinism at all, or in any case no absolute determinism. All that has happened and happens, including the objectifications of second nature, is determined by actions and decisions. The pure objectivity of an historical process and a positive philosophy of history built of it is always an ex post interpretation that glorifies a merely real order of events to be necessary. In reality, all social processes are always to a certain extent open and undetermined as long as decisions are not taken and actions not carried out. Analogous to popular explanations of quantum mechanics, history may be visualized as a probability cloud of undetermined possibilities that only solidify in the moment of action. First of all, however, there are actions and decisions of different scope. Secondly, actions and decisions form concatenations, since once implemented they can no longer be reversed. This is the way that all actions always relate to the results of earlier actions by which they are also partly conditioned. For as long as human society has not attained the self-consciousness of an association of free individuals that reflects the conditions and consequences of its social actions, which are determined in free, conscious decisions over the realization of its possibilities, then these concatenations coalesce again and again to blind patterns of behavior, to the matrix of a second nature that makes itself independent and stands over against the individuals, appearing just like a thing out there. This may generally be termed the fetish constitution, and all history up to now has been the history of fetish relation. One such matrix is called by Marx an historical mode of production, which could be expanded to the concept of a mode of production and life. Cultures are often spoken of in bourgeois historiography, social formations in Marxism from time to time. Pushing the comparison with physics even further, an historical field could also be spoken of. At issue here is precisely what was criticized at the beginning of the study as a systematic deficit in postmodern thinking's perception, seeing as it does contingency at work in a virtually undifferentiated way, without developing a concept of these historical fields and the differences between their respective matrices. It is in exactly the sense of a merely diffuse relation of contingency that postmodern thinking is ahistorical. However, once such a field has formed itself, then it limits contingency and reduces it to possibilities still within its matrix. We are thus dealing with two probability clouds in social historical contingency. Once with the superordinate probability cloud of history, out of which such historical fields or formations condense, and once with a secondary probability cloud, of which the internal history of such a field develops according to the pattern of its specific matrix. Naturally, it has to be said straight away that this conceptualization, even if it represents a generalization, owes itself totally to the critically. 181. Processed experience of the social constitution of modern capitalism. For the investigation of earlier conditions and of history up to now as a whole as an history of fetish relations is only to add a cautious heuristic claim and not a new ideological philosophy of history. So the errors of the philosophy of the Enlightenment and of historical materialism are to be avoided, both of them, one affirmative, one with critical intent transhistorically onto logis the categories of capitalist modernity. In doing this, historical materialism imposed upon history a dynamic logic of development as the dialectic of forces and relations of production, which in reality only characterizes capitalism, modern socialization in the value form. From all historical fields it is only capitalist modernity whose matrix brings forth the inner dynamic of a blind contradictory process in executing its pattern of activity, and with it an objectivity of second nature that can trigger an objective breakdown process. This is different from all pre-modern ways of constituting society, for instance the historical fields of agrarian society, in which the fetishistic objectivity did not configure itself into any such inner dynamic. That is why it is solely the capitalist society that in virtue of this destructive dynamic advanced to the boundary of a history of fetish relations and made at all possible awareness of the fetish character, not however, positively as the crowning achievement of a necessary history of progress, but purely negatively as the problem of an inner dynamic of breakdown belonging specifically to this field. In this context we now have to inquire into how characteristics of the probability cloud for the possibilities for action differ from those of the probability cloud for decision. According to whether we are located at the level at which the historical field is constituted as such, or at the level of its internal history, contingency expresses itself differently. There is no trans-historical process of necessity from which capitalism as an historical formation had to emerge, but a kind of climate change for the probability cloud of possibilities for action when contingency reaches a state where a particular historical field of agrarian society begins to disintegrate. The plague played a role in this decomposition, but an even greater one was played by the military revolution of firearms in the so-called early modern age, The more exact explication of this development is a theme in its own right and does not belong here. However, what is important is the finding that like this there emerged in the probability cloud of history the possibility of a qualitative leap in the condensation of actions and decisions, the transition to the process of constituting a new historical field whose nature initially still remains undetermined. This means that in this transformative phase a quite different new field could have been constituted other than capitalism. The condensation of the probability cloud to the capitalist field could have been broken off at a certain stage of development and transformed itself into another configuration. There are three turning points in history where this is particularly clear. The peasant wars of the 15th and 16th centuries expressed a rebellion against the early process of constituting the capitalist matrix, when it was only in its embryonic formation. Had those wars been successful, then another matrix would have constituted itself out of the probability cloud, so presumably without any overcoming of the history of fetish relations, but just another new historical field with patterns of activity not capitalist, but different. The social movements and revolts of the 18th and early 19th centuries were indeed already more shaped by the capitalist matrix, but they did contain the negation of abstract labor, and had they been victorious, then the process of capitalist constitution would have been broken off at this point and the probability cloud would have taken on another quality in its condensation. The classical modern labor movement of the late 19th century had indeed already practically internalized to a large extent the patterns of discipline of abstract labor, but at the same time this movement also went through the reception of Marxist theory that for the first time radically and critically addressed not only the concepts of abstract labor and the value form, but also of the fetish relation generally, pregnant with the possibility of a conscious break. There is a definite flash of this in the early Marxist programs and intentions. It was, however, given up just as quickly, but even this was not absolutely necessary. At this point as well, the process of capitalist constitution could have been broken off and a transformation instituted. This would indeed have been accompanied by severe friction, but would not have been impossible. 183. Only because the probability cloud at these breakpoints condensed into static factual decisions that were not in any way a priori, and each time turned out in favor of a further solidification and evolvement of the capitalist field, could the contradictory capitalist dynamic further develop, by means of the fully formed matrix, its logic of an objectified movement of categories that have made themselves independent. The contingency of a second-order probability cloud that remained over each time, of an inner history of the capitalist field, was in turn only determined with respect to the general logic of development. However, within this determinism of the total field the individual decisions and actions carried out are open and undetermined. For instance, it was not inevitable that the Germany in the 19th century would catch up in building a state, for the individual components of the later German Empire could have been distributed among other state structures and humanity would have been spared considerably. The victory of National Socialism and the following catastrophe were also not inevitable or historically necessary, for even with the further development of the capitalist field humanity would not necessarily have to have experienced this extreme culmination of the inner capitalist potential for barbarity. The question here is not one of capitalism's inner historical contingency, but of its breakdown logic which distinctly relates to the capitalist field as such. If capitalism's contradictory dynamic conceals a breakdown tendency, then it is the result of that objectification of the field with these qualities. Even the way this objectivity of the categories is constituted as well as their blind breakdown dynamic as a logically determined process is, it is true, determined by human actions and is carried out by human actions, but not directly by the actions and their intentions, but because these actions themselves in an uncontrolled process have initially brought forth a matrix, a pattern of activity. This pattern has then objectified itself in social categories and set free an independent contradictory dynamic, and to the extent that further activity is carried out in these categories and according to this matrix, human beings are even driving the categorial motor of self-contradiction and the breakdown program, without being aware of this and without having any control over it, until they are overtaken by its results. The automatic subject is nothing other than the self-movement of the capitalist real categories that are unconsciously created by human beings and move independently precisely through the individuals living out their lives within these categories, not wanting to imagine anything differently and seeking their happiness by hook or by crook, and through their satisfying the demands brought forth by this matrix. The breakdown tendency is consequently determined objectively precisely by human beings subjectively aligning their actions according to the predefined capitalist matrix, thus executing the system of abstract labor and its value form, and executing it ever more, until they have, so to say, hanged themselves by it. The more subjects act and struggle and move, without questioning either the matrix of this action, struggling, etc., the system of abstract labor, or even perceiving it as a problem at all, then the more they themselves wind up the clockwork of the automatic subject. They do not want to do so, and do not know they are doing it, but they do it anyway, because the social machine of the automatic subject that has been created in long historical chains of activity and further developed in its contradictory dynamic simply cannot be stopped. The more subjective, the more objective, this puzzle of the modern subject-object structure can be thoroughly resolved then by means of the conceptualization of the fetish constitution and of the historical field or its matrix. Insight into the automatic breakdown tendency therefore has the exact opposite of fatalism as a consequence, namely a completely new quality of radical critique itself, the false subjectification of the categories, the insistence on the supposedly free, generally contingent capacity to act of subjects while bypassing the categories, leads even more surely to the objective automatism of breakdown, because the matrix of activity itself is ignored and remains uncriticized. Conversely, insight into the character of that automatism of breakdown leads to the critique of the categories themselves and the underlying matrix, and so to the deeper radicalism that is needed to blow up the historical field. It is not only the form and substance of abstract labor that belong to the matrix, but also the actors of this entire blind system that sets the automatic subject in motion through its own pre-structured patterns of activity, the subject. This subject is no more determined in a trans-historical and ontological manner than labor itself. The subject represents much more the modern actor of abstract labor and its derived functions. It is nothing other than the social form of individuals' own activity, form of perception, of thought, of relation, of activity. 6 The question, therefore, is not how the new quality of critique is seen by the subject, but how this new quality implies the critique of the subject itself. This critique is that of the subject form, which is nothing other than the modern capitalist form of activity. This may, at first, be difficult to imagine, since we are used to thinking actions and decisions exclusively within the category of the subject. Exactly that constitutes the fixation upon the capitalist matrix. Critique of the subject does not mean abandoning the struggle and wallowing in fatalism, but on the contrary a new quality of struggle itself that consciously makes breaking with the capitalist matrix its aim. It is also decisive for a radical critique of the subject form is the insight into the structure of the subject. It simply is not the human being as such, but the white Western male subject of modernity. Here we must return to part I of the study where, in connection with Ross-Scholz's dissociation theory, the, in itself, broken conceptualization of the real abstraction of labor was taken up. Real abstraction always goes hand in hand, not accidentally or empirically, but according to its logical essential determination, with the gender-determined dissociation of material, socio-physical and cultural symbolic moments of social reproduction that are not absorbed by abstract labor/value form. This dissociation is not to be understood as a separate sphere, or as a subordinate area, but as the overarching essential moment right through all spheres, because it is located at the level of the basic logic, or matrix, itself. The capitalist totality is therefore fundamentally not a monist totality that is absorbed in itself, as it still appears, for instance, in Moishe Postone, but a broken totality that is not absorbed in itself as a dissociation structure that also has to be considered. Dissociation as an essential structural moment of abstract labor has to find itself again, therefore, in the subjects of this form and substance. Women in modernity are always doubly socialized, in that they are to a certain extent only half in the subject form, because at the same time they must represent and attend to the dissociated in whatever broken and differentiated way they can. Dissociation stretches as an essential moment not only through all spheres of reproduction that are constituted by the capitalist matrix, but also through all eras of its inner history, in each case with a different specificity right up to the postmodern point 7. Similarly, this is also true for non-white, non-Western human beings who, below the elites of modernization, have never wholly entered into the modern subject form, and so are always the first to be threatened by the failure of the capitalist matrix held up to them as a job specification, the necessary conditions for which they can never reach. The new quality of radical critique, the way it accompanies the dissolution of the modern subject-object dilemma in crisis and breakdown theory, therefore demands not only the critique of labor ontology, but also a critique of the subject as actor of this ontology, and not only a critique of the subject, but also of the essential logic of the structure of dissociation connected with it. Every reductionist critique of labor that only leads halfway to a critique of the subject, and ignores the logic of dissociation or degrades it to something merely historical and empirical, remains under the spell of the white Western male subject and is doomed to failure. Only an integrated radical critique of abstract labor, subject form and gender-determined dissociation to the same degree can gain enough penetrating power for an overcoming of labor ontology and thereby also of the matrix of the capitalist field. Once again, for those taking notes, the content of the critique cannot be the eternal invocation of the subject either within the categories, or bypassing them, but must be the critique and in the end practical destruction of the categorial matrix, and thereby the subject, the white Western male subject itself. For the left, also particularly the radical left, this insight is so heavy and almost unbearable, because they, as heirs of the false subjectification of the categories that was invested in labor movement Marxism, and particularly in the concept of class, have so to say become icebound. The working class is, nevertheless, nothing other than simply a subject of abstract labor and thereby a white Western male subject, something proven more than sufficiently by the history of gender relations and its shallow or completely ignored reflection in the context of class struggle history. The class struggle is androcentric universalist, since it is arrested in the ontology of labor, declaring it to be the lever of emancipation, which is nothing other than the form and substance of the capitalist matrix. In the end, the working class remains a character mask of variable capital, and class struggle, according to its concept, a movement for modernization in the inner space of the capitalist field. Today the class struggle label is decomposing empirically, because at the new node in the history of capitalist crisis the substance of labor is itself becoming obsolete, and the empirical categories of society, those exposed to crisis management, no longer allow themselves to be subsumed under value-creating labor as their overarching category. Nonetheless, this empirical matter does not correspond to a new concept of critique. The concept of critique is missing, precisely because the concept of crisis is missing, and that in turn is because the subjectification of the categories has not been overcome. For all that, the central problem does shimmer through, even with the last class war politicians who have for a long time now been condemned to a merely virtual existence. For example, in a text from the late autonomous journal Wildcat that goes quite in the opposite direction to the usual categorical subjectification of Marx's fetish concept. He speaks ironically in connection with capitalism of the natural laws of production, which both structuralist Marxists and critics of determinism take at its word, without seeing the critique contained within point 8. This approach partially addresses the problem of the matrix or false objectification as an object of critique. It also goes in the right direction when it continues. As a key accusation against every materialist analysis, the accusation of determinism throws the baby out with the bathwater and confronts the ahistorical, structuralist determinism with a mirror image of an equally ahistorical and philosophical concept of freedom or historical arbitrariness, or contingency. 9. W hat also becomes clear is that categorical critique still stands in its infancy, because it is incomplete. Breakdown and determinist theories have to be criticized in any case if they deny people the possibility of becoming self-determined subjects of their own history over the course of time. 10. The subject form appears here still in the condition of supposedly emancipatory innocence, even though this form makes exactly self-determination impossible since it is the categorical form of thought and action in the fetishistic matrix. This might be because the class subject should be saved without fail, even though it is in itself a component of negative socialization, that is to say, it is constituted quite without ontological counterinsurance from the matrix of the capitalist field itself, and is the form of being the white Western male subject. On the other hand, without having a shadow of doubt about the ontology of labor and fetishistic objectification, there is Friedrich Huisken, an ideologue of the Marxist journal Gegenstandpunkt, when he sticks an exclamation mark in brackets onto the very idea of a categorical break with labor and commodity production in the literature of value critique, as if he had discovered an especially obvious lunacy. In his cramped way he attempts to ironize the matter of the categorical break, 11 in order, finally, to consign it to esoteric irrationality and revisionism. The reader needs no grounds for his philosophical anti-capitalism, but only the belief in the message of the dawning end times, the vision of a better world and the categorical break with Marx's critique of capitalism, that is to say the total rejection of class struggle. 12. This is just a collection of buzzwords in italics gathered as a reflex around the concept of the categories, that now only seem to consist of meaningless sounds. Well, categorical critique is in fact a break with his, Huisken's, understanding of Marx's critique of capitalism. The only thing is that he, as well as the whole circle around Gegenstandpunkt, is not in the least aware that this understanding of his is a matter of the residuum of a fallen historical theory. A lot of water still has to flow under the bridge before the rump Marxist scene with its belief in doing politics, subject and class struggle has died out. This scene will only ever interpret the concepts of categorical crisis and categorical critique as some kind of quietism and capitulation, simply because they can only think critique and emancipation within the categories of the capitalist matrix. Drawing once again on an analogy from the latest physics, it is perhaps something like that parable so beloved of cosmologists and quantum physicists which is supposed to illustrate to everyday consciousness the difficulties in understanding the impossible world of quanta, strings, etc. A peasant asks an engineer to explain how a steam engine works. The engineer gives a detailed explanation, drawing diagrams, explaining fundamental concepts, showing where the fuel goes in and the steam goes out, how heat is transformed into motion and so forth. When the engineer is finished, the peasant says, "Now I understand perfectly. But where is the horse?" 13. This, says a physicist, reflects how he felt about Einstein's general relativity. I understand it perfectly. But I don't know where the horse is. 14. A leftover Marxist like Huisken, if he really wanted to concern himself with the concepts of the socially constituted subject-object relation, historical field, capitalist matrix, objectification of the categories, etc., would somehow understand everything. But at the end he would again and again ask where the horse was. The quantitative concept of abstract labor and the accusation of naturalism. 16. In the meantime, it has been particularly postmodern inspired neo-Marxism that has erected another barrier against breakdown theory and categorical critique, one that expresses itself in a somewhat more sophisticated style. In doing this, the substance concept, still used unproblematically by Marx, is totally rejected, without noticing that this is only an imitation of the history of bourgeois theory from substantialism to mere functionalism and relationalism. The negative, critical concept of substance in Marx is thereby fundamentally missed. In part 1 of this study, this ideology of anti-substantialism was already briefly presented and criticized by means of the concept of abstract labor as real abstraction. It shall now undergo a more detailed critique, since it essentially belongs to an anti-crisis ideology that can be either bourgeois or neo-Marxist, and serves categorially to ward off the thought of an absolute inner limit of the movement of valorization, in order to save the subjectified categories of the capitalist field and, in particular, elements of the white Western male subject. It was, in turn, the Russian theoretician Isaac Ilyich Rubin who had not only been the first to ontologize abstract labor with a hair-splitting conceptual dissociation into a specifically capitalist abstraction of labor on the one hand, and a trans-historical socially equated labor on the other, but who can also claim to have opened the season of left Marxist anti-substantialism. Like Michael Heinrich, who bases his whole line of argument on him, Rubin wants to impute to Marx at all costs the view that in a commodity economy only exchange transforms concrete labor into abstract labor. Just as later with Heinrich, Marx's concept of value is in this way reduced to exchange value, in crass opposition to Marx, making explicit the simplification of the whole of traditional Marxism, that is its reduction of social relations to circulation and to an external juridical relation of domination. Abstract labor no longer appears as a relation of production, but only of circulation, real abstraction only as exchange abstraction. Inevitably accompanying this superficial reductionism is an anti-substantialism, because a mere exchange abstraction would have to remain by nature without substance, a consequence already drawn in the 19th century from the subjective value theory of bourgeois economics. Rubin wanders onto their tracks without blushing when he attacks Marx's concept of substance from the standpoint of circulatory simplification, because the concept no longer suits him. In Marx's well-known words, on the one hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power, in the physiological sense, and it is in this quality of being equal, or abstract, human labor that it forms the value of commodities. On the other hand, all labor is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim, and it is in this quality of being concrete useful labor that it produces use values. Point 2. The issue is real abstraction as a productive expenditure of human brains, muscles, nerves, hands etc. 3. And the products in this sense are already products of labor, merely congealed quantities of homogeneous human labor, 1.e of human labor power expended without regard to the form of its expenditure, for this is the sense in which the expenditure or combustion of abstracted human energy is already labor in action, or value-forming substance. 5. And the result is a mass of labor. Crystal Lizard 6. And the common substance 7 of commodities, labor is the substance, and the immanent measure of value. 8. It is only in the capital relation that value becomes the substantial, universal abstraction of labor at all in this physiological sense. Therefore only here that the real abstraction, suddenly presents itself as a self-moving substance which passes through a process of its own, and for which commodities and money are both mere forms. 9. As substance of wealth in the abstract. Point 10. These determinations are not compatible with a mere exchange abstraction. So Rubin, at least posing the problem openly, attempts a hasty disposal of Marx's concept of substance, upon which the edifice of the whole critique of political economy is based, as merely the preliminary definitions which Marx gave on the first pages of his work when he was apparently not yet quite in his right senses. Point 11. So as not to incriminate himself in heresy, Rubin explains this preliminary definition consistently on the one hand as the mere misunderstanding of a false reception of Marx, and on the other as just an insinuation by bourgeois opponents, whereby the concept of substance is fortunately externalized over and against Marx's line of argument, even though the concept underlies the argument. Rubin merely remarks, rather weakly, that proponents of this supposedly false viewpoint can find support in the cited passages and understand abstract labor in a physiological sense. 12. Rubin now attempts to denounce this understanding, in reality an unambiguous determination in Marx, as a supposed naturalism or as a naturalistic standpoint, only a few analysts understand that the characteristics of abstract labor do not in any way coincide with a physiological equality of different labor expenditures. 13. Rubin systematically attempts to strip Marx's concept of substance of every physical determination, and to counterpose it to the societal as such as a purely relational exchange abstraction independent of every physical expenditure of nerves, muscles, brains, etc. Abstract labor is the expenditure of human energy as such, independently of the given forms. Defined in this way, the concept of abstract labor is a physiological concept, devoid of all social and historical elements. The concept of abstract labor exists in all historical epochs independently of this or that social form of production. 14. Rubin imputes to Marx exactly what he himself does, that is an ontologizing of abstract labor, just as Rubin had done by introducing his concept of a supposed trans-historical socially equated labor, as was shown in Part I. In speaking of abstraction in a physiological sense, Marx should now, according to Rubin, for his part have used an eternal determination applicable to all historical epochs. Rubin does not criticize Marx, therefore, in the way he, Rubin himself, must be criticized, that is by criticizing his ontologization of a specific capitalist determination, but conversely because he maintains that there is in fact a trans-historical character of physiological expenditure of human energy that Marx falsely identified with the abstract labor specific to capitalism. Rubin confuses here the simple fact that human beings are also creatures of nature in the physiological sense, with the specifically capitalist real abstraction that isolates the physiological combustion process, the expenditure of nerves, muscles, brains from the concrete form of this expenditure and represents it for itself alone. That human beings anyway permanently and always burn energy comes into consideration as a fact for itself in no other historical field than the capitalist one. Outside of this field such a statement is especially and flatly senseless. Abstraction does not mean that something not yet present beforehand is only made, but that something already present is isolated, taken out of its context and made into an object for itself. Capitalism does this, and in practice, with the moment of the physiological expenditure of energy always present in human expressions of life. It does this by detaching this moment from its context, not generally, but from one definite process, commodity production, and treating it as a real abstraction. This practical paradox only exists in capitalism, and it is not just a process in the realm of circulation, but of production, that operates in a way that practically abstracts what it, in however more concrete a form, manufactures. Rubin understands real abstraction so little that taking Marx's statement concerning the body of the commodity, that this body does not contain a single atom of physical matter 15 that could be found by physicists or chemists, he seeks to make an argument against physical human expenditure of energy being determined as an object of capitalist abstraction. He confuses here the material objectivity of the commodity with the fetishistic form of representation of expended human energy in a specific social and historical field of relationships. Naturally, the body of the commodity does not contain the expended human energy in a physically detectable way, because it firstly only appears in practice as real, but essentially as the combustion process it cannot really be held fast, and secondly, because it is just an abstraction that cannot really be physically detached from the concrete form of its expenditure. However, what happens socially through the fetish form as a matter of fact, that is, in the money form, constitutes the specifically social, capitalist paradox in which the physical moment of past human energy expenditure interlocks with the social fetish form. Rubin, however, externally counterposes the physical energy expenditure on one side to the social character of value as the relational form on the other. One of two things is possible: if abstract labor is an expenditure of human energy in physiological form, then value also has a reified material character. Or value is a social phenomenon, and then abstract labor must also be understood as a social phenomenon connected with a determined social form of production. It is not possible to reconcile a physiological concept of abstract labor with the historical character of the value which it creates. Point 16. Here he is behaving as if physical human existence had nothing at all to do with their sociality and history, as if it were not this physical, bodily existence itself that is located in a social and historical form. Rubin's line of argument would have long fallen into oblivion as a mere curiosity, if it did not accommodate certain ideological constructs in which it can be thankfully taken up. What Rubin achieved is the complete division of form from its substance. However, the essence of this form consists precisely in not only having to incarnate itself repeatedly in the commodity body, but also in having a physical substance as such, admittedly not matter, but energy. This energetic substance could only redeem itself by burning the whole world in an ultimative labor. For domestic ideological purposes, Rubin's argument comes down to transmuting the form through desubstantialization into a contentless relationalism that can only be placed in the sphere of circulation. The ideology of circulation in turn represents the basis of the bourgeois ideology of the Enlightenment generally, one that defines humans as having a propensity to truck, barter, and exchange, so that Rubin's theoretical parody of Marx's concept of substance is superbly suited to explicitly asserting this exchange ideology of the commodity subject within Marxism. This context also explains the at first glance astounding fact of how it is that a forgotten theoretician like Rubin had already experienced a boom in the 1990s with many leftist adepts of postmodernism. Going beyond the basal bourgeois ideology of circulation, his sleight of hand with the physiological substance of value accommodated to a nicety the virtualism and antinaturalism of postmodernism. With postmodernism, the universal idealism of form comes to a head and is consummated. The natural basis of humanity is completely ignored and the relationalism already further developed in the 19th century completely emptied out. It is not for nothing that postmodernism generally has its theoretical roots in the subjective value theory of economics and in the purely relational linguistic theory of Saussure. This connection within the context of the credit system and fictitious capital is to be addressed in detail in Part 4 of this study. In any case, there must be something that has or accounts for relationships. An empty relationship for itself would be a paradox like the grin of the cat without a cat in Lewis Carroll. In the meantime, however, postmodernism has been flattened out so far that every Tom, Dick, and Harry, little Moritz and the average person already believes they have pronounced wise judgment when they mindlessly and with smug stupid laughter give voice to, but that is substantialism, or but that is naturalism. Michael Heinrich also has Rubin to thank for the core of his line of argument. Just in the same way that Heinrich has fallen into the traditional Marxist aversion to the thought of an absolute and objective inner limit to valorization, so does he also share the secret limitation to the sphere of circulation of the reductive critique of capitalism in labor movement Marxism, which even appears quite openly in his work. Already in his work The Science of Value he claims something that he then later repeats in his elementary text An Introduction to the 3 volumes of Karl M. Marx's Capital. Money and exchange are the specific mode of socialization. 17 In capitalism, the mode of production is thus reduced to the mode of circulation, while production appears as usual as only concrete and labor, therefore, as ontological. Heinrich even makes this explicit when he maintains, looked at by itself in isolation, outside exchange, the body of the commodity is not a commodity, but merely a product. 18 With this Heinrich confirms perfectly his reductive naturalism of production as well as the most vulgar Marxism of labor, standing in glaring contrast to all findings of the last decades of the destructive character of abstract labor in practice. Capitalism is an essentially destructive mode of production in the form of economic rationality, and circulation is a secondary moment of this specific negative socialization, not the actual specifically capitalist form determination. Heinrich has to polemicize all the more against the naturalism of the value substance, because he himself represents an ahistorical naturalism of production, to which the specific mode of socialization as purely circulatory is supposed to be external. to legitimate this construct that was already applied by Rubin and is charged in the meantime with postmodern anti-substantialism and virtualism, Heinrich shifts the concept of the social exclusively to the level of circulation. So even he conforms optimally to the basal bourgeois ideology since Adam Smith of humans as having a propensity to truck, barter, and exchange. The specific mode of the social formation or of the historical field could accordingly only be determined by the specific mode of the respective exchange. In Marxist terminology we would no longer be dealing with different modes of production, but only with different modes of circulation, while the differences in the eternal purely natural production would be by nature only technical. It could hardly get more reductive than that. Heinrich, just like Rubin, can only confront the social with the substance, because he has already reduced the concept of sociality implicitly and a priori to the level of circulation. This construct is then supported by a line of argument that can only be described as a kind of peasant cunning. Heinrich takes the problem of the quantity of value as an opportunity to make the determination of the valid quantity of value in each case an argument against any substantial character of value at all. Wh counts for the commodity producer is. Whether is individually expended private labor is in fact recognized as a component part of total social labor, only emerges in retrospect. If one could attribute value to the products already before exchange, then this problem would already be assumed solved. Point 19. The concept of the substance of value is here being illegitimately equated or muddled with the concept of the magnitude of value. In circulation, in retrospect, it is indeed determined as a matter of fact, what quantum of the substance of value in each individual commodity as value objectivity is socially valid. Only in this purely quantitative sense is the sphere of circulation determined as relation of social validation of value. But quantity can just simply only ever be the quantity of something, that must be there as such so that it may be measured, or have its quantitative validity determined. That is, however, something quite different from what Heinrich claims, and that is that the value objectivity itself as a social quality is only brought about as circulation, while the individual commodity would be merely a product without this social quality. He reduces the social quality of the substance of value to a pure determination of quantity, a logical impossibility. Ascertaining a quantitative validity from something that is supposed to be subsumed into this determination, without already being an existing substance, would be measuring without an object of measurement, that is in some way the grin of the cat without a cat. Against all this, it must be fundamentally asserted once more that abstract labor, commodity-producing system, or capitalism essentially represents a relation of production or a mode of production. The process of real abstraction is the production process itself. Here abstraction takes place in practice from the material as well as social content, and with disastrous consequences for producers, society, and natural resources. Here is where value as such, with its ghost-like value objectivity, is manufactured. Circulation as an integral component part of this relation of production measures the socially valid quantity of this already present value objectivity. The process of circulation establishes how large the value objectivity is, but does not manufacture it. The unity of production and circulation therefore consists in production being essentially the production of value, and of value objectivity in a real process of abstraction, while circulation determines the socially valid quantity of this value objectivity by realizing it. Heinrich, on the contrary, plays off the social character of value as a supposedly pure relation of social validation in circulation against the value objectivity of the individual commodity, that is the measurement of quantitative validity in the realization process against the negative qualitative character of the real abstraction as a relation of production. His trick consists of seeking to make an argument out of the impossibility of determining the socially valid quantity of value in the measure of direct labor time for an individual commodity against the real value objectivity of the product before the exchange process. He wants to shuffle the fantastic objectivity, the abstract objectivity, the paradoxically real thing made of thought as spectral or ghost-like objectivity, etc. purely onto the circulation process. He claims to have proven this by indicating the problem of determining quantity. If the product itself were already value, according to Heinrich, then the labor time expended on this product every time would already have to be the socially valid measure of value. The problem of quantity would already be solved in advance and would not have to emerge only afterwards through circulation. He makes the merely quantitative relation of social validation in circulation into the qualitative social relation of value abstraction in general, and thereby misses the historical field as a relation of production. This line of argument essentially serves to naturalize the real abstract production process itself, abstract labor in practice as a purely technical process, as mere concrete labor, etc., while the social relation is supposed to be purely circulatory. For Heinrich, the problem of the quantitative measure is a mere vehicle for this ideological simplification. If, therefore, value-forming substance, abstract labor, is measured by socially necessary labor time, then in the end abstract labor is measured by concrete labor. Such a view is indeed compatible with the idea of abstract labor as a physiological quality of labor, insofar as in doing this abstract labor is identified with simple unqualified labor. If, however, abstract labor is conceived of as a definite social relation of private labors to one another, then it is impossible to declare the length of time labor power is expended without further circumstance to be the measure of the amount of abstract labor. Abstract labor as a social relation cannot be expended at all. By readily measuring abstract labor by the length of time of concrete labor, Marx falls onto the ground of classical political economy. This did not differentiate abstract labor from concrete. Its measure of value, labor time, was always related to concrete labor. Point 20. Heinrich's confusion is so overwhelming that at first one does not know where to begin with the critique. Initially, the relation of concrete and abstract labor may perhaps be taken as a starting point. Heinrich makes out as if it were an issue of two quite different things. Precisely what is central to Marx, though, is that abstract and concrete labor are a matter of one and the same process, admittedly in a quite different relationship. This is why he also speaks about the double character of the labor embodied in commodities. 21. This is why he even says that all labor on the one hand is an expenditure of human labor power in the physiological sense, and insofar as it is that, it is abstract labor, and on the other hand it is an expenditure of human labor power in a particular form and with a definite aim, and insofar, it is concrete labor. Point 22. This means that the social abstraction is undertaken on concrete labor itself. That is to say that the capitalist reversal of abstract and concrete as social a priori already appears in capitalist production itself. So-called concrete labor is only the form of appearance of abstract labor. And this is no process merely happening in thought or imagination, but a practical one that already asserts itself in the content and purpose of production, because the content are already determined by abstraction. Concrete labor is no innocent, but by being only the concrete form of appearance of real abstraction for the end in itself of capital valorization, it takes upon itself as a definite aim the indifference towards human needs and towards the sensuous material world in general, not only in its direct content, but also in the configuration of the instruments of production, the degradation of the producers, in the indifference towards natural resources, etc., as has already been shown in part. Marx's decisive step beyond classical bourgeois political economy was precisely his introduction of the conceptual difference between abstract and concrete labor in relation to the unified process of production. And it was precisely the circulation ideological fixation of political economy on human beings as having a propensity to truck, barter, and exchange which led it to tear apart the relation between abstract and concrete without having any concept of doing so, and on the one hand relating the value abstraction only to circulation, while the quantum of value was, nevertheless, to be determined by a labor that, however, only appears as concrete. It is Heinrich himself who cannot free himself from this dilemma of the classical political economists, because, just like them, he cannot recognize the real abstraction and double character of labor in production itself. However, because concrete labor is only the form of appearance of abstract labor as a real abstraction, the product is not only qualitatively an object with a purpose, but at the same time in its negative social quality, a value objectivity. Consequently, the quantity expended, appearing as magnitude of value, relates to abstract labor as the overarching moment in the production process itself. Here is where Heinrich now continues his confusion, for after tearing apart concrete and abstract labor and dividing them between two different spheres, he now claims that abstract labor as a social relation cannot be expended at all. Since abstract labor is nothing other than the real abstraction from concrete labor itself, the abstraction from its concrete objective determination, the expenditure of labor power on this concrete purpose, itself already determined by abstraction, is socially nothing other than the expenditure of nerves, muscles, brains, leaving aside any definite material and social content, in other words, abstract labor. It is one and the same expenditure, however according to its social quality it is separated from the material content of this expenditure, as Marx makes clear. While, therefore, with reference to use value, the labor contained in a commodity counts only qualitatively, with reference to value it counts only quantitatively, once it has been reduced to human labor pure and simple. In the former case, it was a matter of the how and the what of labor, in the latter of the how much, of the temporal duration of labor. Point 23. However, it is as the social a priori, so also the a priori of production itself that labor has been reduced to human labor pure and simple. As such it is expended in a forced, but nevertheless concrete content, determination, but from which already in the process of expenditure, or production, it is socially separate. Naturally, insofar as it is a social relation, abstract labor is expended simply as a relation of production. The how much, the duration, refers right from the beginning not to the duration in respect of some concrete objective determination, that is what is manufactured with which material qualities, but solely to the expenditure of nerves, muscles, brains, to abstract labor, and its optimization. This reduction of quantity to a quantity of abstract labor, in contrast to Heinrich's claim, has absolutely nothing to do with the idea of simple unqualified labor, for it counts for every qualification, just because it disregards content. Hat is expended is, as a social relation of production, precisely abstract labor, and what is counted as quantity is precisely the duration of labor solely in its character as abstract labor. Heinrich stumbles through his complete conceptual error in such a way that he externally confronts the mode of mediation where this quantum of actually expended abstract labor is determined as valid or invalid through circulation, with the thing itself conceptually, that is the actual expenditure. He believes himself justified in his argument by the indication that it is impossible to declare the length of time labor power is expended without further circumstance to be the measure of the amount of abstract labor. But the phrase without further circumstance does not save him here. And the contrary, it just indicates that in fact the duration of the expenditure of abstract labor forms the measure of the amount of abstract labor, exactly as Marx had established, only just not without further circumstance. But Heinrich has already confronted the mediating circumstance with the thing itself. For him abstract labor cannot be expended at all and the duration of expenditure of labor power in no way represents the measure of the amount of abstract labor. We now turn to examine this circumstance, this time after posing the matter correctly. It is, in fact, the problem of mediation to be more precise. Socially, concrete labor is nothing other than the form of appearance of abstract labor, socially, the expenditure of labor power nothing other than a quantum of abstract labor. However, this social character of labor as really abstract cannot directly assume a form, because the relation of production is not a directly social relation, but manifests itself as in separate production units. That does not mean, though, that the specific mode of socialization in capitalism is merely a circulatory one, nothing but money and exchange as Heinrich maintains. It is much more the case that circulation merely mediates the specific social character of production. capitalist production is not at all coincidental or arbitrary, just as it already represents materially a system of functional division, so does it already represent formally and substantially a system for the expenditure of abstract labor, mediated, however, only in circulation. Money and exchange are not the social relation and they do not constitute it, but they merely mediate it, and insofar as they do they are moments of this relation, which is something quite different. Directly, the sociality of abstract labor only appears negatively in its destructive manipulation of humans and nature, and not positively in the shape of abstract wealth. It is circulation as an integral element of the relation of production that mediates and at the same time realizes the sociality of abstract labor, but does not manufacture it or constitute it alone. For what it mediates and realizes is just the real expenditure of abstract labor in the production process itself. How does the quantity problem of expended abstract labor present itself now in this circumstance of mediation by circulation? From the social point of view, every single production process is nothing other than a fraction of the expenditure of a total social mass of abstract labor. Consequently, the validity of the expenditure can only be a total social one, but cannot present itself directly as such. This is why this presentation does not directly appear as labor time, but only in transmuted shape as money, as the price realized. Through the individual commodity as value objectivity, as a ghost-like social quality, entering into circulation, the quantity of this abstract labor can only appear and be observed in the already transmuted, reified objectivity of money. The fetishism of abstract labor as an end in itself appears in the fetishism of money as an end in itself. While the metamorphosis of the commodity into the money form takes place, value in the form of exchange value realizes itself and separates the money form from the body of the commodity. At the same time, what quantum of really expended abstract labor this commodity represents as a fraction of the total social mass of expended labor is measured, and only in this reified shape. The process of realization in circulation therefore only establishes how much of the abstract labor individually expended as a fraction of the total social abstract labor is, in fact, valid. Therefore, it is already presupposed that abstract labor is actually expended and that the individual act of production in an element of the total social mass of expended abstract labor. The validity refers not only to the average degree of productivity, from which the individual act of production can deviate above or below. Rather, it is also dependent upon whether each commodity sufficiently represents surplus value, whereby, as is well known, surplus value is nothing other than the value shape of surplus labor performed in excess of the reproduction costs of the commodity labor power. The use value of the commodity labor power has absolutely nothing to do with the use value of the goods produced, nor has the expenditure of this labor power anything to do with the concrete objective determination of production, which is incidental and external for capital. Heinrich already misses the problem here. The use value of labor power and its expenditure consists solely in its potential to create abstract value above its reproduction costs. Abstract labor and value as a social relation are only possible at all as surplus labor and surplus value. This must at once be asserted against a reductive value critical way of speaking that declares the concept of surplus value to be utterly irrelevant, so as to fall back ultimately, in a similar manner to Heinrich, unintentionally and ashamed, into a reductive and circulatory understanding of socialization in the form of value. However, the decisive determination is that the commodity represents the socially valid quantum of the amount of abstract surplus labor expended, not of abstract labor pure and simple. A commodity can by all means be produced at the socially average degree of productivity, yet still be completely or partially invalid as an amount of expended abstract labor, because it does not represent sufficient surplus value. This problem will 205 be reflected in the actual crisis theoretical determination of the value substance, or the desubstantialization or devaluation of value in Part 3 of this study. What has to be grasped initially here is that Heinrich, with his reduction of value, and therefore abstract labor, to the sphere of circulation also misses the specifically capitalist character of circulation itself. For insofar as he says that socially necessary labor time does not depend on technology alone, 24 the only thing he understands by the specific social relation upon which socially necessary labor time also depends, in connection with Marx, is the use value for others in a sense that is in turn natural, material or concrete. The issue then, according to Heinrich, is not only the average skill of the producers under average conditions, but also in respect of its validity, how far the labor was required for the satisfaction of social need. 25 whereby it only concerns the concrete level. However, this is only the way it appears from the standpoint of simple circulation. The social need in capitalism is, in truth, the need for valorization, and the use value for the satisfaction of this specific need is itself already located at the level of abstract labor, that is the use value of the commodity labor power of expending additional abstract labor over and above its reproduction costs, of forming the substance of value over and above its own equivalent. Heinrich is saying more than he knows at this decisive point, when he indicates in connection with Reichelt and Pollock that socially necessary labor time is not only determined by technology, but also by social demand that is only effective in the exchange process through the relationship of commodities to money. 26 An exceptional own goal, for the demand that appears in circulation and its restriction, which can even make commodities manufactured at the technologically average degree of productivity substantially invalid, is really nothing other than the appearance of the substantial mass of socially expended abstract labor as surplus labor. And where there is not enough abstract surplus labor in it, even the social validity of the still present substance of labor in the form of past combustion of human energy declines. Lack of demand is not simply a problem of circulation, but an assertion of the lack of surplus value production, i.e. additional expenditure of surplus labor. Heinrich has ensnared himself like this, because he is unable to recognize in his circulatory reductionism that abstract labor only counts as a formal validation relation, but not, however, as a substantial relation of subjugation. Abstract labor as a social relation is, however, essentially the subordination of individuals under the end in itself of valorization. Precisely as a relation of production, they are subjugated to the compulsion to expend in a very real way abstract labor above and beyond their reproduction costs. Traditional Marxism is not to be criticized for addressing the topic of this relation of subjugation generally, but because it addressed it in a completely reductive way, that is, reducing it to an external juridical property relation, and in this way finally to a circulatory question of justice about the supposed lack of equivalence in the sale of the commodity labor power, whereas Marx proved precisely that there may very well be fair play in the sphere of circulation, and the problem lies in the relation of abstract labor production, exactly what traditional Marxism has ontologized in a whole spectrum of variations with much hair-splitting and evasive maneuvers. However, Heinrich does not go beyond traditional Marxism by adequately determining anew the relation of abstract labor production as a relation of subjugation under the end in itself of the automatic subject, but he falls behind traditional Marxism by presenting abstract labor generally only as a formal relation of validation in circulation. This line of argument entangles itself in the bourgeois dichotomy of the two worlds of production and circulation. Heinrich can only seemingly and implicitly regard himself above bourgeois economics by holding against it its problems with value objectivity. The classical political economists attempted to reduce it to nature, the subjective value theory attempts to grasp it by means of psychical processes. But value objectivity eludes both attempts. Contrary to an only subjective attribution, it proves itself as material objective, but without any physical magnitude. 207. Entering this objectivity. Value objectivity is a matter of a specific social objectivity. Not only is it socially conditioned, it also exists only in the social relationship of exchange. 27. Heinrich does not in any way raise himself above the dilemma of these two attempts. By categorically denying the physical character of abstract labor as combustion of human energy and roundly rejecting the corresponding Marxian determination in order to add it to the bourgeois classics, what escapes him is the decisive Marxian break with the classics, the Marxian break consists precisely in explaining the specific historical character of capitalism as a mode of production by determining the double character of labor itself in action, that is its logical and practical divergence into abstract and concrete labor within the same expenditure of labor power, and only thereby overcoming the direct dichotomy of production and circulation. Abstract labor and value are the overarching categories of production and circulation, appearing in the latter only as exchange value and money. Contrary to the bourgeois classics, Marx refers to the physical character of value objectivity and not simply to apparently innocent and eternal concrete labor, but he shows the specific reduction of this physical character to abstract human energy expenditure, separated from every concrete intended purpose. W hat appears as reified in circulation by way of exchange value and money, is already present in production, the living fire, the expenditure of human energy, perceived and mobilized as socially separated from its content. This critical proof of the reductionist abstraction process of human energy in production itself differentiates itself fundamentally from the uncritical determination of physical labor as the substance of value objectivity by classical bourgeois political economy that misses exactly this process of abstraction and thereby the double character of labor, as well as not tackling how value is mediated to circulatory objectivity. This Marxian break with the bourgeois classics already establishes the break with the ontology of labor, even if Marx himself did not consistently take this final step. Heinrich, on the other hand, has completely blocked access to this understanding by banishing value objectivity wholly to circulation, and so he himself can no longer establish any mediation to production. Heinrich himself, like his predecessor Rubin, has moved close to a subjective value theory, even if he does not want to admit it. The marginalist school and the whole of modern economics which has emerged from it solves the dilemma of classical bourgeois political economy just as one-sidedly as Heinrich. For all variants and further developments of subjective value theory, value objectivity is located solely in circulation, while production appears as only technical. If Heinrich now asserts himself against subjective value theory, value objectivity proves itself nonetheless as material objective, but without any physical magnitude entering this objectivity, then his claim for this objective character remains completely unaccounted for. His whole line of argument leaves in darkness just what the objective character is to consist in. This is already shown in the second chapter of his Science of Value under the title Marginalism and the Neoclassical School, where he goes into subjective value theory, but only superficially in every respect, both in scope and content, without being able to put forward a single stringent argument. 28.0 And the basis of his circulatory premise he can only ever smuggle in the objectivity of value objectivity as a vague, undetermined postulate. For in circulation alone and taken for itself there is absolutely no objectivity be pinned down, because here in actuality there are only reckoning commodity owners as legal subjects following their market calculations. Every act of purchase is at the same time an act of sale, it is always a matter of dual reciprocity, and it is not at all evident from where some sort of objectivity is supposed to come as regards value objectivity. That is only ever an exchange value that is either paid for, or not. If, therefore, value objectivity according to Heinrich has its place only in circulation, then there can be no further essential argument to assert against subjective value theory, and the claim to an objective character must remain empty. The objectivity of value objectivity can only have its ground in the expenditure of labor power, but Heinrich lacks any mediation to production in his purely circulatory value objectivity. If abstract labor cannot be expended, as he maintains, then it cannot be measured either, that is determined in its magnitude, either directly or indirectly. But if labor does, nonetheless, underlie value objectivity, where does the objectivity come from? For instance, does it lie solely in abstract time of labor? Norbert Trenkel seeks refuge in this argument as representative of a reductive value critique that is open to all tendencies. Trenkel declares, W. Marx shows that abstract labor constitutes the substance of value, and therefore also its magnitude is determined by the average labor time expended, then he by no means falls under the spell of the physiologistic or naturalistic perspective of classical political economy. Point 29. Against Heinrich, this line of argument is spinelessly defensive and open to postmodern anti-substantialism. In fact, Trenkel continues, commodity producers confront their products as expressions of reified abstract labor time. Point 30. Absolutely nothing is gained by this argument. For this labor time is the time of something and not just time quanta for themselves. Time does not become abstract per se, but through being the time of a process made abstract. Abstract time is not value objectivity itself, but the measure of this value objectivity. A measure without the measured would once again be like the grin of the cat without the cat. Abstract time is the measure, but the object of this measure is the expenditure of human energy made abstract. The substance is not the measure, but the measured, the expended abstract physical energy in time units. Without this physical basis for abstract labor, there is no longer any objectivity at all to value objectivity, and also no time quantum for this social/phantasmal congealed time. Whoever denies this physical substance, such as Heinrich, or in a softer and more defensive way like Trenkel, must consequentially accept the central arguments of the subjective value theory. The corresponding process of abstraction takes place in the expenditure of labor power itself, as a reduction to the combustion of human energy in general, and only in this sense is the naturalism of bourgeois classical political economy to be criticized as it does not see through the double character of labor itself. Everything else is just hair-splitting oriented to the sphere of circulation, leaving nothing more to confront subjective value theory. In a certain respect this is also true of Moishe Postone's line of argument that suffers an eruption here. Just like Heinrich, and basing himself likewise on Rubin, Postone claims of Marx that the definitions he provides of abstract human labor in Capital, Chapter 1, are very problematic. 31 Because they are somehow naturalist, they seem to indicate that it is a biological residue, that it is to be interpreted as the expenditure of human physiological energy. 32 Postone also believes that in this way value objectivity is incomprehensibly defined no longer in the sense of purely social objects. 33 Only then to repeat almost exactly Rubin's argument, that Heinrich also picks up later, if, however, the category of abstract human labor is a social determination, it cannot be a physiological category. 34 It does not even cross Postone's mind that the social categories always, firstly, include the natural basis of human life, the metabolism with nature that is in no way external to social forms. That is why it also remains hidden to him that, secondly, the reduction to mere expenditure of physiological energy already represents a social abstraction, precisely the real abstraction that capitalism undertakes on the expenditure of human energy by separating it from the concrete content of expenditure. Postone completely misses the problem when he calls to move beyond the physiological definition of abstract human labor provided by Marx and analyze its underlying social and historical meaning. 35 This analysis can only consist in singling out precisely the social and historical character of the reduction to mere expenditure of physiological energy itself, but not in separating the social and historical character of abstract labor from the real expenditure of human energy. Counterposing the real expenditure of physical energy as supposedly transhistorical, natural, and thus historically empty. 36 To the purely social character of abstract labor only leaves one way open, and that is just the purely circulatory definition of real abstraction found in Rubin, Sohnrethel, Heinrich, etc. Postone foils his own central concern in this way, that is breaking open precisely that circulatory limitation and reduction in the traditional critique of capitalism and determining the character of abstract labor as a real relation of production. For Heinrich, on the contrary, the same argument is fully in line with his ideological Marx interpretation with its explicit reductionism, rooted as it is at decisive points in traditional Marxism. This allows us to specify quite precisely why Heinrich currently enjoys such favor in old and new Marxist discourse in the German-speaking world, and why he appears so suited as a point of reference for both a defense of, as well as a dilution and reduction of, radical value critique in the context of postmodern interpretations, so that every kind of superficial reasoning driven by unreflected identity claims refers to Heinrich, believing itself capable of sunbathing in the light of his very special reflexiveness. Firstly, the anti-substantialism of Heinrich, following Rubin, promises to overturn the value-critical crisis theory of an absolute inner limit to valorization as desubstantialization or devaluation of value in the cheapest way imaginable, by already vitiating the presupposition of this line of argument, the concept of the substance of abstract labor itself, and what is more with the obliging, sleek comparison, at first glance so appealing to Marxist reflexes, as well as those of social theory more generally, of a purely social character of value abstraction on the one hand, and a supposedly crude naturalistic understanding on the other. This is where the applause may already surge up, even before the matter has even been thought out to the end. Secondly, with this Heinrich naturally gives the postmodern monkeys ample cubes of sugar, but still postmodern theorems deny the natural basis of society or at least its relevance. At the same time Heinrich picks up on a central buzzword of postmodernism with his economic theory of anti-substantialism. Virtualism and arbitrary thinking are interlaced with resistance to crisis theory to form an ideology of a possible arbitrary prolongation of the value form even if without substance. Practically, this postmodern arbitrariness appeared in the ideology of the consumer, particularly virulent in the 1990s with the leftist postulate of the consumer as dissident. How this ideology is mediated theoretically with the basal assumption of subjective value theory is explained by Heinrich himself. It is no longer the producer, but the consumer who stands at the heart of economic observation 37. However, this approach also gives nourishment to Heinrich, for consumers' subjective utility estimations and preferences are indeed located in the sphere of circulation, and Heinrich has likewise reduced value objectivity to this framework. Even the latest precarious sequel to consumer ideology under the crisis conditions of its impossible fulfillment that peddles the consumerist and reductive concept of appropriation, can still relate positively to Heinrich in abstract economic theory. Thirdly, Heinrich's interpretation makes explicit not only the hidden circulatory limitedness of traditional Marxism, but he also supports the subjectification of the categories in Western Marxism discussed in this study that resulted from the history of Marxist theory. The proximity to economic subjectification in the subjective value theory corresponds to the proximity to political subjectification in a partly traditionally reformist, partly postmodern movement Marxism that is driving at merely political regulation or a vague urge for emancipation within the not yet overcome and uncritically presupposed formal context of value socialization. Exactly because the deeper dimension of the theoretical history of the weaknesses in Heinrich's line of argument remains unreflected, it is well suited as a point of reference for every possible version of a neo-Marxist continuation within the form of bourgeois volition, where one may feel superior to traditional Marxism and exquisitely reflected. Fourthly, in the end Heinrich's science of value in its interlacing of anti-substantialism, reduction of value objectivity to the sphere of circulation and proximity to the subjectification of the categories is also compatible with the central ideology of circulation in bourgeois Enlightenment thinking in general. This basic ideology of modernity as crisis ideology has become today the vanishing point of official bourgeois thought as well as of the disintegration of Marxism into its bourgeois Enlightenment components, whereas nothing more remains of the connected transcending moments which cannot be separated either from the concept of the fetish or from the negative substance concept of abstract labor. In grim denial of any objective inner limit to valorization, already appearing in the classical debate around breakdown theory, the bourgeois subject of circulation finally asserts itself today in both old and new Marxism, neither of which want to acknowledge the existence and decline of their own presuppositions. This subject is essentially the white Western male of modernity that wants to hide its character in the apparent universality and egalitarianism of the sphere of circulation and so still affirm their identity at the historical limits of valorization. The ideological prolongation of the value form despite desubstantialization accompanies the ideological prolongation of the gender-determined dissociation relation, crumbling even though its presuppositions are. Precisely in the crisis can the ideology of the subject as ideology of circulation be arbitrarily mobilized, negatively as condemnation of injustice and denunciation of the other right up to structural or open anti-Semitism, positively as invocation of the democratic ideals of freedom and equality right up to late petty bourgeois utopias of circulation without competition, even the deconceptualist leftist politicism as an empty appeal to the sheer unreflected subject of volition has its roots in the ideology of circulation. For the political subject, or legal person, is indeed essentially a subject of circulation. The prefix anti changes nothing in this context. Even anti-politics remains politics as long as the white Western male subject still wants to gain some sort of transcending moments, dragging along elements of the circulatory ideology of the Enlightenment. Heinrich has supplied a political economic justification for the retreat of neo-Marxism to the last line of defense of democratic and Enlightenment ideals, that does indeed stand on feet of clay as far as its arguments are concerned. But just for that reason finds all the more resonance since it seems to offer a bold hole for the left-wing white Western male subject in its despair.